of TIOL, it is an absolute pleasure to welcome all of you to National Taxation Awards 2021. I think we've got such good attendance at this hour in the morning that deserves a round of applause for each of you. Now, over the last 22 years, Tax India Online has emerged as a credible leader in the online resource provider space, bridging the much-needed communication gap between policy making, policy interpretation, and policy application by providing business-critical information, expert views, and a whole lot more in fiscal, foreign trade, and monetary policy domains. And National Taxation Awards is our endeavor to celebrate and encourage compliant taxpayers and motivate others to do so. And as promised, we are back with a much grander, bigger version of these awards this year. We are extremely honored to have with us some very distinguished personalities at the awards today. Due to constraints posed by the pandemic, some of them are joining us virtually. As you can see, we have former Chief Justice of India, Mr. R.C. Lahoti, who is virtually present with us. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. So thank you so much for making time. We got to hear first thing in the morning. Really looking forward to your guidance and your support for the awards in years to come also. Just a few opening words from your side, sir. Justice Lahoti, can you hear me? I think there is some kind of a technical audio lag from your end. If you can hear me, sir, we would like to open with a few words from your side.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am indeed very happy to be a party to this grand celebration this morning. Tax India Online and the awards would certainly encourage the taxpayers to be tax compliant and more tax compliant than what they have been. It's motivational, it's inspirational, it's educational. I have a little bit, I feel handicapped because I have not been able to present myself physically and participate physically in this mega event. I welcome all the participants, a very hearty welcome I extend. I welcome all the distinguished guests, and I, even beforehand, offer my congratulations and heartiest greetings to all the award winners. I am very hopeful that this event will continue year and after year, and TIOL would be able to achieve its purpose, the great ideal which it intends to achieve, because in these of where we are a sort of financial economic order to which all of us are necessarily a party, it will certainly create a better atmosphere for taxpayers and those who collect the tax. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Justice Lahoti, for your continued support for TIOL, and we really look forward to your guidance in years to come as well. With that, we would now like to begin with the befitting ceremony of lamp lighting. And to do the honors, I would like to invite on stage former Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar and senior BJP leader, Shri Sushil Modi. Along with Shri Sushil Modi, I would also like to request Managing Partner Tax for Deloitte in India, Mr. Vipul Jhaveri. Deloitte is our knowledge partner for the Congress this year, Mr. Vipul Jhaveri. Former Supreme Court Judge and Chairman of TDSAT, Justice Shivakirti Singh, I request you to please join us on stage. Former Finance Secretary and member of the 15th Finance Commission, Mr. A.N. Jha, I request you to please join us for the lamp lighting. Former DPIIT Secretary, Mr. Ramesh Abhishek. Thank you for joining us, sir. Former Chairman, Central Board of Direct Taxes, Ministry of Finance, Mr. M.C. Joshi. And former Chairperson, Central Board of Excise and Customs, Ministry of Finance, Ms. Praveen Mahajan. Can we have a round of applause for all our special guests, please? I request all our guests to please move towards the lamp first so that we can have the auspicious lamp lighting ceremony and give an auspicious start to the awards. Can I also please request Mr. Shailendra Kumar, CEO and founder editor of TIOL, and Mr. R. Sridhar, TIOL Award Committee Coordinator, to please join them on stage. Thank you to all the guests. Thank you, Mr. Sridhar, and thank you, Mr. Shailendra. So as I said that a lot of our guests are today joining virtually because of the constraints being posed by the pandemic, Shri Sarabnanda Sonowal, Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways and Minister for Ayush, and Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri Basavaraj Bomai, and Deputy CM of Haryana, Shri Dushyant Chautala. They were supposed to join us physically, but have been called in for urgent commitments to attend. And they send their regret, but sent their full support and best wishes for the awards. We really hope we could have them here. Moving forward, I would like to now request Shikha and Richa from TIOL to please come on the stage and welcome our guests with saplings. Thank you, Richa. Thank you, Shikha, for doing the needful. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to request Mr. Shailendra Kumar, Trustee of TIOL Knowledge Foundation and the man behind the vision of TIOL, to please welcome our august guests.
A very pleasant good morning to all, and a very warm welcome to Honorable Union Minister Mr. Gadkari is joining us in a couple of minutes. Of course, Honorable Member of Parliament and Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Mr. Sushil Modi, Honorable jury members, Honorable Justice Lahoti, who was unveiled. He joined us, so kind of you, sir. He joined us for a couple of minutes and he has proceeded. Couple of dignitaries who sent their blessings to us and good wishes. They were supposed to be with us for some exigencies, they could not make it. However, I would like to welcome them as well. Mr. Bipul Javeri from Deloitte, our knowledge partner. Other dignitaries in the audience who could make it today from various states, the proud winners of TIOL Award and Jury Award as well. My colleagues from TIOL, then of course, all those who supported us in this event, our effort to roll out this second TIOL Award. And ladies and gentlemen, present in the auditorium and also those joining us virtually. Mr. Gadkari will be here in a couple of seconds. So I would like to proceed. Let me thank all of you for joining us today on this momentous occasion for the second edition of TIOL Award and TIOL Congress as well. So let me extend my warm welcome to all the speakers. Some of them are watching us virtually and some of them will be joining us after an hour or so to address the gathering on various technical issues during the TIOL Congress proceedings. However, frankly speaking, I would like to extend my double thanks to the taxpayers as well as tax administrators, along with the reform-minded states, tax commissionerates, and also other taxpayers from the corporate India, for motivating and propelling our confidence and trust in motivation-based behavioral economics by participating in large number in the second award. We look forward to such support in coming years as well. Though we consider it a baby step forward, but our confidence, cushioned by scientific and methodical approach to bind together all the stakeholders in the economic and taxation domain, is pretty high and infectious too. Through National Taxation Award, what we are trying to do is to build, brick by brick, a new tax culture in India. The goal is to foster a new culture of compliance, a new metaverse for the fiscal world. And our toolkits largely include communication, education, and motivation, which produce two vital outcomes. One, a high tax morale in the economy, and two, greater trust in the ability of the institution of a state to serve the people of India. We at TIOL also believe that parental value, which forms the spine of the institution of family, and which is delegated from one generation to another generation, it's a critical catalyst for, in the overall umbrella of tax and legal compliance, particularly in preparing the future taxpayers for the economy. How? Let me present to you a 2-minute video of 3 generations of a taxpayer family.
This is Padma Ranganathan, retired teacher from Delhi University and Jamia Millia Islamia. And I retired when I was 60-year-old in 1980 from Jamia Millia. I would like to tell you is, I have been a regular taxpayer. I was giving my complete account to the government of India. So I was maintaining very good account of whatever I was earning and spending. I have been paying regularly every year.
You just heard my mother, who completed 101 and very soon be entering 102. A great example, if you have a family where the children watch the parents who are very honest taxpayers and are doing their honest duty for this activity. And this I would like to convey as an extremely important message, because the maximum amount of influence the kids would have is from their living activity where they are staying and from their parents, and the values they inculcate from there. I would like to use this opportunity to compliment TIOL for starting the tax awards for efficient tax compliance and also recognizing the honest taxpayers. I think it's a great initiative, because when I got an appreciation letter from the tax department, I felt very happy about it.
Role models are the people around us, our immediate family, our parents, our grandparents, our siblings, and a large part of what we become essentially is about the values we imbibe from them.
Thank you. So friends, we have seen how the parental value, which is delegated from one generation to another generation, it's a vital input, it's a catalyst for preparing the future generation of taxpayers. That is where we have to work as a nation. Well, what further supports our scientific approach to give a booster jab to inch closer to broadly three sub-goals? A, better informed taxpayers. TIL Congress is one such initiative in that direction. B, a high tax morale. And C, greater trust in the institution of a state through support-based TI award selection system. What appears to be handshaking with our goal is the OECD recent study titled Building a Tax Culture, Compliance and Citizenship, a global source book on taxpayer education. They released it recently. And I would like to give you a bit of highlights, what is there in that report. And the crux of the report is that the taxpayer education can be a key tool to boost the keenness of individuals and businesses to voluntarily pay tax and play a vital role at the heart of mobilizing tax revenues urgently needed by the government. The study also highlights that over 80% of taxpayer-friendly educational and motivational initiatives actually generated improvement in tax morale, the intrinsic motivation to pay taxes. The study demonstrates that increasing tax literacy can reshape a country's tax culture in which citizens understand the effects of paying or not paying taxes on their daily lives. Low tax literacy in any society guarantees longer hours of insomnia for policy architects of the governments across the world. This brings me to the pandemic, a resource guzzler in all respect. It has tangibly turned upside down many underpinnings of global economic wisdom. A crystal clear trend in the recent decades has been a policy orientation for the governments across the world to offer long rope to the private sector and increasingly minimize government spendings. Let me help you recall what Nobel Prize winning American economist Milton Friedman, who was incidentally also the father of withholding tax provisions in the US income tax provisions, had once said, "Keep your eye on one thing and one thing only, how much government is spending." He was clearly in favor of giving markets a long rope and government a smaller role. Had he been around, his eyes would have been popping. The institution of a state has significantly enlarged its footprint. The governments across the world have spent $17 trillion on economic packages, including concessional credit, loans, guarantees to rescue the global economy. We also did the same in India. But one fundamental difference against the trend in past, that all segments of the society today want the government to look after them. In what fashion? Let me screen 1-minute video for this. I would like to proceed with my welcome address a little later. Apparently, I have a message from Honorable Union Minister Gadkari Sahab. He is with us. In fact, there is a cabinet meeting which he will have to rush. So I would request that, please join sir and let him speak for a couple of minutes, then we will proceed. There's a little change,
Sure. I think we're getting his live feed. We're just waiting for him to come. As soon as he comes, we'll just toss it to his office.
Okay, so let me wind up in that case. Fine. So every taxpayer today, let me go back to the video, 1-minute video which I just showed you, that every taxpayer today expects the government to play the role of the Alaska's walled eagle mother who weathers and the headwinds of icy and snowy conditions to hatch and raise her chicks. During the pandemic also, and also the post-COVID period, this is what every taxpayer expects from the government. A nightmare indeed for the governments across the world. But here, the chicks which I see, they mean every taxpayer are equally duty-bound to look after the mother state once they become adult by simply paying their taxes which they are legally obligated to pay. This is the minimum a taxpayer is required to do to help the government provide shelter to the needy. Let me remind you, virtuous citizens lead to virtuous state, while a virtuous state promotes virtues in population, and the virtues I'm talking about are wisdom, justice, moderation, and honesty. All of these are supportive of a good life. This is what all of us have perhaps missed during the pandemic. On this note, I wish a bump-free life for all taxpayers, and also would like to thank and welcome all of you for overwhelming support and guidance to remain on our virtuous path. Thanking you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shailendra Kumar. As Mr. Shailendra rightly pointed out, that we are awaiting the arrival of Shri Nitin Gadkari, Minister of Road Transport and Highways, and one of the most senior-most members in Prime Minister's cabinet. He'll be with us any moment. So as soon as he is there, we will cut back to him. For now, it's time for us to get started with the coveted National Taxation Awards. Just a few words about the awards. The process of National Taxation Awards, it was initiated by inviting online nominations. Out of the nominations that were received, valid nominations were considered, and according to a pre-decided criteria, jury arrived at the final results. Before we begin the National Taxation Awards, I would like to request the audience here to please come up with generous applause for each of the winners, because we're celebrating their compliance and it'll be really motivating for them and for others to follow suit. So do I have a promise from the audience to be generous with the applause? Thank you very much. So on that promise, we begin National Taxation Awards with the first set of awards, which is TIOL Jury Award. Now, to give these awards away, I would like to request our jury members, Justice Shivakirti Singh, Mr. A.N. Jha, Mr. Ramesh Abhishek, Mr. M.C. Joshi, and Ms. Praveen Mahajan to please come forward on the stage so that we can start the presentation ceremony. When? Do we have a chair? Oh. Okay. The bar okay. Okay. So as we begin the presentation of the Jury Awards, before that, I would like to request Mr. Rastogi, Additional Chief Secretary Haryana, who's here with us today, to please join us on the dais. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, sir, this morning. Thank you. So now that we have the jury set to present the award, we will be starting the TIOL Jury Award with Tax Technology Service Provider. I request Ms. Praveen Mahajan to present this award, please, and the award goes to TMSL. We have Mr. Jigar Doshi and Mr. Prateek Shah, founding partner, to receive the award. Many congratulations to you. I request Mr. M.C. Joshi to give away the next award in Tax Technology Service Providers, and this goes to Rayon Softtech Limited. We have here Mr. Nitin S. Patel, Director, to receive the award. Address. Okay, okay, okay. Since we have Sri Nitin Gadkari now with us, I request all the guests here to please occupy the dais, since we need to relieve him fast because he has a cabinet meeting to attend. Let's all welcome Sri Nitin Gadkari, Minister for Road Transport and Highways, one of the senior most members of Prime Minister Modi's cabinet. Sri Gadkari is seen as a man of the masses, an accomplished social performer, an adroit statesman and administrator. Not just that, he is also working to substantially increase the number of jobs created through MSMEs. A big round of applause for Sri Nitin Gadkari. We also have with us Mr. N.K. Singh available now. I'm told that he's also joining us virtually. If we have his feed, can we put it out on the screen, please? I'm told that N.K. Singh, chairperson of the 15th Finance Commission and an eminent economist, there he is. A big thank you going out to you, Mr. N.K. Singh, for joining us. Thank you so much, sir. Really value your presence. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I think we will begin with a very, very important award, in fact, the biggest, which is the TIOL Fiscal Heritage Award. And the TIOL Fiscal Heritage Award goes to late Dr. Raja J. Chelliah for his everlasting impact on fiscal and tax policy in India. I request Sri Nitin Gadkari and Sri N.K. Singh, who are virtually present with us, to present this award. To receive this award, we are very glad that we have Dr. Raja Chelliyah's daughter, Dr. Masala Malika Samuel, with us, and also Dr. Shobhana Chelliah with us. I request them to please come and receive the award. Shri Sushil Modi, can I please request you to please come and present this award? Many, many congratulations to you. We would not let you go without saying a few words. Please come.
Good morning, distinguished guests and those of you on the dais. I'm Shobhana Chelliah. I'm Dr. Raja Chelliyah's younger daughter. I just happened to be here on a Fulbright Nehru scholarship, and I wanted to say how wonderful it is that my father started his journey in the 1950s with a Fulbright going to the US to write his dissertation, which became a very popular textbook in India and really started his journey. And I think he would be so thrilled that I was able to come here and for this ceremony with that award. My sister is going to give some longer remarks, but I would like to say that in my father's final years, he would often say that his cup runneth over. He really felt the love and adoration of all of you, even in those final years. And he felt the blessings of working for his country and coming back from the US to do all of the things that he did. So thank you for this recognition. Even now that he's not with us anymore, we feel your thanks and blessings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shobha, for those lovely words. To our honorable dignitaries on the dais and friends, greetings to you all. We as a family are really honored to be here for the presentation of the TIOL Fiscal Heritage Award to my father, the late Dr. Raja Chelliah. My sister and I have been so graciously invited by Mr. Shailendra to accept this award. My mother would have loved to be here, but for her age and for the COVID situation, which has kept her housebound. But we are keeping her posted of everything that's going on here on the dais. I will not go into the academic achievements of my father, but just suffice to say that he is known as the father of tax reforms. He was a national icon, at least in 4 respects, as a teacher of economics, a fiscal policy maker, as an institutional builder, and a mentor. What he did for the nation, he did at home as well. He planned every detail in our home. He designed the furniture. He did a lot of research in getting the best upholstery. And I remember my mother telling me that he even took great effort in finding the best gas stove. Father was particular that we should study very hard and do well in school. And I remember Dad coaching me for a spelling test when I was in 3rd standard. Beautiful, he would say. He was walking with me to the stop where I could catch the bus, and he would repeat the word over and over again with the spelling so that I would get it right. His planning did not just involve his children, it also extended to his students. When he was professor of economics in Rajasthan University, at that time he had 2 students who he was coaching who were doing PhD under him. You know, Dad, how he was a real stickler for details. He used to read every word of the dissertation, and in this case, he came to the conclusion that it was far from perfect. He figured that unless he sat down with them through the day and half the night, it could not be salvaged. So he asked them to come and stay with us. So Mummy had to cook for the students, and Dad would sit and work with them till their work was ready for submission. Never have I seen a teacher so committed to his students. I believe that one of his students went on to become Dean of BITS Pilani. 20 years later, this particular gentleman in an interview, he spoke of Dr. Raja Chelliah as one of his favorite economists, his doctoral advisor, and his mentor. My mother recollects that Dad was not only an economist, but he was good at storytelling and writing plays. So it was that at any wedding reception or any other function, he was called upon to write a play. And you know, for a particular function in Madras Christian College in Chennai, he wrote this really hilarious play. The story goes like this. There was a young man desiring to get married, and he put an advertisement in the college magazine in the matrimonial column. The next we know is that he goes to see his bride-to-be, and on the stage is a really fat lady appearing to be so coy. The man was shocked when he saw her, but he burst into the song about the fat kill pill. He sang this song which Daddy wrote, and the crowd was in splits of laughter. And then the man ran off stage. And the next scene tells us that once again he applied in the matrimonial column. He was not going to give up. And this time, to his horror, he saw a very thin, marasmic-looking individual. So the young man let out a groan and ran off stage. The whole crowd was in splits of laughter. This was also another side of Daddy. In closing, I will say that God blessed us with an honest, hardworking dad who worked relentlessly to save his country, and he could be full of fun when he wanted to. I want to thank you all for this award that you are giving to my father. Even though he is not here, he would be a proud man at this moment. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Dr. Masila, Malika Samuel, and Shobhana Chelliah for highlighting the facets of his personality that we weren't aware of. Thank you so much. And now as we move forward, as we said that Shri Nitin Gadkari has to attend a cabinet meeting, so we cannot hold him on for a very long time. He's been very graciously been here on time, so let's quickly go to him, and we will request him to address the audience and support this Congress and the award ceremony. And we will go back to Mr. N.K. Singh to pay rich tributes to late Dr. Chelliah after that. I request Shri Nitin Gadkari to please address the audience.
Namaskar. My parliament colleague Sushil Modi ji, Chairman of 15th Finance Commission, Honorable Sri N.K. Singh ji, distinguished dignitaries, guests, and all my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to connect with you virtually on the occasion of National Taxation Award 2021 by Tax India Online. At the outset, I would like to congratulate all award winners. And it is because of these special people we are able to build this country. The awards in the tax sector is the right step to recognize and appreciate the silent contributors. Our Prime Minister's dream is to make Indian economy as #1 economy in the world. We are in the welfare state. In a democracy, we are very much committed for the welfare of the people. Actually, the basic challenge with the government that comparing the GDP growth in the percentage what tax we are getting. Our government is doing constantly reform in tax sector, particularly the income tax. Lot of system are digitalized and our basic policy is transparent, time-bound, result-oriented, corruption-free and giving relief to the people. The honest people who want to pay the tax, it is the humble duty of all the officers and the government to help them properly because that is very important for the system. Today, as far as the tax reform is concerned, one nation, one market, one tax, and that is GST, is a success story for our country. In this year, we have a record-break collection of GST of more than 1,40,000 crore. It is really a great achievement for the government. We are constantly moving towards the tax reform. Regarding the income tax, many decisions has already been taken by the government, and Digital India is the dream of our Prime Minister. We are making different type of softwares and digitalize the system by which we want to give the relief to the people who want to pay the taxes. I am really happy that regarding this venture in the system, the most important role of our officers who are working hard for getting good tax for the country. Mr. Chelliah ji has contributed in tax reform. Really, his approach was very transparent, and with his initiative, a lot of things which government has accepted, giving good fruit to the government. Today, the taxpayer contribution to the country's national reconstruction is very, very remarkable and historical. Actually, the taxpayers are basically the most important stakeholders who contribute for nation building. And that is one of the reasons that it is the duty of the government to protect the honest taxpayer. At the same time, the people who are using the loopholes of the system, we need to find out them. Today, by the system is transparent, time-bound, and result-oriented. The 21st century is the century of information technology and biotechnology. And by using information technology in the system, that IT-based system, IT-based softwares, and digital system, it is the time that we can get more revenue, but that is not the only target for the government, but also the honest taxpayers who are paying the tax, giving them reasonable relief, and at least many times they have to face a lot of complications and problems. Today, because of tax reform, lot of decision has already taken by our government, and our government and the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister's dream is to make system transparent, time-bound, result-oriented, and qualitative with digitalized system. Today, it is really important for the country. I really appreciate your role for appreciating the people who contributes nation building by collecting the revenue, by giving their special cooperation, special initiative, by giving great revenue to the welfare of the people of this country. I am really happy that the role of taxpayer is equally important. At the same time, the people who are working in the system, their role is equally important. It is really a nice idea that motivation and inspiration in the system is very important. The people are working not because of any getting advantage for them, but the recognition and respect giving to the system and the appropriate people, it creates really a great inspiration and motivation for all the people. I really appreciate that you are encouraging the people who are really contribute for the system, contribute for the nation building, and contribute for the tax revenue. The innovative attitude, approach, and the vision of these people really contributes in nation building. I am really happy that you are all giving awards to the people, those who are contributes, really a great thing for the country. Without their contribution, it is difficult for government to make welfare state. We are doing a lot of social schemes, helping to the poor people, and that is only because of the people like you who contribute for that. The basic principle in the democracy is the people who can capability to give the tax, taking tax from them and giving it to the poor people who are needy. We are working on the socio-economic principle of Pandit Deen Upadhyay, that is Antyodaya. It is our social economic thinking is our goal. The people who are socially, economically, educationally backward, those who don't have food, don't have house, don't have clothes on their body, we are actually considering them as God. And we have to work for them. And by working with them, if they get food, shelter, and at the same time the cloth on their body, then 100% it is going to be resolved our problem, and it is going to fulfill our dream of Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay, which he explained as a socio-economic thinking of Antyodaya. And for committing for this principle, we are very cautious, and that's the reason that we need the money from the taxpayer and giving it to the poor people. I know that our GDP growth, the 8 to 12% is from the rural agriculture and tribal area and allied industry. And at the same time, our manufacturing sector contributes 22 to 24%. At the same time, our service sector is giving 52 to 56% contribution. Now, this is the time that India is the fastest growing economy. Atmanirbhar Bharat is the dream. And our Prime Minister's dream is to make Indian economy of $5 trillion. Without getting the tax revenue, the GST and income tax is the most important stakeholders. Because of that, we can develop the country. We are developing infrastructure, water, power, transport, communication. And without getting revenue, we cannot make good infrastructure. And without infrastructure, we cannot get industry. We cannot increase our trade and business. And without trade, business and industry, we cannot create employment potential. And without employment potential, we cannot eradicate the poverty. Honorable N.K. Singh Saab is there. He is always working on the financial challenges of the country. And this is the time for all of us. The challenge in 115 aspirant district, the challenges in the agriculture and rural sector, the problem of water scarcity, the problem for irrigation, problem for agriculture growth. These are the highest priority for the government. The rural, agriculture and tribal India needs more development. We are very much committed for social equality, at the same time economic equality. And for economic equality, we need capital. For capital, by which we need industry, trade, business, and we have to increase our export. We have to reduce our imports. And I always tell it to the people that the knowledge is the power. The innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, skill, and successful practices. We name it as a knowledge, and conversion of knowledge into wealth is the future. At the same time, conversion of waste into wealth is the future. It is really a great thing for the country that young, talented, intelligent engineering manpower, highest in the world, is available in India. And government is a facilitator for them. We need to support them. But one thing which is absolutely correct, that Swami Vivekananda ji on his already vision statement has cleared that no philosophy can be taught to empty stomach. So we cannot taught any philosophy to empty stomach. For all the welfare work, we need revenue. And without income tax and GST, we cannot fulfill this dream. I am really happy the people who contribute for fulfilling our dreams of Antyodaya, helping to the poor people. There are two important stakeholders. One is the taxpayers, and the other important stakeholder is the people who are working in the system. I am really happy for that reason that you are encouraging all the people who are really contribute, and their great contribution, their vision, their decision-making process, and their research, and their approach, and their all attitude towards this aim is really very, very remarkable and historical. I am very much happy that you are giving award to them. It is really a great thing which is going to inspire and motivate all of them. I am giving all my best wishes to all award winners, particularly Chelliah ji, and all the persons, all the award winners who are getting the prize. and I am giving my all best wishes to all of you. Once again, thank you very much. I have to attend the cabinet meeting. That's why I am in a hurry. I am making apology for Mr. N.K. Singh because I am not listening to his speech, but I need to go there. But again, with his meeting as an infrastructure minister, I am always trying to make more investment. And today, from last my 7 years of career, N.K. Singh ji, we have spent more than 50 lakh crores on infrastructure. We are getting good support from the people, from the bankers, from the investors. We don't have any shortage for money. Our models are really good. Internal rate of return is good. IRR is very good. And your support is equally good. 100% within 5 years, we will make Indian road infrastructure up to US standard. That is our dream. We are making 22 green express highway, 26 industrial corridors, and 100% for that reason we need money. And the people like you who are taking initiative to collect the revenue, and with that revenue we are constructing new India. I am really happy. I am giving my thanks to all of you. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
That was Shri Nitin Gadkari, the longest serving Minister for Road Transport and Highways and a true visionary, a leader for an eye on the future of Indian economic growth, giving his address to the audience. And now that that's done, I would like to request Mr. R. Sridhar, TIOL Award Committee Coordinator, to please join me and give a vote of thanks to Shri Nitin Gadkari.
As Sir has to leave for a meeting very urgently, we thank Honorable C. Gadkari ji for having taken time to address the larger gathering and perhaps be present in the award ceremony for late Dr. Chelliah. And we really look forward to the continued motivation of his guidance and looking forward to having him in person in our next year awards. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Shri Nitin Gadkari. And we also have with us Shri N.K. Singh, who has graced us this morning with his presence, despite his hectic schedule, even though virtually. Chairperson of the 15th Finance Commission and an eminent economist, Mr. Singh has handled important portfolios in India's economic reform strategy and also held public offices, including India's Expenditure and Revenue Secretary, a member of National Planning Commission, as well as Secretary to the Prime Minister. It's time I invite Shri N.K. Singh to pay a rich tribute to late Dr. Chelliah, the recipient of TIOL Fiscal Heritage Award.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this privilege of allowing me to associate myself with this important occasion to pay a tribute to late Raja Jaswadass Chelliah, popularly known as Raja. I had the privilege of knowing and working with him during the important years from 91 to 93. I recall that he occupied for the first time a corner room in the North Block where we were both working. Dr. Manmohan Singh was on the left-hand corner room, and Raja was on the right-hand room on that same floor where he was the chairman of the very important Tax Reforms Committee. We owe it to him that the far-reaching changes in taxation, the multiplicity of rates, the jungle of excise, customs rate, income tax rate, corporate rates, all attracted the attention of Raja, who was respected for his independence, for his dominant skills on tax reform policy, and today's important changes in fiscal policies have put an origin in the recommendations of the committee which he had headed. He was a visionary, and I am privileged to associate myself with this important recognition of the far-reaching contributions which Raja made to our fiscal policies. They are at the heart of India's economic strategy. They are at the heart of an effort to get onto a higher growth trajectory and combining high rates of economic growth with sustained macroeconomic stability. The dichotomy between achieving macroeconomic stability and high rates of economic growth without the complications of a balance of payments crisis from where India had just begun to emerge are all embedded in the far-reaching recommendations of Raja's report. He went on, and I was fortunate to continue my association with him when he headed the National Institute of Fiscal Policy, which is today's India's most premier institution in fiscal policy changes, and continued to be associated with him as Raja went on to establish the Madras School of Economics. Indeed, I recall with warmth, with gratitude, and nostalgia about my association with him over a number of years. His indelible contribution transcends, no doubt, his mortal life, and it is only in the fitness of things that today, in giving this award, we recognize the important far-reaching structural changes which Raja made, not only in his capacity as the head of the Tax Reforms Committee, but thereafter in multiple capacities to the end. I associate myself with this important occasion and deemed it a privilege for me to say a few words on this occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sri N.K. Singh. Before we move forward, we also have rich tributes from many other eminent fiscal experts for late Dr. Chelliah. Let's take a look at that. So those were the tributes from other fiscal experts. Now with that done, we would like to resume the presentation of TIOL Jury Award. I would once again request all the jury members to please come forward so that we can resume the presentation ceremony of TIOL Jury Award. If you could please come to the front of the stage where we would do the presentation ceremony. We would like to resume with the category of facilitators and intermediaries. And the winner of TIOL Jury Award in this category is Anil Sharma. I request Mr. Ramesh Abhishek to please present this award. The next award in the category is for Rajkot Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and we have the President, Mr. V.P. Vaishnav, to collect the award with us. I request Mr. Shivakriti Singh to please present the award. Do we have someone from Rajkot Chamber of Commerce and Industry here? Okay, I'm afraid not. I request the hostess to please take the award back. We'll make sure that this reaches them. The next award in this category is for Hire Gange and Associates LLP, and I'm told we have Nikita Maheshwari and Pooja Jajwani joining us to collect the award. I request Mr. A.N. Jha to please present the award. With a generous round of applause. Many congratulations, Hire Gange and Associates LLP, Nikita Maheshwari and Pooja Jajwani collecting the award. And next up is the category of fiscal journalists or columnists under TIOL Jury Award. The first recipient in this category is Ajay Kumar Mishra. I request Mr. R.C. Lahoti to please present the award if he is still present with us. Is Justice Lahoti with us? I'm afraid not. The next award in fiscal journalist category goes to Shailesh Sheth. I request Shivakriti Singh to please present this award. Many congratulations to you, Mr. Shailesh Sheth. The next award in fiscal journalist goes to Abhishek Raja, and I request Ms. Praveen Mahajan to please present the award. Mr. Abhishek Raja. Many congratulations, Mr. Abhishek. Next, we move on to the category of MSME under TIOL Jury Award. The first one goes to La Marith Exports Limited. I request Mr. A.N. Jha to please present this award to Uma Shankar Lat, who's here to receive the award. Next award in the MSME category is for IPP Catalog Publications Private Limited, and we have Mr. Naresh Khanna to receive the award. I request Mr. Ramesh Abhishek to please present this award. Do we have Mr. Naresh Khanna from IPP Catalog Publications? I'm afraid not. We'll make sure this award reaches them. The next award in MSME is for Narmada Spinning Private Limited. I request Sri Sushil Modi to please present this award to Gautam Dhamsania, who's here to receive it. Many congratulations, Mr. Gautam. And now we move on to celebrate corporates with a turnover between 500 and 5,000 crores. And this category, the first winner of TIOL Jury Award is Watson Pharma. We have Mr. Nishank Bhargav, Regional Finance Director and Country CFO, and Mr. Vishal Kulkarni, Associate Director Tax, to receive the award. Once again, I request Mr. Sushil Modi to please present the award. The next award in this category is for JK Lakshmi Cement, We have Mr. Manish Kumar Jain, General Manager Accounts, to receive the award. I request Mr. Shivakriti Singh to please present it. JK Lakshmi Cement, a winner under turnover between 500 to 5,000 crores, TIOL Jury Award. The next award in this category is for Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust. We have Mr. Sanjay Sethi to receive the award. I request Mr. A.N. Shah to please present it. Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust, Mr. Sanjay Sethi receiving the award under turnover between 500 to 5,000 crore category. The next award is for Ever Ready Industries India Limited. We have Mr. Prakash Bhagat, RCM North, to receive the award. I request Mr. Ramesh Abhishek to please present it. TIOL Jury Award for the turnover between 500 to 5,000 crore being received by Ever Ready Industries India Limited. Many congratulations. Moving on to the category of corporate turnover of more than 5,000 crores. Under this category, the first winner is Northern Coalfields Limited. I'm afraid we don't have anyone from Northern Coalfields Limited joining us, but we'll make sure that the reward reaches them. The next one in this category, the winner is Wipro Enterprises Private Limited, and I'm told we have Mr. Nikhil Gupta, Global IDT Lead, here to receive the award. I request Mr. Shivakriti Singh to please present it. Many congratulations, Wipro Enterprises Private Limited, recipient of corporate turnover more than 5,000 category under the TIOL Jury Award. And the last TIOL Jury Award in this category is for Naira Energy Limited. We have Mr. Shashikant Yadav, Joint General Manager Corporate Affairs, here to receive the award. I request Ms. Praveen Mahajan to please present the award. Many congratulations, Naira Energy Limited and Mr. Shashikant Yadav. And now I request our honorable jury to please take their respective seats as we move towards the TIOL National Taxation Awards. Shri Sushil Modi, if you could please stay back to present the awards. I would also like to request the Additional Chief Secretary of Haryana, who's with us here, to please join Mr. Modi in presenting the awards. So we begin the TIOL National Taxation Awards with the deemed category. And this category, the first one is Customs Zonal category. And we also have a classification of silver and gold in the category. The silver in Customs Zonal category goes to Gujarat Zone. And on behalf of Gujarat Zone, we have Ms. Seema Arora, Chief Commissioner of Delhi, to receive the award, and also Mr. Mukesh Rathore and Mr. Ravendra Tiwari. Many congratulations to Gujarat team for winning the silver under the Customs Zonal category. Moving on to the gold in the Customs Zonal category, the gold goes to Mumbai Zone 3. We have Chief Commissioner of Customs, Mr. Rupam Kapoor, here with us. I request him to please join on stage and receive the award. Many congratulations, the gold winner of Mumbai Zone 3. Mr. Rupam Kapoor, if I could have you say a few words on the dais, please.
Honorable jury members for the TIOL 2021 Awards, distinguished guests, and my colleagues from the department. It is with tremendous pride and gratitude that I stand here to receive this award. Pride because what my more than 1,000 officers of my zone achieved to get this award. Gratitude for all of you for that recognition which you have given to us. Mumbai Zone 3, in fact, is just a small part of what the government servants across the country have been doing, from not just customs, but other departments as well, during this 2021, which was a very challenging year for all of us. The government departments like postal, the health workers, the customs, not just that, every other, they were out there in the field, even during those pandemic days, trying to provide selfless service to all the citizens of the country. This award, being in the taxation side, is essentially for the customs, but I think all the government servants who have been out there working in 2021 really deserve all the applause we can give them. I would also like, because I'm here, to highlight what Mumbai Zone 3 is all about. We have a saying, we have a saying over there, that where other zones have hours to deal with a crisis, we have minutes. Mainly, primarily, if you see, imagine those days when we were kids and the good times fly very fast. In times of crisis, they seem interminable. A passenger who has come in after flying in for 12 hours, tired, if he's delayed at the airport, those are interminable times. The machinery manufacturer who wants to have that critical machinery part in minutes and is just waiting for his production to start. Mumbai Zone 3 deals with more than 3 million such packages and more than 1 million passengers every year. And we have a satisfaction rate possibly of 99.99999%. We count the complaints in double digits, dissatisfied, where we have not been able to satisfy the aspirations of the people in double digits on the maximum. And with this pride, that I tell my officers that they have put their best through the year. I thank all my officers for all the work which they've done during the year, and TIOL and the jury members for recognizing the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rupam Kapoor, and big congratulations. That was the winner of Gold, Mumbai Zone 3, under the Customs Zonal category. Now we're moving on to the State VAT category. First, for the presentation of the silver in this, once again, I would like to request Shri Sushil Modi and Additional Chief Secretary of Haryana to please come forward and present the award. The winner of silver is Punjab, and we have Mr. Neelkant, our department, here with us.
मल्टीपल लोग अलग-अलग इंस्ट्रक्शन दे रहे हैं
And moving on to gold, which goes to Odisha in the State VAT category. And once again, I would like Mr. Modi to please present the award. And I would like to invite Shri Sushil Kumar Lohani to please receive the award. Big congratulations out there, sir. Many congratulations, Sri Sushil Kumar Lohani, receiving it for Orissa, the winner of State VAT under the category. So we can't let you go without saying a few words, please. You could use this dice if that's more convenient.
Esteemed members on the dais, dear audience, this gives me immense pleasure to receive this award on behalf of Tax Commissionerate Odisha. In fact, I must thank TIOL for nominating us and also people who supported us and the jury who has supported us for giving us this award. This certainly gives us a lot of, motivates us a lot. We have been doing a lot of good work for the taxpayers in Odisha. And this is in the recognition of the work which we are doing on behalf of all the officers who have been working hard in the field offices. I thank you, I thank the jury, I thank TIOL for recognizing our effort and for giving us this award. This will certainly go a long way in motivating the officers. Thank you very much.
Many congratulations once again, sir. And next up, we're moving on to the CGST zonal category, starting with the silver, and the winner is Delhi. To present this award, once again, I request Mr. Rastogi and Mr. Modi to please come forward. And to receive the award, we have Mr. Anupam from Delhi CGST. And now let's hear it up for the gold winner under the category. This goes to Ahmedabad, and we have Srimati Seema Arora from there to receive the award, along with Mr. Mukesh Rathore and Mr. Ravindra Tiwari. She received the award earlier on behalf of the Gujarat zone, but they're here for Ahmedabad as gold winners. Many congratulations to you, Srimati Seema. I would like to request you to spare a few minutes to say a few lines, please.
Good morning, everybody. Distinguished guests, esteemed jury, Tax India Online. Thank you so much for this recognition. We are catering in Ahmedabad to almost 2,33,000 taxpayers, and this is a recognition from them, and we thank them despite the COVID and other jurisdictional obstacles that we face. Ahmedabad zone is growing at a pace of 29% over last year, and it is all thanks to the efforts of the young officers here with me. I thank all of you on behalf of the zone. Thank you so much.
Many, many congratulations once again, Srimati Seema Arora. Moving forward to the next category, which is the reformist state category, I would now like to request Sri Sushil Modi and Mr. Vipul Jhaveri from Deloitte, our knowledge partner, to please come forward to present these awards. The silver in the reformist state category goes to the state of Haryana, and we have Mr. Siddharth Jain, Additional Commissioner Haryana, to receive the award. Many congratulations to the state of Haryana for winning silver under the reformist state category. And the gold in the category of Reformer State goes to the state of Odisha. And I would like to once again invite Sri Sushil Kumar Lohani to please come and receive this second award of the day. I think State of Odisha is a double recipient today, deserves a big round of applause. Many congratulations, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the non-deemed category winners. Under this, the first category is of fiscal journalists. To present this award, once again, I would like to request Sri Sushil Modi to please come forward. So we're not going to let you sit again and again. Thank you so much. And the winner for silver under this category is Mr. Arun Goyal. And the next is a gold in the category of fiscal journalist, which goes to Anshuman Tiwari. The winner of gold under the fiscal journalists non-deemed category, Mr. Anshuman Tiwari. Big congratulations. Big congratulations, sir. How does it feel to win the gold in the category? Please say a few words.
Thank you, Jury. Thank you, Mr. Modi. This award came to me in a complete surprise. I was not expecting to be. Being a journalist, generally we don't expect awards. Better to we prefer to be, our pen should speak more than from the dais. But this is an important occasion for me. I would like to pay homage to Dr. Raja Chelliah, who has been a teacher to me, like in my early days of journalism. We used to visit NIFPFP as a part of our regular visits, and he has taught me how to understand tax policy. So this is a great opportunity for me. When this whole tax reforms were start, I was covering tax reforms in early days. Thank you for this recognition. This gives a lot of responsibility, being a journalist. Thank you for Tax India Online. Thank you to the jury for this recognition. Okay.
Congratulations once again, Mr. Anshuman Tiwari. Moving on to the category of facilitators and intermediaries. To present these awards, I request Sri Rastogi to please come forward on the stage to present these awards. The silver in this category goes to Anish Goyal, Goyal Rathi and Associates. The silver goes to Goyal Rathi and Associates, and we have Mr. Anish Goyal and his team to receive the award. The gold in the category goes to CA Rajendra Kumar. Mr. Rajendra Kumar here to receive the award, gold under facilitators and intermediaries category. Many congratulations, Mr. Rajendra Kumar, to you. And the next gold, so there's one more gold to present, goes to Dr. Avinash Podar, partner in the firm. Can I please have you on the stage to receive your gold? And can we have a big round of applause for the gold winners, please? That's really, really sweet. Big congratulations and a huge round of applause. Thank you, Shri Rastogi. And now we move on to the next category of tax technology service providers. I would like to check with the tech team, do we have Mr. N.K. Singh available with us? Do we have Shri N.K. Singh virtually with us? If you have Shri N.K. Singh, please put him on the screen at the backstage. In case you note, we will just resume the categories. Moving on to the tax technology service providers, I would like to once again request Shri Sushil Modi to please come forward and present these awards. The silver in this category goes to Iris Business, and we have Mr. Gautam Mahanti to receive the award. Gautam Mahanti, Senior VP and Business Head, Iris Business. Are we happy for Mr. Gautam? Yes, thank you. Many congratulations, Mr. Gautam, on winning the silver under the category. Request you to please say a few words before you leave the stage.
On behalf of the entire IRIS family, I would like to thank TIOL and the jury for recognizing our contribution in the tax technology service provider category. If India has to become a 5 trillion economy, digitizing and integrating the entire commerce chain is absolutely critical. And Shailendra ji today spoke about the role of family values and the role of parental guidance. We feel that it's actually the collective responsibility of the entire citizens of the country to make sure that we play our bit in this journey. And that's where we have an app, Iris Peridot, which is used by more than 500,000 users, tax practitioners, government officials, as well as taxpayers to actually check the validity of tax invoices and the authenticity of these invoices. So that's Iris playing its small bit in ensuring that we become a 5 trillion economy by using the best of technology, and we are absolutely committed in this journey. Thank you very much once again.
Many congratulations, Mr. Gautam, once again. Moving on to the gold in the tax and technology service providers. The gold goes to Tally Solutions, and we have Mr. Syed Mohammad Saad, DGM Government Business, and Gyanendra Chand, Manager Marketing, to receive the award. Once again, I request Sri Sushil Modi to present the award to them. Mr. Syed Mohammad Saad and Mr. Gyanendra Chand, here to receive the award for Tally Solutions under Gold for Tax Technology Service Providers. Shri Modi, I request you to please stay back for the next category as well. The next category is of MSMEs, and the silver in this goes to All Wet Diagnostic Solutions Private Limited. We have Mr. Manish Gupta, Managing Director, and Mr. Sudhakar Verma, Business Manager, to receive the award. All Wet Diagnostic Solutions Private Limited, the winner of silver under MSME in tax technology. A huge round of applause, please. And the winner of gold in MSME category is the Raja Lakshmi Cotton Mills Private Limited. We have with us the group CEO Sanjay Verma and Manager GST Mr. Sanjay Mishra to receive the award for the Raja Lakshmi Cotton Mills Private Limited. Congratulations, the Raja Lakshmi Cotton Mills Private Limited for receiving the award. And the next is for corporates with 500 plus turnover. In this, the silver goes to Mitsubishi Elevator. I'm afraid that there's nobody joining us from Mitsubishi's team today, but we'll make sure that Mitsubishi's award reaches them. Moving on to the gold in the plus 500 crore category. The gold is being won by Black Box Limited. We have Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, Senior VP and Head Finance for India, and AVP Mr. Sanjay Ahlawat joining us to receive the award. Big congratulations, winner of gold, Black Box Limited. Why do I feel I'm the only one applauding? Please prove me wrong. Thank you. Many congratulations to you, Mr. Sanjeev Gupta and Mr. Sanjeev Ahlawat. Before we let you go, I would like to request Mr. Sanjeev Gupta to please speak a few words.
Distinguished guests and jury members, thank you very much for this honor. I am immensely honored to receive this award on behalf of our company, Black Box Limited. Tax compliances and payment of tax on time is our highest priority. Thank you very much.
Many, many congratulations to you, sir, once again. Moving on to the next category of turnover more than 5,000 crores. Once again, I would like to request Sri Sushil Modi, and I would also like to request Mr. Shivakriti Singh to please accompany him to present these two categories of awards. The first one is the silver going out to JSW Steel, and we have Mr. Vineet Agrawal, Senior Executive Vice President and Group Head of Taxation, and Mr. Sameer Pradhan, Associate Vice President, Indirect Tax, to receive the award for JSW Steel Limited. Many congratulations, Mr. Vineet Agrawal and Mr. Sameer Pradhan, receiving silver under more than turnover of 5,000 crores for JSW Steel Limited. Congratulations, sir. Just a few words from your side before you leave the stage. I request Mr. Modi and Mr. Shivakriti Singh to please stay back for one more category, which we have to still give away.
Distinguished guests on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. Budget is the most important event as far as our parliamentary democracy is concerned. And if you read the first line when our financial statements are presented, first line is the revenue receipts of the government, and in that also the first line is tax revenue of the government. So this is this minuscule minority of taxpayers which assume such a great importance when it comes to our national event, but when it comes to recognition, probably this is the first time taxpayers are being recognized on such a large platform. So thank you for that. And last year, in fact, this is the platform on which awards are being given, but a public recognition came last year when our Honorable Prime Minister on the TV screen during the COVID times said, "Thank you, taxpayers." And that was the time we felt yes, we are also contributing to the country, and it is coming from none other than the highest executive of our democracy, the Honorable Prime Minister. I come from JSW Steel. We are in the core sector, and our motto is Make in India. We have been, Make in India is a new concept, but for JSW Group, we have always been, we manufacture in India, make in India, and we work in the core sector. And be it in the national building, be it setting up COVID hospitals, be it contributing to CSR activities, or diverting our industrial oxygen at the cost of our production and revenues. At the time of second wave of COVID, we have always stood, and sir, we are sure JSW Group will continue to stand with the country in all necessities wherever it is, and we will continue to be compliant taxpayers for the future. Thank you for this recognition. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Many, many congratulations once again, Mr. Vineet Agrawal. And now on to the presentation of gold under this category of 5,000 crore plus turnover. The gold goes to Tata Consultancy Services Limited, and we have the Global Head Taxation, Mrs. Renu Narvekar, here with us to receive the award. Once again, I request Sri Modi and Sri Shabakriti Singh to please present this award. Mrs. Renu Narvekar, Global Head Taxation, receiving it for Tata Consultancy Services Limited. Many congratulations to you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Modi. Thank you, Mr. Shabakriti Singh. Ma'am, a few words before you leave the stage.
Good morning to everyone. I would like to thank TIOL and the jury for this wonderful award. It's my honor to receive this on behalf of Tata Consultancy. Tata Consultancy Services, TCS as it's very properly known as, doesn't really need an introduction. We are the first Indian tech company to have crossed the $200 billion market cap, and we are the second most valued brand in the IT services sector globally. We operate in about 46 countries, which means that we have to manage the tax affairs and compliances across all the countries that we operate in. And this we do simply by following a code of conduct, which means following the law in both the letter and spirit. This award is a big picture of who we are, what we do, and where we are headed. It will be a constant reminder that all good work results in unbelievable achievements. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Renu Narvekar, and congratulations once again. Moving on with the show now. Those were the awards. We finished the category, and now we would like to thank Shri Anurag Rastogi, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Haryana, for gracing us with his presence this morning, despite his busy schedule. And also big congratulations to you, sir, for winning under the Reformist State for Haryana. If you could just request you to please say a few words.
Let me first of all thank the jury panel and the TIOL for having recognized the efforts made by the state. I was associated with this department more than 10 years ago also, and had the opportunity of working with Shri Sushil Modi ji also, when he was chairman of the Empowered Committee. As Commercial Taxes Commissioner of Haryana in those days, I'm just reminded as to how we actually were very, very apprehensive as to how we will be able to maintain our revenues once we move into GST. And especially states like Haryana, including Gujarat, Maharashtra, some of the southern states, which are basically the manufacturing states of the country, and the taxation principle shifting
its pendulum towards destination based, we were quite apprehensive. And we really didn't know as to how and in what circumstances we will be able to walk the distance between VAT and GST. However, nearly now in 2022, when we are completing 5 years of introduction of GST also, all of us are far more confident today. We have been able to pull it through. We have been able to pull it through not in the initial years of GST, but also at a time when COVID pandemic hit us. All of you who keep track of the state's revenues are aware and would be aware that COVID has hit all of us very hard. But we have been able to sail through, and I am quite optimistic that in times to come also, with the help of all the technology providers and the experts who are helping this migration or who have helped this migration, we will keep on doing well, not only as a state, but also as a country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sri Rastogi. Thank you so much for your address. We also have Sri N.K. Singh back available with us, who's been presiding over this awards function virtually. We would like to thank him once again for gracing this occasion with his presence, of being a continued supporter and a continuous guide for TIOL and its various endeavors. I would like to go to him now and request him to please speak a few words regarding the National Taxation Awards 2021. Sri N.K. Singh.
Thank you very much. I greatly value this opportunity to participate virtually, no doubt, alas, on this important occasion of the second National Award of the TIOL. This award, which is to recognize enhanced consciousness and to confer encouragement to compliance at the on the issues of taxation, is an important initiative for achieving the daunting challenges of fiscal policy. I have the privilege to speak a few words on the broader issues of taxation changes. As we look at the fact, the budget is now not even 1 month old. We must really, therefore, give credit to the visionary sagacity. First and foremost, it is really quite extraordinary. The tax to GDP ratio has remained more or less constant through the 90s and far below our potential. I must give credit to the current Revenue Department, to the Revenue Secretary, and to the Finance Minister, that this year, for several years before that, the tax to GDP had languished below even 10%. This year, the idea is to reach 10 points it would be. And I would place that revenue neutral rate in the region a little up or over and above the 15%, which we had recommended obliquely in the recommendations of the 15th Finance Commission. I had myself calculated way back, long before the GST came into play, that the revenue neutral rate on the GST would be somewhere in the region of about 16% or so. But leaving 16% out, there is no doubt that the International Monetary Fund, calculations made by 2 successive former chief economic advisors, calculations made by us, would suggest that the revenue neutral rate for the GST would be in the region of around 15% or so. This is one important objective which the GST Council must have. The second important objective would be not only on broad banding, fully doing away with the inverted duty structure, of the rationalization of rates, and ensuring high levels of compliances. When it comes to compliances, two independent reports done by the International Monetary Fund suggested that on compliance alone, we are losing roughly 2 to 3% of GDP by way of tax and tax realization. So doing international trade in India's case is going to be the most important engine of growth. Countries cannot really sustain real GDP growths of over 8% without trade acting as an important engine of growth. And I think that therefore some of the changes in regard to the customs would be necessary to complete the process. I think that the current international literature would suggest that as India moved towards an increasingly more protectionist policy, a more protectionist regime must be balanced by a greater realization that on an average, our rates are not too misaligned with the objective of average rates in terms of peer group countries. We need to therefore look at our customs structure, the broad banding of rates, the simplification on customs rules and regulations more closely than relying on merely increases in customs rate. So apart from this, in the area of direct taxes, the two important changes in the direct taxes is the area on the corporate tax rate. Now, on corporate tax rates, India's corporate tax rate today is one of the most attractive corporate tax rates. But there is a literature that have we realized fully the gains of a low corporate tax rate. Unfortunately, the sharp reduction in the corporate tax rates synchronized at a time when we also entered a comparative slowdown of the global economy and a slowdown of the Indian economy, and then of course followed by the pandemic. But as we begin to look ahead, I have no doubt that given leads and lags, corporate tax realization would be really an important instrument for increasing the corporate tax compliances, improving the fact that the gains from a sharp reduction in the corporate tax rates would lead to greater investment decisions. Direct tax rates have always been a challenging target for us. Not a question of merely rationalization of direct tax rates. I'd really like you to consider this following conundrum when it comes to direct tax rates. We had done some work on the direct tax rates, and we had come to the strange conclusion that on the direct tax rates, the actual realization of direct tax rates remains a very, very modest one. Consider the following. Consider the fact that in the case of direct taxes, out of the 5.53 crore individuals, which means over 50 million, that filed returns, 40.5% did not pay any tax. Another 53.2%, whose annual income averaged 5.6 lakhs, paid just a tax of 22,538 on an average, which means an effective tax rate of only 4%. The remaining 6.3% accounted for 79% of tax collections under the personal income tax. This suggests the skewed picture because of the plethora of exemptions, deductions, the lack of effective surveillance, and the structure of the tax rates and their slab. As we go forward, there are some other areas where important changes are necessary. I will highlight two important ones. On stamp duty, merely having stamp duty results in the propensity to undervalue property.
And therefore, stamp duty reforms must be read in conjunction with property tax reforms. Because when you look at, when we traveled to all state governments, one important conclusion we came to is that individual states often express their helplessness, that a lot of their taxes, particularly taxes for the third tier of government, the urban local bodies, the municipalities, and the panchayats, had been subsumed in a broader GST. And therefore, the latitude of choice which they had was rather limited. And therefore, one important area where revenues are unrealized, which could be an important instrument in supporting the state revenue, which could be an important source for supporting the self-sufficiency of the third tier of government, is on property taxes. In the 15th Finance Commission, we have made some very important detailed recommendations on the property tax. One other area which remains an enigma to me is the area of professional taxes. On professional taxes, it requires a constitutional amendment to increase the professional tax rate, because if we use just the professional tax rate of 2,500, which was fixed in 1988 through a constitutional amendment, it is clear that this is totally misaligned with today's price metrics. Sometimes, in a lighter vein, I have said that part of the problem is far too many people from the legal profession have also been India's finance minister for long. And that, therefore, the area of professional taxes is an area on which they have been somewhat lenient. We had therefore calculated in our commission's report, and I quote, from the implicit GDP deflator for each year and using an upper ceiling of an annual professional tax of just 2,500 rupees fixed in 1988, at today's using the deflator would turn out to be 18,000 rupees on 1920 prices alone. Therefore, I think that I would strongly argue the need for the constitutional amendment to really make the professional tax more meaningfully related to the changes which have taken place. In summary, I would suggest the 5 important steps. First, undertake the revenue administration changes in parallel with tax reforms changes. Second, broaden the base for both direct and indirect taxes by reducing exemptions and improving compliances. Third, shift focus to indirect taxation through value-added taxes with greater simplification, broad banding, seeking a genuinely revenue-neutral rate, and making the necessary changes in the reforms of the GST. Fourth, sustain the tax increase through administrative reforms on key compliance areas, including risk-based audits, filing, and reporting. And finally, as I said, relook at the area of professional taxes and relook from the viewpoint of the state government at the untapped potential of property taxes. All this must be seen in the broader context, not only of the stagnant revenue to GDP, stagnant over nearly a decade, misaligned with the other peer group countries, and to really ensure that the 5% gap identified by professionals and fiscal experts, 5% gap in terms of the GDP, really becomes the important source which will enable the continued macroeconomic stability with high economic growth being sustained. Today, India faces this unique challenge of how do we sustain in the post-pandemic period the rates of growth of real GDP going from 7 to 8%, which will mean looking at the deflator, a nominal GDP of around 12.5%, which is necessary to get us out of the conundrum in which we are today. Without far-reaching, important tax policy changes, I fear that these daunting objectives will remain somewhat unrealized, and these challenges would have been only partially met. In that sense, this conference, the second conference of TIOL Award, comes at a unique time when the world economy itself is facing many new challenges on account not only in the aftermath of the pandemic, but now in the aftermath of the new geopolitical uncertainties. And I fear that unless we address the fiscal issues in a broader context, global good would suffer, but more importantly, the Indian growth potential will remain stymied. We therefore must recognize the value and importance of today's conference and the opportunity which it gives us to relook on our fiscal challenges in this renewed and in the context of these sudden new challenges which confront policymakers. Thank you very much for this opportunity, for enabling me to share some of my thoughts on tax policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sri N.K. Singh, for your erudite and insightful address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we move further with the proceedings of the show, I would like to request Sri Sushil Modi, Mr. A.N. Jha, who will be speaking, of course, on behalf of the jury just in a few minutes, Mr. Vipul Jhaveri to please stay back on the stage, and I request all the other special guests and the members of the jury to please occupy the front seats there. Thank you. And we are also very, very privileged to have with us Justice M.R. Shah, who's taken out time, and very gracefully he's here. Thank you so much, sir. We really value your presence. I would like to now request you to please join us on the dais. Justice M.R. Shah is a specialist in civil, criminal, constitutional, taxation, labor service, and company matters, and specialized in land, constitutional, education, excise, and custom matters. And he's been a judge of the Supreme Court since November 2018. It's really an honor to have him in this August gathering with us today. Moving on, we would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to Sri N.K. Singh for being here and for being a guiding force always for us. I would like to request Mr. Shailendra Kumar, CEO and TIOL founding editor, to please join me on the dais and present a vote of thanks to Sri N.K. Singh.
Thank you, sir. It is always wonderful to have you. And the kind of inspiration which we derive from you, apart from the knowledge and the depth of your command on fiscal issues, the way you motivate us and the way you motivated every taxpayer in this country, that itself is unparalleled and unmatched. So let me thank you, sir. I mean, notwithstanding the fact that, you had some issues and still you gave so much of time, we are always thankful and indebted to you, sir. Thank you, sir, for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So ladies and gentlemen, we've had so many awards, and you can truly imagine how extensive the process must have been for the jury to arrive at the winners of these awards. We would really like to take a moment to thank all the jury members for the time and effort that they've put in.
Let's call him. Since we have Honorable Revenue Secretary with us, I would request him, sir, please join us on the dais. That will be our privilege.
Let's extend a very warm welcome. Thank you for joining us, sir, this morning. Moving on, as I was mentioning, that it's been a very, very extensive, at times consuming and energy-intensive effort on the part of our jury members to come out with the final winners of the National Taxation Awards. To talk about the experience of the jury and to talk about on behalf of the entire jury, I would now like to request former Finance Secretary, Mr. A.N. Jha, to please join me on the dais and say a few words about the jury process of National Taxation Awards 2021.
Honorable Justice M.R. Shah, Honorable Member of Parliament and former Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Shri Sushil Modi ji, Shri N.K. Singh ji, my former Chairman of the 15th Finance Commission and noted economist administrator, Honorable Justice Shri Shivakirti Singh ji, Chairman of the jury, my fellow colleagues on the jury, esteemed guests on the dais, ladies and gentlemen present today in this gathering and virtually across the country and worldwide. It's both a privilege and pleasure for me to address this august gathering on behalf of the jury. I must at the outset place our gratitude and thanks on behalf of the jury members, all my jury members, to our mentor, Justice Lahoti, and Chairman, Justice Shivakirti Singh, for their guidance during the course of our work. We are here today to honor the outstanding performers in the second TIOL National Taxation Awards 2021, which, as it happened during the first award ceremony last year, is being held in the shadow of the COVID-19 pandemic. I congratulate all the award winners on behalf of the jury and especially the gold and silver winners and the jury award winners. Along with the participants, we had a fairly large number of participants this year compared to last year in each of these categories. And even though they did not win the award, it shows the interest which these awards have generated across the country. We are also here to honor and pay tribute to Dr. Raja J. Chelliah, a pioneer and undoubtedly one of the foremost economists and tax policy expert, and more importantly also a great institution builder in independent India. These awards have been introduced with several objectives, with the overarching goal of being a partner with the government in enhancing India's tax GDP ratios. With these rationale behind the awards, the jury had to design the questionnaire and marks for each question. There were 6 categories in the non-deemed category, which is corporates above 5,000 crore turnover, corporates between 500 and 5,000 crore turnover, MSMEs, etc. And we also had 3 in the deemed category, which comprise the commissionerates of direct and indirect taxes and the state governments. These have already been highlighted. You have already seen. As regards the deemed category of commissionerates, states and institutions, the process involved the support they get as they are already deemed nominated. As regards all non-deemed category, the process was through self-nomination and support. The support was to be elicited from PAN holders only. Anyone who was not got a PAN cannot support, and one person could only support one per category. Questions were evaluated and separate marks assigned for the jury. Each question carried a certain weight, which is recorded in the back end, and once all questions are answered, the total marks were auto-computed to a total which carried 80% marks. The remaining 20% was left to the jury to decide. Our experience in the second year of the award showed that the level of participation is still very limited. Maybe the pandemic came in the way of popularizing it across major cities and states. However, we are sanguine that in 2022, we will be able to scale up the participation through extra efforts and measures that the feedback will reveal to us. I thank you very much for your patience. And once again, my congratulations to all the award winners as well as those who participated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ahenja, and thank you so much for giving the kind of time, energy, and effort that the jury put in to come out with the winners. Can we have a huge round of applause for our jury members, please? Moving on with our agenda of the day, I would like to now request Mr. Vipul Jhaveri to please grace the dais. Mr. Vipul is the Managing Partner, Tax for Deloitte in India, our knowledge partner. He has over 35 years of experience on advising foreign and Indian companies on entry strategy, mergers and acquisitions, regulatory services, and devising tax-efficient ownership and operating structures. Mr. Vipul Jhaveri.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais, members of the jury, ladies and gentlemen, present in this gathering, physically and virtually. It gives me immense pleasure to be amongst this august gathering to honor the awardees of the prestigious TIOL Taxation Awards 2021, and then join the Tax Congress for some very interesting technical sessions by eminent chairs and panelists. The award, instituted by TIOL, recognizes importance of key players of the tax ecosystem which drive the wheels of economic growth with their contribution. It has always been believed that taxpayers and tax collectors pursue goals that are not congruent. While taxpayers seek to minimize tax outgo, tax collectors look to maximize their collection. Perhaps a flippant but recognizable statement expressed by Barry Goldwater, a US senator in early 1960s, says it all. Tax legislation has probably created more criminals than any other single legislation of a government. Yet, there is a gradual but distinct shift emerging. While the government's desire is to raise adequate tax revenue for its expenditure, it is conscious that it must be done without discouraging economic activity, and also without resorting to excessive borrowing. Eventually, compliance of tax law must become a discipline whereby taxpayers meet obligations regularly and correctly, induced only by the perception of risk of non-compliance, as opposed to the fear for non-compliance. The awards today is a fine example of the gradual shift. The awards showcase model taxpayers, reformist governments, and enlighten revenue authorities so that more players emulate them in the years ahead. Many congratulations to the winners of the prestigious TIOL National Taxation Awards. We at Deloitte are privileged and honored to be here today as knowledge partners. Let me share with you my own experience of over last almost 40 years of how I have seen the tax world changing and the tax systems therein. Revenue authorities are increasingly collaborating rather than competing. Exchange of information, global minimum tax, BEPS, Pillar 1, Pillar 2 are all examples of collaboration at a global level. Audit-based assessments are giving way to risk-based assessment. Transaction-level taxation is rising. Technology is increasing. It is being used for compliance and tax administration. There is an ongoing effort to make tax law simpler and stable. Number of steps have already been taken towards simplification and reduction of tax litigation. An option for lower tax rate in lieu of foregoing deductions and exemption is one example. Such changes are evolving an improved tax system that eventually will enable raising adequate revenue for the government expenditure while without discouraging economic activity and without deviating too much from tax systems in other countries. Businesses have also become very dynamic. Business models are constantly changing. There are geopolitical realignment. Markets and market preferences are changing. All of them are creating new opportunities for attracting investment into India. Pandemic has also created unprecedented opportunities for global delivery centers of multinationals in India. India's prowess in technology, language skills, large talent pool has enabled multinational enterprises to carry on business with minimal or no disruption. This experience is attracting more multinationals to set up their global delivery centers in India, as also expanding scope of the existing. India is well placed to take advantage of absorbing huge foreign capital that is available today, create employment opportunities, and be an attractive market for goods and services with its large population. The economy has shown resilience and has balanced and bounced back to 8+% growth in a very short time. Next 3 years are also expected to be growing at over 8%. The $3 trillion economy is on course to be a $5 trillion economy in the next few years. Government is on the verge of signing multiple preferential trade agreements with UAE, Australia, EU, etc. Tax policies will therefore have to play a key role in achieving our economic goals. Recent tax policies have focused on making domestic industry more competitive by reducing customs duty on raw material imports, introducing PLI schemes for local manufacturing and assembly, discouraging imports of finished goods where domestic capacity exists, encouraging domestic manufacturing for exports. However, there are challenges that need to be addressed, like spike in oil prices, inflationary spiral in non-oil products, situation between Ukraine and Russia. Tax policies for the future must focus on reviving debate on new tax code to replace a 60-year-old legislation that is struggling to keep pace with the present-day business realities. Rationalizing GST rates with fewer states, slabs, and simplifying compliances. Managing tax controversies. Effort must continue to improve ease of doing business in India, in particular with regard to resolving existing tax disputes, not causing new cases also, and rapid resolution of disputes in a time-bound manner. Long-standing disputes have been one of the biggest detractors for new investment, hampering our economic activity and growth. Further steps have been proposed in the current finance budget for introducing International Arbitration Center for resolving disputes. A lot has been done and much remains to be done in this endless journey. We must remain optimistic in this idealistic journey and continue to drive in this direction with energy and conviction. Thank you. All the best, and let's see that the community of, the tax ecosystem growing and expanding year after year, and TIOL making this effort that it has started, which is in a way 2-year-old, but it is almost like a startup ecosystem that is there. And I'm sure in years to come, it will grow, and the community of taxpayers that India needs, our country needs, and our economy needs to fulfill all its objectives will be met. So thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vipul Jhaveri, Managing Partner Tax for Deloitte in India, our knowledge partner. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very, very fortunate to have with us Justice M.R. Shah today, who is, of course, a well-known specialist in civil, criminal, constitutional, taxation, labor, service and company matters, and specialized in land, constitutional, education, excise and custom matters. So a very, very big thank you going to you for making out time for these awards today. If I could just request you to please say a few words about TIOL Awards.
Morning to all of you. I'm sorry, but I must say that so far as this function is concerned, I am a night watchman, and all of a sudden I am told that you now play. So if there is any mistake, please excuse me. All the members of the jury, the dignitaries on the dais, participants. First of all, I thank the TIOL for this organizing this award. This is the second year award, and I thank and congratulate the award winners. Why I thank them? I thank on behalf of my country and my citizen for contributing their contribution, and congratulate them for having part of this award winning. I'll say only one thing. That everybody, two messages I will send. Everybody considers to pay the tax as a compulsion. But one should not treat it as a compulsion. It should be considered as your contribution to the nation. And it should be considered as your duty toward the society. Sometimes I also wonder that everybody, because the taxation to pay the tax is considered to be very compulsion. So by force we are paying the tax. And therefore sometimes it is used the words when you are tired or some clumsy is there that oh, it's taxing. Taxing itself we have made it as a compulsion. And therefore we use the word oh yeah, it is taxing. but it should not be like that. First of all, another thing that you should not, the taxpayer should not say that I'm obliging my country or obliging my other country people. Correct. It is, you should thank the God, correct, that the God has given you this much that you can pay the tax. If you don't earn, there is no question of paying any tax. So you are contributing to your society, to your brothers, sisters in the country, and unless and until you pay the tax, how the government will be in a position to manage for the welfare schemes and all these things. So everybody should be a honest taxman, correct? And I thank those persons, those gentlemen, correct, who are getting the award to pay the honest taxpayers. They will be a role model and a guide to the others also, and they will encourage the others to become the honest and honest payer. Honest taxpayer as per law, correct? There may be tax planning and tax evasion. Everybody knows that tax evasion is not permissible. Tax planning within the four corners law, it may be permissible. I will not take your time much because as a night watchman, I am not supposed to say so many things. Other dignitaries are there who are to speak. But congratulations to all those periods, and they may guide the others also. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Justice Amar Shah. Thank you so much. We are all deeply honored to have with us Sri Sushil Modi, former Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar. He was appointed the Chairman of the Empowered Committee of State Finance Ministers for the implementation of GST in July 2011. Sri Modi has been with us since morning and has very patiently presented so many awards. So very, very thankful to you for your presence this morning. Would like to request you to please spare a few words on the dais.
Respected Justice Amar Shah ji, Sri Tarun Bajaj ji, Sri Vipul Jhaveri, Sri N Jha, और उपस्थित मित्रों, बहनों और भाइयों, I must thank Mr. Shailendra for organizing such a grand event in which I had to give mementos and certificates to more than 25 or 30 people. तो मैं अपनी ओर से शैलेंद्र जी को इस शानदार कार्यक्रम आयोजित करने के लिए बधाई देता हूं। मित्रों, ये जो टैक्स इवेजन है, I think it is in the human nature. If you go in any country, you will find that there is a general tendency to evade taxes, not to comply with the taxes. And if anybody see tax rates or taxes on your bill or voucher, they are not happy with the tax rates or with the taxes which appear on their vouchers. And I personally feel that it is the technology which has played a vital role in checking this tax evasion. और एक बार आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक भाषण देते हुए कहा कि ये लोग कहते हैं कि behind every successful man there is a woman. ये बहुत पुरानी कहावत है, तो उन्होंने उसको जोड़ा, behind every corrupt person or tax evader is a financial advisor. क्योंकि जो financial advisor है वो दोनों काम करता है। तो इसलिए मैं फाइनेंशियल एडवाइजर से भी ये अपील करूंगा और आग्रह करूंगा कि अगर आप टैक्स कॉम्प्लायंस लोगों को बनाने में मदद नहीं करेंगे तो आखिर किसी राज्य की आमदनी क्या है? सोर्स ऑफ इनकम किसी भी स्टेट और कंट्री का केवल दो ही है, टैक्सेस एंड लोन। इस दो के अलावा दूसरा कोई रेवेन्यू नहीं सरकार के पास। एंड लोन यू हैव टू रीपे विद द इंटरेस्ट. So it is the only taxes which is the main source of revenue. People want good roads, they want airports, they want everything, but they don't want to pay taxes. And I personally feel that it is only the salaried class people who are paying the maximum taxes. And because they can't evade taxes, the government employees, वो तनख्वाह मिलने के पहले उनके टैक्स डिडक्ट हो जाता है, नहीं तो शायद वो भी टैक्स इवेड करने का प्रयास करते। तो इसलिए मित्रों, जो टेक्नोलॉजी ने जो रोल प्ले किया है, और मैं जीएसटी की मुख्य रूप से चर्चा करना चाहूंगा। अभी जस्टिस शाह और तरुण बजाज जी से बातचीत हो रही थी जीएसटी के बारे में। आई एम फॉर्चुनेट इनफ दैट आई वाज एसोसिएटेड विद वैट when VAT was implemented in this country, and I was associated also with GST. So right from 90, when I became finance minister of Bihar in the year 2005, जब देश में VAT लागू हुआ था, तो VAT की पूरी यात्रा को मैंने देखा है, और GST की भी प्रारंभिक यात्रा को, और संजोग से जब देश में GST लागू हुआ, तो अगेन आई बिकेम फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ऑफ बिहार। अब मैं 3 साल तक बिहार का वित्त मंत्री रहा। सो मैंने बहुत नजदीक से देखा है, और मैंने दुनिया के 8 देशों का दौरा किया एज द चेयरमैन ऑफ एम्पावर्ड कमिटी ऑफ स्टेट फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर्स टू स्टडी द इम्प्लीकेशंस ऑफ जीएसटी। और मैं दावे के साथ कह सकता हूं कि भारत ने जीएसटी को जितनी सफल तरीके से लागू किया है, उतना दुनिया के किसी देश ने लागू नहीं किया था। दुनिया के जिन देशों में जीएसटी इंप्लीमेंट किया गया, दे फेस्ड इन्फ्लेशन। इंडिया इज द ओनली कंट्री which had not to face any kind of inflation because of implementation of GST. आज बैरियर्स खत्म हो गए। नहीं तो 5 साल पहले याद कीजिए कि अगर चेन्नई से चलकर पटना जाना है तो ये टू क्रॉस मोर देन 12 बैरियर्स। और इंडिया जैसी कंट्री, अभी तो बजाज जी बोलेंगे कि कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी ऑफ जीएसटी, ये कोई सामान्य बात थी क्या कि पूरे देश के इतने स्टेट्स है, 29 स्टेट्स, उनको इंटीग्रेट करके सारे एक एक्ट, एक लॉ, एक रूल्स फ्रेम करना, और 16 से ज्यादा स्टेट और सेंट्रल टैक्सेस को मर्ज करके एक जीएसटी लागू करना, ये केवल नरेंद्र मोदी और अरुण जेटली की हिम्मत थी। अगर नरेंद्र मोदी जी का विजन नहीं होता और अरुण जेटली नहीं होते, तो शायद इस देश के अंदर जीएसटी लागू नहीं हो सकता था। मित्रों, मैं जीएसटी के बारे में 2-3 बात करना चाहूंगा। Just now Mr. N.K. Singh was talking about a revenue neutral rate. So the revenue neutral rate for GST is 15%. And the weighted average GST rate is 11%. क्योंकि जो वैट के अंदर जो हाईएस्ट वैट का था वो 14%, 13% था for the states. Now it is only 9% or 14% because very few items are in the 28% slab. Most of the items are in 18% or 12%. तो 18% का मतलब हो गया कि स्टेट टैक्स केवल 9%, और मोस्ट ऑफ द स्टेट्स में जो वैट का हायर स्लैब था वो 13-14% था। और एक बात और और यहाँ तो सारे एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, मुझे तो ना मैंने कॉमर्स पढ़ा है, ना मैं कोई इकोनॉमिक्स का जानकार हूँ, क्योंकि मैं तो पॉलिटिकल एक्टिविस्ट हूँ और पॉलिटिकल एक सेंस के आधार पर मैं काम करता हूँ। और मैं एक बात आपके ध्यान में डालना चाहूंगा कि लोग कहते हैं कि 28% है। आप एयर कंडीशनर खरीदने जाते हैं, आप कोई वॉशिंग मशीन खरीदने चाहते हैं, तो खास करके महिलाएं रिएक्ट करती हैं, अरे भाई 28% टैक्स है। लेकिन शायद उनको ये नहीं मालूम है कि इन दैट 28% 14% इज द स्टेट टैक्स एंड 14% is the central GST, which was earlier known as a excise duty. And earlier excise duty was not visible. It was a part of the price. इसलिए जब आप एयर कंडीशनर खरीदने जाते थे तो आपको बिल पर 14% दिखाई पड़ता था, जबकि 14% excise duty was not visible, it was invisible. So earlier also the tax rate was more than 28%. अभी समय नहीं है बोलने के लिए, मैं बता सकता हूं कि 80% आइटम्स पर जो जीएसटी लगा है, इट इज लेस देन व्हाट इट वाज अर्लियर। इफ यू कंबाइन स्टेट वैट विद द सेंट्रल एक्साइज, दोनों को जोड़ लेंगे, आइदर इट इज सीमेंट, आइदर इट इज स्टील, एयर, एनीथिंग, हर चीज पर आप अगर दोनों को मर्ज करेंगे तो आप पाएंगे कि टैक्स रेट जो है, इसीलिए वेटेड एवरेज जीएसटी रेट जो था वो 11% था। और दूसरी बात मैं एक और कहना चाहूंगा, तरुण बजाज जी यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, कि प्री जीएसटी जो ग्रोथ रेट था वैट का, प्री जीएसटी, वो पूरे देश के अंदर किसी भी राज्य का ग्रोथ रेट वाज नॉट मोर देन 10 to 11%, and now the states are having 14% of growth rate. अगर आप पूरे देश का प्री जीएसटी अगर ग्रोथ रेट देखेंगे वैट का, it is hardly 9 to 10% or 11%, and now the states are getting 14% of growth. और इसलिए पहले 2 साल जब जीएसटी लागू हुआ तो स्टेट्स को कंपनसेशन का कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं हुआ। मैं एक बात का और जिक्र करूंगा, कई इकोनॉमिस्ट के आर्टिकल्स में पढ़ता हूं कि स्टेट्स हैव सरेंडर्ड देयर टैक्सेशन सॉवरेनिटी, कि उनको जो अधिकार था टैक्स लगाने का वो उन्होंने सरेंडर कर दिया, बट दे फेल टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट इट इज नॉट ओनली द स्टेट्स which have surrendered, it is also the union government which has surrendered its sovereignty to levy excise duty. आज एक्साइज ड्यूटी यूनियन गवर्नमेंट तय नहीं करती है, तरुण बजाज जी तय नहीं करते, इट इज द स्टेट्स which are part and parcel which decides in a way to ये सेंट्रल एक्साइज ऑल्सो। इसलिए केवल राज्यों ने अपनी सॉवरेनिटी को सरेंडर नहीं किया, बल्कि केंद्र ने भी किया, इसलिए दोनों ने मिलकर अपनी सॉवरेनिटी को सरेंडर किया है और तब जीएसटी इसमें से पैदा हुआ है। मित्रों, 2-3 छोटी बात मैं कहूंगा कि जो कंज्यूमर प्राइस इंडेक्स है सीपीआई, उसके अंदर जो आइटम्स है, सो मोर देन 50% ऑफ कंजम्पशन आइटम्स इंक्लूडेड इन द कंज्यूमर प्राइस इंडेक्स आर इन एग्जेम्प्टेड लिस्ट। और प्री जीएसटी के अंदर वैट के अंदर hardly there were 100 items or 150 items totally if you combine all the states which were under the exempted list, और आज 50% items exempted list में है। इसलिए अगर रेवेन्यू बढ़ाना है स्टेट्स को, मैं जानता हूं ये आसान काम नहीं है, मैं भी वित्त मंत्री रहा हूं, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि दिस लिस्ट ऑफ एग्जेम्प्टेड लिस्ट शुड बी प्रूव्ड। उसमें कुछ चीजों पर धीरे धीरे उस लिस्ट को और कम करने की आवश्यकता है। दूसरी बात, रैशनलाइजेशन ऑफ टैक्स रेट्स, कि जो 4 मेन स्लैब्स हैं 5, 12, 18, 20, और जीएसटी काउंसिल कमेटी भी बनाई है जिगॉम, जो इस बात पर विचार करे कि हम टैक्स को रैशनलाइज कैसे कर सकते हैं। और अंत में जो सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है वह है कॉम्पनसेशन टू दी स्टेट्स, क्योंकि 30 जून को 5 साल पूरा होने जा रहा है। तो यूनियन गवर्नमेंट ने कमिट किया था कि 14% पर ईयर ऑन ईयर ग्रोथ रेट हम एश्योर करते हैं, और अगर 14% से ग्रोथ कम होगा तो जो गैप है दैट विल बी कॉम्पनसेटेड फ्रॉम द कॉम्पनसेशन सेस, और वो पीरियड जो है वो खत्म होने जा रहा है। कई स्टेट्स का मैं देखता हूं अखबारों के अंदर और स्टेटमेंट्स और दिखाई पड़ते हैं जिसमें स्टेट्स ये मांग करते हैं कि कॉम्पनसेशन सेस को 5 साल के लिए एक्सटेंड किया जाए। मैं संक्षेप में यहाँ बैठे लोगों को बताना चाहूंगा कि ऑलरेडी जीएसटी काउंसिल इज टेकन अ डिलिबरेट डिसीजन टू एक्सटेंड दिस कॉम्पनसेशन सेस टिल 2026, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, ये कॉम्पनसेशन सेस किन चीजों पर लगता है मैं आपको बता रहा हूं, लेकिन मैं जानता हूं बैठे 90% लोगों को इन चीजों की जानकारी है। 5 ब्रॉड कैटेगरीज है, टोबैको प्रोडक्ट्स, पान मसाला, कोल, मोटर व्हीकल्स, एरेटेड ड्रिंक्स। ये 5 मेजर आइटम्स हैं जिन पर 28% के ऊपर, ओवर एंड अबव 28% देयर इज ए कॉम्पनसेशन सेस, और उसी कॉम्पनसेशन सेस के माध्यम से राज्यों को कॉम्पनसेट किया जाता है। अब उसकी अवधि पूरी हो रही है 30 जून को। कई राज्य मांग करें कि कॉम्पनसेशन सेस को एक्सटेंड किया जाए। मैं इतना ही बताना चाहूंगा कि पेंडेमिक के दौरान जब टैक्स रेवेन्यू का शॉर्टफॉल होने लगा, शुरू के 2 साल इस देश के अंदर और 17-18 में स्टेट्स को कॉम्पनसेट करने के बाद there is a surplus revenue of 21,000 crore. In 18-19 also, राज्यों को कॉम्पनसेट करने के बाद there was excess revenue of 25,806 crore in the cess fund. 1920 में वर्ल्ड वाइड जो इकोनॉमिक स्लो डाउन हुआ उसके कारण 1920 में there was a shortfall of 24,000 crore. और 2021 में because of pandemic and again 21-22 there is a shortfall of more than 3 lakh crore. और मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा भारत सरकार को कि इन्होंने स्टेट्स के बिहाफ में लोन लिया और लोन लेकर स्टेट्स को कंपनसेट करने का काम किया. लेकिन मित्रों जो लोन है that has to be repaid and it was not the essence for the union government that the compensation will be paid from the union treasury. It will be compensated through the compensation cess. और अब जो 26 तक इसको एक्सटेंड किया गया है तो उसका परिणाम ये होगा कि जो लोन लिया गया था, जो लोन 2,69,000 crore has taken as a loan which has to be repaid along with the interest. तो ये लोन के लिए पैसा कहां से आएगा, इंटरेस्ट के लिए पैसा कहां से आएगा, और उसके बाद में जो शॉर्टफॉल है तो there is about 6,55,000 crore. There is a shortfall of 6,55,000 crore जो लोन लिया यूनियन गवर्नमेंट ने आरबीआई के माध्यम से, उसका इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट करना है, और जो स्टेट्स को 14% एश्योर किया गया था और पेंडेमिक ने भारत सरकार ने कहा कि हम 7% ग्रोथ ही आपको देंगे, और वो जो गैप है 7% का दैट विल आल्सो हैव टू बी पेड बाय द यूनियन गवर्नमेंट. तो जो 2026 तक कॉम्पनसेशन सेस को एक्सटेंड किया गया है तो उससे जो रेवेन्यू आएगा उस रेवेन्यू से जो लोन लिया गया है वो रिपे किया जाएगा, इंटरेस्ट रिपे किया जाएगा, और स्टेट्स को 2022 जून तक का जो कॉम्पनसेशन का गैप था so that will be paid through this compensation cess. So there is no further scope for extending this compensation cess to the states, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी एक्सटेंड करने का निर्णय हो गया, लेकिन जो उसमें से पैसा आएगा वो लोन रिपेमेंट में खर्च किया जाएगा. एक बड़ा मुद्दा है, स्टेट्स की मांग गलत नहीं, लेकिन आखिर इसका क्या रास्ता निकलेगा, क्योंकि 2022 जून के बाद जो भी पैसा आएगा कॉम्पनसेशन सेस में वो इंटरेस्ट, प्रिंसिपल अमाउंट और जो सेस का जो गैप था उसको उसकी पूर्ति में खर्च होगा. इसलिए एक बड़ा मुद्दा राज्यों की मांग है कि हमको 14% नहीं तो आप कम से कम जीएसडीपी के ग्रोथ के अनुसार हमको आप एश्योर कीजिए. अब तरुण बजाज जी बैठे हैं जो भारत सरकार के और यूनियन गवर्नमेंट के, और आजकल जीएसटी काउंसिल में मैं तो मेंबर हूं नहीं, आप जाते हैं तो इसका एक सॉल्यूशन आपको निकालना पड़ेगा, लेकिन मुझे दूर दूर तक कोई सॉल्यूशन दिखाई नहीं पड़ता है. तो स्टेट्स को 20 जून के बाद दे हैव टू बेयर विद नो कॉम्पनसेशन सेस आफ्टर जून 2022. दूसरी एक दो लाइन बात बोल के मैं खत्म करूंगा, क्योंकि इस विषय पर मैं बहुत देर बोल सकता हूं. वो है रिगार्डिंग पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट्स को जीएसटी में लाने की मांग होती रहती है. मित्रों, आपको मालूम है कि अगर पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट्स को जीएसटी में लाया गया तो स्टेट्स को 3 लाख करोड़ से ज्यादा का नुकसान होगा, मोर देन 3 लाख करोड़. और लोगों को यह लगता है कि 28% में रखेंगे हम, 14% सेंटर का, 14% स्टेट का. और अगर सेंटर स्टेट दोनों के अगर रेवेन्यू के लॉसेस को देखें तो इट विल मोर देन 5 लाख करोड़. तो 5 लाख करोड़ क्या कोई यूनियन और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट उस लॉस को बेयर करने की स्थिति में है क्या? हो सकती है क्या? वो नहीं हो सकती है. और दुनिया में जहां भी जीएसटी है तो जीएसटी का जो हाईएस्ट रेट है उसके ओवर एंड अबव दे लेवी एक्साइज ड्यूटी. सो इट इज नॉट दैट द हाईएस्ट टैक्स स्लैब इज levied on the petroleum products. It is always the highest slab of GST, and over and above GST जो एक्साइज ड्यूटी जो सेंट्रल और स्टेट्स के टैक्सेस वो उस पर लेवी किए जाते हैं। तो इसलिए मैं केवल इस बात को इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा कि निकट के 5-7 वर्षों में मुझे दूर दूर तक दिखाई नहीं पड़ता है कि पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट्स को जीएसटी में शामिल किया जा सकेगा। लेकिन जीएसटी काउंसिल को, स्टेट्स और यूनियन को बैठकर इस बात का विचार करना चाहिए कि हम टैक्स कॉम्प्लायंस को और हम कैसे बढ़ा सकते हैं। और टैक्स कॉम्प्लायंस के लिए बिजनेस इंटेलिजेंस एंड फ्रॉड एनालिटिक्स विच इज नोन एज बेफ, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, मशीन लर्निंग, इसने बहुत बड़ा रोल प्ले किया है। और हाल के वर्षों में जितने रेड्स हुए हैं, जितना इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट के फ्रॉड पकड़े गए हैं, वो केवल इस बिजनेस इंटेलिजेंस एंड फ्रॉड एनालिटिक्स के कारण पकड़े गए। तो मित्रों, लोगों को टैक्स कंप्लायंट बनाना है तो उसमें टेक्नोलॉजी की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका होगी। और आज अगर टैक्स इवेजन रुका है इनकम टैक्स में काफ़ी हद तक, या जीएसटी में या बाकी में, इट इज़ ओनली बिकॉज ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी। इसलिए आगे आने वाले दिनों में हम और टेक्नोलॉजी को कैसे स्ट्रेंथन कर सकें टैक्स इवेजन को रोकने के लिए। और एक बात और मैं देखता हूं कि जो नया जनरेशन है वो ईमानदारी से टैक्स देना चाहता है। जो मेरे पीढ़ी के लोग हैं या जो पुराने पीढ़ी के लोग हैं जिनकी उम्र 45 से ज़्यादा हो गई है, उनको लगता है कि 1 नंबर 2 नंबर, कच्चा पक्का, दे आर ऑलवेज इन सर्च ऑफ पक्का कच्चा और 1 नंबर 2 नंबर। लेकिन मैंने देखा कि यंगर जो लड़के आ रहे हैं आईआईटी से, इंस्टीट्यूशन से, जो आईटी से लोग आ रहे हैं, 25 साल 30 साल 35 के जो नौजवान लड़के हैं, अपने फादर को करें कि पिताजी मैं टैक्स दूंगा, मैं टैक्स चोरी नहीं करना चाहता हूँ। तो एक अच्छी बात है कि जो यंगर जनरेशन, जो नया जनरेशन है, जो आईटी टैक्स सेवी है, जो आईटी को जानता है, वो टैक्स कॉम्प्लायंट है और वो चाहता है। केवल इसको सिंप्लीफाई हम और कैसे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा सिंप्लीफाई कर सके। तो मित्रों, मैं शैलेंद्र जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि आपने मुझे यहाँ पर बुलाया। मैं रात को कल 2 बजे दुबई से आया हूँ और सुबह के ही कार्यक्रम में मैं यहाँ पर शामिल हो रहा हूँ। तो मैं जस्टिस एम.आर. शाह जी और तरुण बजाज जी से और झवेरी जी से और आग्रह करूँगा कि मुझे क्षमा करेंगे। मैं जानना चाहूँगा चूँकि मैं सुबह से यहाँ के कार्यक्रम में हूँ और मैंने जितना प्राइज़ बांटा है, मुझे भी एक प्राइज़ ऑर्गेनाइजर्स के द्वारा दिया जाना चाहिए है इतनी प्राइज़ बांटने के लिए। तो इन लाइटर वेन मैंने कह दिया। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं फिर से एक बार और टीआईएल को धन्यवाद देता हुआ अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूँ। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया श्री सुशील मोदी। आपसे दरखास्त है आप सिर्फ 1 मिनट के लिए रुक जाएं। अवार्ड्स खत्म हो गए लेकिन एक बुक रिलीज अभी बाकी है। I would like to now request Shri Sushil Modi to please unveil TIOL's special print publication. Can we have it on the stage, please? Modi ji, can we have you center stage? Yeah. That's Tax India Online special print publication being unveiled at National Taxation Awards 2021. Thank you. Thank you to all the guests. Thank you so much, Sushil Modi, for sharing your finance and tax insights with us. And that is the last of all we needed him to do, that is to present and unveil this publication. Thank you all for being such a lovely audience, and a big congratulations to all the winners of the National Taxation Awards. Can we have a round of applause for all the winners who are here? But I'm sure just like Modi ji, all of you also need a short break. So we're going to give you a 10-minute tea break. Please refresh yourself, go outside, have tea, and also try the turmeric twist immunity shot. Get some energy shot so that we can get better applause maybe towards the TIOL Congress, which we start when we meet you after the short break. Thank you so much. course, it's very important to mention that this is an initiative by TIOL to deliberate over very, very important tax and fiscal issues with the help of eminent thinkers that we have on various panels of different sessions that we've divided this TAC Congress into. But before we get started with the sessions, I would like to request Honorable Justice M.R. Shah to please deliver the inaugural address for TIOL Congress 2021.
Namaskar. Welcome to the TIOL Congress. Shri Tarun Bajaj ji, Justice Singh, other dignitaries, Vipul Bhai Javeri, other dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, all participants, Chelliah Singh, organizers. First of all, I am thankful to all of you and those who have invited me for giving me this opportunity to address this August gathering. I am thankful to Justice Singh and Sri Chelliah Singh for giving me this opportunity. I congratulate the organizers also for selecting a very good, important subjects on which today there will be discussion in the Congress. Those subjects are very important subjects which are required to be deliberated in detail. And I hope and trust that this Congress will cater the need for which the Congress has been called today. So far as the subject, one of the subject is global minimum tax and digital service tax is concerned. In the past few years, we have seen some exciting developments in the tax regime domestically as well as internationally. One of the issues the most countries across the world were grappling was that of tax avoidance by multinational corporations. Just a few months ago, in October, the G20 countries have shown great resolve and have approved a new global minimum corporate tax deal. This deal is nothing short of a historic. It marks the first time that as many as 136 countries have come together to agree on such a system. The genesis of the corporate tax avoidance lies in the rise of the tax evasion, tax havens. That is, a country's jurisdiction which have entered into a race to the bottom up and have adopted a low tax regime to attract investment. These tax havens are typically where most of the top multinational organizations operate from or are registered. These companies can therefore avoid paying taxes in the countries where they do most of their business by shifting their profits to one of the tax havens. It is truly an ingenious system and is completely above board as well. So even if Apple makes windfall profits from their Indian operations, they can avoid the tax liability if declared their profits as belonging to a subsidiary company in Ireland, where tax rates are lower. This is actually the model that Apple has adopted. There is ample of flexibility in terms of what a multinational organization can do these days. And this flexibility is crucial because it takes off. The corporate taxes differ significantly across jurisdictions. Today's Congress, there will be a great discussion on that also. Another topic is COVID-19 and climate pummeling up the world economic growth. COVID-19 pandemic has challenged many aspects of our economic and social life fundamentally. We witness a significant breakdown of food security and livelihood systems across the country. Millions of people lost their jobs and struggled for their access to food for prolonged periods. Farmers were confronted with the labor crisis during the peak harvesting season. Many farmers had to struggle very badly to access the market and consumers for their products. The economic crisis has further deepened in the last few months. As the crisis played out over the lockdown months, there were reports of reduction in air pollution, anecdotes of people reporting clear skies and recovering habitats, and relatively cleaner air in our cities and homes. Therefore, the pandemic has taught us both positive as well as negative. The pandemic has taught us how to live with the nature and how to live a simplified life also. But there were crises also, economic crisis also, and the government was required to change their policies, economic policies also, to suit the problems faced due to COVID-19 pandemic. I must tell, and I said so also, that so far as our country is concerned, they have a complex problems and different problems. It's very difficult. Nobody predicted that COVID-19 will come. It will affect the entire country economically and financially also. Still, our country and our nation are managed very well so far the problems which were faced due to COVID-19. We faced the problems of migrants also. We faced the problems of the poor people also. We faced the problem of the students also, the education system also, financially also. Our government tried their best to see that the migrants are sent to their places and the houses and residencies at their state at the cost of the government. The government paid 6 months ration and thereafter it continued also. Correct? It has affected the entire economic system also. In considering the stimulus packages needed for rapid and sustained economic and social recovery, it is time to make a conscious decision whether we want to move in a direction which takes us back to the old normal or move towards a better future. A choice has to be made between a system that has been exposed as unviable and ineffective or move towards a better future, which leads us to an economically and ecologically just, sustainable and resilient future. At the same time, being wise on continuing or strengthening those systems which either helped in the past or continue to do so. A future which ensures equity and justice for all. A future that has hope for welfare and well-being for all as an integral to it. The future choices should foreground inclusive, holistic and comprehensive systematic changes which make us resilient and responsible to our environmental, economic or health crisis of even greater magnitude than COVID-19. The plan based on a green stimulus should address both short-term economic decline and rise to the challenge of realizing the economy's and the planet's long-term recovery potential. The recovery pathway must reflect the resolve towards mitigating and ameliorating climate change issues. Fossil fuels burning a major contributor of hazardous air pollutants. After the pandemic, it will take some considerable time to remove the fear of using public transport amongst people, and hence would prefer using their private vehicles like cars, bikes, and scooters. This is an opportunity to promote e-bikes and scooters. Burning a crop issue is also very major problem so far as the pollution is concerned. The World Bank is also taking keen interest in India's economic recovery and has also given suggestions since it is one of the fastest developing countries as of now. Given that available natural, human, financial and built resources, economic composition, short and long-term development needs, and regional risk and vulnerabilities largely vary across countries, a one-shot answer to green recovery is hard to find. In the context of India, there are certain strengths of the existing public policy scenario as well as some policy gaps, and plainly of scope to further derive a green recovery. One important subject on which there will be deliberation is the international VAT experiences and relevance for Indian GST. It is rightly said by Sri Sushil Modi ji that it is a great achievement to have the GST so far as our country is concerned. To bring the states together and to have a central legislation having one common law, taxation law, is a very important thing, and it is a very important achievement. It is true that there are complex issues so far as implementation of the GST is concerned. But according to me, one has to consider that when there were several taxation statutes and different procedures to be followed, every taxpayer or the industrialists and the corporate world, they were facing difficulties. Now, correct, they have not to go from one office to another post, another office. There will be a single window system for the purpose of taxation. The taxation has been simplified also. Procedure is simplified also. Percentage, what percentage, it's a policy decision to be taken by the government. But at the same time, correct, the procedural, the problems were there, they are removed, correct? And therefore, GST is a very important legislation for to bring the economy together so far as center and state is concerned. There are complex issues also, but I must, it is said that in taxation legislation, you have to give some time to a new legislation, correct, to get it fully implemented. In the taxation statute, it is said that there are always trial and errors, correct? We learn from the mistakes, correct? Therefore, to blame the GST, correct, or the procedure to be followed, and when you face some problems in implementation of GST, correct, it is unfair to the legislation and the government also. Somebody has said recently that it's very easy to go to moon, correct, rather than understanding the GST. But that is one type of, thinking. The second type of thinking should be what you have gained, what you have achieved from the GST. There are so many litigations come before us also on implementation of GST also. And we have said also, correct, maybe, correct, and many a times whatever we have suggested in the judgment that these are some problems, please look into it. The GST Council has come out with the amendments also, and persons like Sri Bajaj and all others, they are always receptive, correct, and they don't take it other way around, and they try to improve the system, correct, and see to it that more and more beneficial beneficiaries, correct, are benefits are given to the taxpayers and the traders and the economic persons who are involved in economy. Therefore, it is like that. You don't expect when a new legislation comes that you will achieve the result on the next day or next year. It takes time. Suppose a new girl is there is a marriage, correct? And she goes to the in-laws, correct? You don't expect that from next day, correct? She will be settled. You have to give some time, correct, to settle in the life, correct, to be with others, like that, correct. You have to give some time for the implementation, to find out the problems, to solve the problems, correct. I am sure that so far as the GST is concerned, which is a very important discussion you will discuss today, and I am hope that you will send whatever you discuss, you will send to the government or the concerned persons, stakeholders also, so that some corrective, whatever corrective measures are to be taken, they can be taken care of. So far as today's speakers are concerned, I have seen, correct, they are they have placed they are placed at a very high pedestal so far as in their field is concerned. I wish the Congress all the success, and once again, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I thank Justice Singh for giving me this opportunity, because he requested me that you please come, sir, and immediately I accepted this, and I got the opportunity to address all this August gathering. Correct. All the God bless you. All the best, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Justice M.R. Shah, for inaugurating the TIOL Tax Congress. We are very, very honored to have with us the Revenue Secretary today, Mr. Tarun Bajaj. He's been the Revenue Secretary since May 2020, a veteran officer of the Finance Ministry. He's worked as Joint Secretary before moving to the PMO. Mr. Bajaj now tackles the Herculean task of reviving an economy battered by the COVID pandemic, apart from pushing policy reforms. Moving forward, I would like to request Mr. Tarun Bajaj to please deliver a keynote address.
Like you, an enlightened audience is the tax base that we have, and within that tax base, what are the policy options that the government has to do what all of you keep asking us to do. In 2015, I understand that the government made an announcement that they would like to make laws simple, that we would have lower tax rates, but we would remove all exemptions. And I think a couple of years ago, we did that in the corporate tax rate, when we reduced the tax rates to 22% from 30%, and also removed all the exemptions. So to that extent, I would say that there was a major step that was taken in the simplification of the tax laws, and I'm sure that in the years to come, the judiciary will also see that the number of litigations on this count will be lesser. On the personal income tax also, last year we came up with a new regime with no exemptions and lower tax rates, but it is some way to go before that scheme can actually pick up, because there are many issues in that. But there are still many, many complexities. When I say this, even with 22% tax and very few exemptions left out, there are still complexities. I'll just like to give you an example and also quote you my experiences while preparing the budget. I end up meeting a large number of people, and what is the messages that I get from them. In 2012, we had come up with the economy was in some difficulty in 2012, if you recall. Vacuum, it has to respond to the demands and the major demands that come from all of you at the time of the making of the budget. So till today, this is something that we have not been able to do away with. This is adding to the complexity, because in this budget, I found a large number of people quoting this particular provision and asking for the same facility for others. The InvITs and REITs came up and said, please give us the same facility which you are giving to them. Nobody from the audience, nobody from the intellectual world came and told me that remove this provision, make it simplified. This provision is no longer needed, this benefit is no longer needed. I'll quote you another one. There is a double taxation avoidance agreement which we have with more than 100 countries. But we also have a concept of no taxation for some companies. Now that we have given a refund to Kane, I can say that it paid us no taxes, it paid them no taxes. So that was the provision that was there, and at that time there was a lot of criticism, rightly so, because our law said so. But that is a fact of the matter, and BEPS today, when it comes to BEPS, BEPS is now saying that you cannot have a provision of no taxation in either of the countries, so we'll create a certain level of taxation. In this budget discussions, I found that everybody told me that we bring our funds through Singapore. Maybe Singapore gives you that facility, so you bring your funds through Singapore. But you have a withholding tax of 5%, please remove that. And before saying that, for 5 minutes, I was given a lesson as to how they are serving the economy of the country by bringing a lot of funds from Singapore and trying to add to the economy of the country. The double taxation avoidance agreement with Singapore allows me to have a withholding tax of 10%. I am using only 5%. But the kind of pressure or the kind of lobbying that happens at that point of time, because there is no tax in Singapore, so you also remove the tax so that I can make more money. So I'm just trying to give you a logic that the complexity is not only because of us, and as I say, that the government or the political executive does not work in a vacuum. It has to respond to the demands and the expectations of the people, and it is able to do some things, it is not able to do some things. All this is adding to the complexity. I'll give you another example which we ourselves do. We do carve-outs. We say that I have to give a benefit to this lady, but I don't have to give it to this gentleman. So I'll make a proviso to give it to her. I'll make a proviso so that he doesn't get it. Then I find next year that the gentleman sitting next to him, Mr. Kapoor, has got it. So I'll create another proviso that he will not get it. Ashutosh will bear me out, maybe it was during his time, that one particular provision has 22 provisos. I'm sure, sir, Justice Shah will agree with me that the genius mind in the judiciary will also find it a challenge to understand these provisos, not to talk of people like us. So I think we really need to understand why we have made it complex, how we have made it complex, and perhaps it's the best minefield for a lot of people sitting here to mine into these 22 provisos and create further complexities in terms of trying to say that this is the right interpretation or this is not the right interpretation. I have done a carve-out this time. We wanted to sell Air India, so we wanted some capital gains issues to be sorted out because the new buyer would not have taken it otherwise, so we created those carve-outs. But we did not want to give those carve-outs to anybody else. So we created those provisions. So I'm just telling you, sometimes this noise that I hear from outside, I'm just trying to give you my side of the pain that we are trying. So what is the answer to this? We just can't be sitting over it. The first Income Tax Act, I think, came in 1860, if I'm not mistaken. The next one came somewhere in the early 1900s. And the third one came in 1961. Perhaps this is the time that we should write the fourth one. Some attempts have been made in the past, and we have not succeeded in that. I think we need to make a sincere attempt now. And for that, I seek assistance from all of you. I want to hear these noises. Unless we hear these noises from you, unless our hands are strengthened by sane voices which also say that there are certain provisions in this act which should go away, which are giving unnecessary benefits to certain class of people, they should go away. Unless we do that, we will not be able to simplify our act. I come to the topic of capital gains. I think there cannot be anything more complex than capital gains the way we have created it. I have equity 12 months. I have property 24 months. I've got InvITs and REITs, 36 months is the period. I've got debt mutual funds, 36 months is the period. There is no logic to this. And the demand that I get is make property long-term capital gains at 12 months. The question that I ask them is property something that I buy and sell at such frequent intervals that you want 12 months for the property? Nobody has come to tell me that you, instead of making it 24 months, make it 36. I want to hear those voices that these are the wrong things that are there, which will take away these benefits from the taxpayers, but they need to be done. I now come to the personal income tax. We came up with a regime to lower the taxes in the personal income tax, but very few would have taken it, because if I find that I have to pay less tax by even 50 rupees in a particular regime, I'll adopt that regime. For 8 to 8.5 lakhs of income, people in India have to pay no taxes if they take those benefits of ATC, standard deduction, and some other benefits. So, the new regime will not take over unless we make this old regime a little, we disincentivize this and incentivize the new regime with no exemptions. And unless we do that, we will not be able to simplify the tax rates. I want to hear those voices. Even in this budget, the voices that I heard were, please increase ATC from 1.5 lakhs to 2 lakhs. Please increase the housing loan limit from 2 lakhs to 3 lakhs. Unless we are able to go to the other regime, have a simple regime, what should be the simple regime? The simple regime should be broader tax slabs, lower taxes, no exemptions. If I make money, I should pay taxes. I should not have 100 methods of trying to see that if I take this exemption, if I take this exemption, if I take this route, I'll not pay taxes. If we keep doing that, we are in a maze and the law will only become complex on a day-to-day. There's a second thing which I wanted to discuss which is connected to this. On the capital gains, we charge 10% tax on long-term capital gains and 15% tax on the short-term capital gains. I have analyzed the data of 1920, which I have not put in the public. This is the first forum that I'm speaking on. That year, 95,000 crores of rupees was made as long-term capital gains tax, long-term capital gains, out of which 92% of this money was made by people earning more than 15 lakhs. 80% was made by people earning more than 50 lakhs. And I'm quite confident that in this year, when this capital gains would be 6 to 8 times of this figure of 1 lakh, this amount of money that has been made by people above 50 lakhs will not be 80%, will be more than 90%. To what extent is it justified? I don't know. I'm just raising a question to you that we should continue to have this tax rate at 10% for long-term capital gains tax when the whole world is moving towards 20, 25, even applicable rate of tax in their countries. I have not heard a voice because I feel that this is not, I'm accused of inequity, but if we want to bring equity, we have to also see that these steps are. That is the other thing. Then another point, I'm just sharing with you the dilemmas and the pains that we go through while we are framing the tax laws and how we do it. I'm accused of taxing the HNIs at a very high rate. I think a lot of you would be falling into that category of paying taxes to the extent of 42, 43%. I quite agree with you. And it'll be my desire to bring down those taxes if I can. But let me throw some more statistics at you. About 6.3 crore people filed their returns in 1920 financial year, 2021 assessment year, out of which 75% of the people filed their returns below 5 lakhs. Out of which 88 people of the salaried people also had below 5 lakhs. 96 people of non-salaried, non-corporate sector had an income of below 5 lakhs. 96%. It amazes me to no end that is it possible that 96% of the people who comprise of small businesses, partnership, proprietorship, professionals, 96% of the people will have an income of less than 5 lakhs? If this is my tax base, what is the relief that the government can provide to the people that it should be providing that relief. I'm placing this question, this hard question to all of you. If you can help me in answering these questions, it'll help me. I think I want to sensitize you that what are the issues that we go through when we are framing policy, when we are giving relief, or when we are not able to give relief to somebody. I want to give you another example. Last year we came up with a proviso where we said that the money that you can deposit in your EPFO and the other social security benefit schemes is to the extent of 7.5 lakhs. After that, if you do, the interest that you earn from there will be taxable. There was a huge pushback on it. Can you believe the person who has the highest contribution in EPFO has a corpus of more than 100 crores? He gets 8.5 crores every year tax-free. It may be legally correct, but is it the right thing to do in my tax policy? So, the question that I'm leaving with you, the thought that I'm leaving with you to ponder around is that unless we make our taxes simple, unless we remove these exemptions, and we will have to take a call, we'll have to call out these exemptions, even from people like you, who will have to call out that these exemptions should go. It'll be very difficult for us alone to carry out this activity. You will have to tell us that these taxes are low, these taxes should be increased, those taxes are high, they should be brought down. We can only do if we do both the processes simultaneously. I just thought, let me be a little provocative today, so that you have 4 to 5 technical sessions today, and I'm sure some of these issues will reverberate in your mind when you're speaking in those sessions. So, in the end, I'll say we are working towards it to rationalize tax rates, to rationalize procedures, to rationalize the whole system of taxation, but we would need your support, we would need your voice. In the last, I'll say, on the indirect taxes, I'm always told that you should have one rate. I see a lot of people from my indirect taxes. I have told those economists who write articles that this is the list of my products, you put them into one category or 2 categories of tax rates. Tell me. He says, this is not my job, this is your job. I'll just tell you, you make 2, because that is good for economy. But where do I put gold? Should I put gold in 5, 12? Where do I put? Where do I put my essential commodities? If I make them at, what are the 2 rates that I should have? As Mr. Sushil Modi was saying, that the revenue neutral rate was 15.3, the rate that we have is a little more than 11. So if I want to increase the tax rates, if I want to put, India is a poor country. I can't tax the commodities which are used by the poor at even a slightly higher rate. So with all these things, I'll leave this thought with all of you to ponder and come back to me with all your suggestions. I will still listen, and I'm very fond of the criticisms that come, because that gives me a chance to correct, that gives me a chance to reform, and I look forward to your support. And in the end, I convey my best wishes to you for this Congress, and I'm sure you'll have a very fruitful discussion, and I look forward to the results of those discussions and maybe receive a summary report of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tarun Bajaj, Revenue Secretary, for delivering that keynote address. Once again, we are very, very grateful to Mr. Bajaj as well as Justice M.R. Shah for gracing us with their presence today. Before we break for lunch, I would like to invite Mr. R. Sridhar of TIOL to please deliver a vote of thanks to them.
Honorable Justice M.R. Shah, Honorable Sri Tarun Bajaj Ji, Revenue Secretary, we really thank you so much for taking time to be here today to deliver us your thoughts and the thoughts of the Government of India on the major issues facing both direct and indirect taxes, and leave thoughts for the technical sessions that will follow. Thank you very much for sparing your time, sir. Thank you so much.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join us for lunch outside, but we resume back at 2 p.m. with the first technical session of TIOL Tax Congress. See you there. Welcome back after the lunch break. I hope you've refreshed and charged yourself. The TIOL Congress is going to be addressing a lot of tax and fiscal issues through deep, deliberate discussions with eminent thinkers from across the world who will be connecting with us over the next few hours. The very first technical session is on COVID-19 and climate change, gobbling up world economic growth, prescription for repair job. It was to be chaired by Shri N.K. Singh, but he regrets his absence on account of ill health. There are some very interesting insights that we've received from Ms. Amit Kanti, Mr. Arvind Panagriya, and we're going to be uploading them on the website instead of playing them out here just to save time because we're a little behind schedule. For now, we'll take you straight into the first session and straight to Bangkok. We're being joined by Ms. Dipali Khanna from there. Ms. Dipali Khanna is the Managing Director of Asia Region Office, the Rockefeller Foundation. Ms. Khanna manages the Foundation's policy, advocacy, grant-making and partnerships in Asia. She leads the Rockefeller Foundation's initiatives to convene and catalyze strategic collaborations that advance development in Asia as well as harness Asia's role in enhancing the well-being of humanity in the region and around the world. Let's go across to Ms. Dipali Khanna. Ms. Dipali Khanna, a very warm welcome to you.
Thank you so much and a very good afternoon to all. I'm really honored to share this platform with dignitaries and of course with such an august audience and on such an important topic of the twin crises that we face today of COVID-19 and climate change, the effects of which are grave on global economic growth. I do see opportunities to get ahead of these crises. We are at this moment living through the great divergence, which is what the Rockefeller Foundation sees as a growing divergence between the developed and the developing countries. Let's examine this with numbers. 80 years of continuous human development came to a standstill. Decades of progress has been lost. Africa, a continent of over 1.3 billion people, has been able to vaccinate just 15.6% of its population compared to 79% of population in high and upper middle income countries. 130 million people could be pushed into poverty due to COVID-19 and climate change. This is completely unacceptable in this day and age. With the technologies we have, we must strive to do more, not just for them, but for our own security too. The larger the gap between the vaccinated haves and unvaccinated have-nots, greater the likelihood of the emergence of a dangerous variant. To plug this gap, we must build back together and greener and invest in resources, technologies, and people which ensure that future growth is not only sustainable, but also safer for all of us. A start to this is bringing these principles to our continuous fight against COVID-19. We must ensure that everyone has equal access to COVID-19 therapies, diagnostics, and genome sequencing to curb the spread of the virus. We must collaborate with each other to further accelerate vaccine rollout in poor countries. I would especially like to thank India for exporting vaccines to more than 100 countries in such dire times. India is also leading South-South cooperation under the ambit of India-UN Development Partnership Fund, managed by United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation by strengthening national health capacities and reducing socioeconomic and negative development impacts of the COVID-19 crisis in least developing countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing countries. The world will be eternally grateful to India, and I know I am for the leadership shown. The economic arguments for coordinated action are overwhelming. Faster progress in ending the health crisis could raise global income cumulatively by $9 trillion over 2020 to 2025. That would benefit all countries, including around $4 trillion for advanced economies, which beats by far any measure of vaccine-related costs. To accelerate the end of this pandemic and prevent future ones, the Rockefeller Foundation has committed $150 million and established the Pandemic Prevention Institute. The Pandemic Prevention Institute will pursue this goal together with a coalition of organizations and focus on speeding the collection, sharing, and analysis of high-quality data including genome sequencing, artificial intelligence, aggregation of traditional and non-traditional data, so that communities around the world have the tools they need to respond to an outbreak. We are partnering with WHO Hub, the UK Radar, the US CDC Center for Forecasting and Outbreak Analytics, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology Consortium in India to create an effective and equitable global threat detection system. This kind of coordinated action needs to be replicated in our efforts to tackle the climate crisis. In order to meet the moment, we must focus on green recovery out of the pandemic. Because I know this doesn't surprise anyone in the audience that there's no going back to the past to before COVID. The world's nations should launch a COVID charter that places human security at the top of the 21st century development agenda, making clear that the transnational crises affecting the most vulnerable pose the greatest near-term risk to international stability. We must leverage all our resources and relationships to build an equitable and sustainable future where everyone has the opportunity to realize their full potential and climate disaster is avoided. To ignite this transformation, the Rockefeller Foundation and its partners, such as the IKEA Foundation and Bezos Earth Fund, are investing $10 billion to establish the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. We hope to catalyze $100 billion plus in public and private investment to accelerate an equitable energy transition in over 50 emerging markets. We aim to reach 1 billion underserved people with reliable renewable power, avoid and avert 4 billion tons of carbon emission, and drive economic growth. India has served as inspiration for taking our work global through Smart Power India, where we have impacted the lives of 500,000 people through 500 solar-powered mini-grids across Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and Jharkhand. I applaud India's ambitious COP26 targets and goal of net zero by 2070. India will lead the green growth agenda in the coming years and decades. It has shown exceptional leadership at the International Solar Alliance and the recently launched Green Grids Initiative in pursuit of its net zero goals. We will be happy to collaborate with the Indian government to support and accelerate this transition. Let me pivot to how another avenue that is critical in unlocking these achievements, which is financial reform. Right now, not enough countries have the necessary liquidity to respond to the health and economic crisis created by the COVID-19 pandemic. While there has been exceptional leadership shown by the International Monetary Fund in approving $650 billion in special drawing rights, we need to do more. Getting there, though, will require the focus and determination of G7 and G20 leaders. The Rockefeller Foundation hopes to support in every way possible to mobilize this will for action. It will be crucial to develop finance strategies that are country determined with the requisite political will and funding coordination mechanisms to achieve sustained and scaled results. I recognize that private capital has a role to play, and philanthropies, multilateral development banks, DFIs all have to do their part to find opportunities to mobilize that capital and channel it in the most effective way. In conclusion, I would like to say that these challenges are interconnected, and hence the solutions of them must be the same. We must come together as countries, philanthropies, and development organizations to tackle the challenges of today and the future. We need sustained leadership to bring about monumental change. Now it's our turn to meet the moment and drive forward transformational change to repair our planet today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dipali, for joining us for this TIOL Tax Congress. And thank you so much for being patient. Sorry for a little delay in the program. But you've been very patient, and thank you so much for sharing your insights. We really value your association. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And we would also like to inform our audience that Ms. Amita Kanti, Senior Director, P&G USA, and Mr. Arvind Panagria, Columbia University, both of them have sent us their videos and we'll be uploading them. So should you want to learn more insights on the topic, please make sure you log on to our website. And it's time we move on to the technical session 2 of the day. This technical session is centered around digitalization and growing share of TDS in domestic taxation. Has time come to incentivize TDS deductors? To take this session forward, we have a very interesting panel. I would like to actually invite our special guests onto the dais, starting with Mr. Ashok Dikshit. Starting with Mr. Ashutosh Dikshit, partner Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu India LLP. Very warm welcome, Mr. Ashutosh. I think we've all had lunch, right? Can we show we've all had lunch? Better. Thank you. We also have with us Senior Advocate Mr. Ajay Vohra, who will be speaking as part of this session. Welcome, Mr. Ajay Vohra. We are being joined by Ms. Isha Singh, AVP Godrej Industries, who's joining us live virtually. We'll see if we can have her video up and running, her feed, if I can see it. Okay, while we have her feed come up, I would like to invite the chair of this session, Ms. Pragya Sahai Saxena, Member Legislation and Systems, CBDT. Thank you, ma'am. You've been very patient and been waiting for the session to start. Thank you so much. Welcome to the session, Ms. Isha. Thank you so much for making time and joining us virtually. Ma'am, we can't hear you. Could you please check your audio before we begin the session?
Am I audible now?
Yes, yes, you're audible now. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get the technical session started. I would like to first of all call upon Mr. Ashutosh Dikshit, partner Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu India LLP, to please share his thoughts on the subject.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Right. So, thank you. First of all, thank you to the audience for staying on after an extensive first half as well as an extensive lunch. My greetings to my fellow panelists, both here on the stage as well as virtually. Today's topic for discussion and the panel is chaired by Ms. Pragya Saxena, member Tax Policy and Legislation in the CBDT. We'd be very happy, and I think all of you will be very interested to know her views when she, wraps up this discussion. So, let me start off with a bit of a background, in the sense that we're talking about tax deduction at source in the Indian context, and we're talking about it in the direct tax context, because as you would know, even in the GST, you now have, TDS provisions. But essentially, this is my focus and scope will be on TDS on the direct taxes side. So India has, I think, perhaps one of the most extensive TDS regime in the entire globe. And when I talk about it, I'm talking about non-salary TDS. So, for example, salary TDS, of course, almost all countries have withholding provisions, and in some senses, that is in fact how the entire tax is collected, because in case of an employer-employee relationship, the employer knows the entire income of the employee, and he is therefore supposed to deduct, taxes. So I will not be, we're not, in my wrap-up, will not be talking about that particular part of TDS. Now, in India, when we talk about the TDS on non-salary transactions, then you have two legs. One is international transactions, cross-border transactions, and you have the domestic transactions. Again, on cross-border transactions, we have Section 195, and that is really extensive in India, and in some ways has to be because we still have capital controls, and also there is a particular regime, so you have to determine whether there is an income embedded in the particular transaction, and therefore do TDS accordingly. And there is now a well-oiled regime with regard to that. Then we come to the other category, which is the TDS on domestic transactions. And when I say that India has an extensive regime and one of a very comprehensive regime, that I am focusing, when I'm speaking right now on those on the domestic transactions. Now, having an extensive TDS regime and being able to handle it, that in itself is an achievement. But we also need to keep in mind that there has to be a balance of convenience between tax collection and what is the compliance burden on the taxpayer. In this case, when we're talking about the compliance burden on the taxpayer, we're talking about two taxpayers. One is the tax deductor, and the other is the person who has to take credit for these taxes. So if you look at it from that point of view, again, if I was to slice and dice this, there are certain, TDS provisions where essentially you want to, track that transaction and therefore, force a filing of a return. So we've had some very new TDS provisions. One is, as I can just recall, is on the liberalized remittance scheme. So if you are sending, money abroad, for example, for education or anything, and it's above a certain amount, the financial institution is supposed to deduct TDS. Recently, we've just in this budget seen the introduction of another one where if you're giving if a company is granting something like like a perquisite, then not just for a salaried person, but for even outside the salary thing, then there also there would be TDS. I believe that this was more to do with pharmaceutical companies and the kind of incentives they give in cash as well as in kind in order to capture that. Now, having looked at that part of it, we also have a very extensive TDS and TCS regime on business transactions, which two businesses do with each other. And as you know, if your turnover is above a certain threshold, and if you have purchases or sales above 50 lakh, these TDS and TCS provisions have been introduced. Now, here I think that the view of the government has been perhaps it's not just tracking of transactions. It seems that they also would like to collect tax, besides the advanced tax part of it. My plea and focus here is that a TDS regime, the more extensive it is, one has to look at what are the compliances and the compliance burdens there. And can, without sacrificing your attempts to, track transactions, to get people to file returns and to collect taxes, can you make this compliance burden much less? So for me, incentivizing taxpayers, which is, in a TDS regime, which is the subject matter of this particular, session, for me, I would look at it from my point of view is that can we lower compliance burdens, because that is also a form of incentivization. When we look at it from this point of view, you see the complexity of a TDS transaction. I have to first track the transaction, then I have to decide whether I have to deduct at the time of invoicing or at the time of payment. And in my own ERP systems, they may not be geared up to track payments, they may be only geared up to track invoices. And then when I do that deduction, then I have to remit by the first week, 7th day or whatever of the next month, then I have to do a quarterly return filing. And all of this when I do, then look at the other part of it. The other person has to take credits for these same transactions. And for taking a credit, it has to be in your 26 year statement, or otherwise you have to include it in your return. Then, they have to match with what has been reported to the department. So all of this creates, a substantial compliance burden on both the person who's deducting and the person who's taking these, the credits. My plea to is that 2017, and right in the first session, everybody was talking about the GST. My suggestion would be is that the GST regime has given us a singular opportunity to simplify the tedious regime in direct taxes. Why I say this is that today the tax invoice under GST is the single source of truth. And the two departments, which is the CBDT, they are now able to share data with each other, with the CBIC. And therefore, if you can align your tedious provisions with the invoicing which is happening already, which the taxpayer has in his ERP system, if that can be aligned, then for the taxpayer that compliance burden reduces to a great degree. I mean, we as tax advisors, we work in that area in terms of, helping taxpayers comply with all these provisions. And we think that the alignment in the tedious provisions with the GST invoicing, and of course, it has to be looked at in great granular detail. But if that thing is attempted, it will be a win-win situation because the income tax department will get whatever taxes it anyway, seeks to get. It will be able to track transactions. On the other hand, for the taxpayers, it will be much, much easier to comply. So I request the chair to tell me when around 10 minutes is over, or if somebody can. Right, okay, another 2-3 minutes. So this is my, first, request and suggestion that whether this could be considered. I agree that this is not, something which can happen immediately, but definitely if this is thought through, you can definitely get a much greater alignment because the taxpayer is one. You see, departments are two, but the taxpayer is one. The guy, same person is issuing the invoice, he's also paying the GST, and he also has to do the TDS. So that was the first. The other is, is also that today in the income tax, you have to align whatever TDS you get, you have to take the credit with respect to an assessment year. Now, I have been both in government and have been outside, and I know that this idea has been talked about for a long time, but I think the time has come where you treat this as a ledger account. So therefore, once I have, a TDS in my 26 AS, whatever, with whatever safeguards you can, is that you let me take the credit and don't track me for a particular assessment year. Or at least, give me the scope across 2 or 3 assessment years, because frankly, I don't, from my experience, I don't see that leading to any, great leakage, but it will really help taxpayers in terms of, how they are able to source their credits. The last thing is that, this is, and then I'll hand over to Mr. Vora, who will do the heavy lifting on the statutory implications and the case laws. But one big pain point which for taking credit is that if by any chance the deductor has not deposited what he has deducted, and therefore then, when I go and try and claim the credit, I don't get that credit. This has happened with the, with very large scale companies also. The point is that that what the case law says is, and what judicial opinion has held, is that in that case you cannot penalize the deductee, he has to be given the credit. But frankly, that actually doesn't happen in the system. The system, is still stops you from getting that credit, and this causes a lot of, pain and anguish to a lot of taxpayers. So, that is something which also could be looked at. So, in a sum, I think, by reducing the compliance burden with all of these kind of things, that would be the greatest incentivization which I could think of in the current TDS regime. So that's all I have to say as my initial statements, and I'll hand it back to the chair.
Thank you, Ashok. Thank you, Ashutosh, for your insightful remarks. Now I will request to share his thoughts with us.
So can you give us the audio check first? We'll just check if your audio is working well.
Hello?
Yeah, a little louder, sir.
Hello?
Yeah.
I think works.
Yeah, that should be
Thank you, ma'am. I'll take off from where Ashutosh left. I must at the outset first thank Shailendra and TIOL for giving me this opportunity to present my views. In fact, ma'am, I am reminded of a similar meeting, a closed-door meeting with the then chairman CBDT in CR building almost 25 years ago. And I was a young professional at that time, and I made this suggestion that the government would do well to mine the TDS information. I, as a deductor, file a TDS return, but it is the department who only goes after me to find out whether it is paid in time, whether correctly deducted, whether or not, tax that has been deducted has been deposited or not. You don't go after the pay of the income. And then the then chairman told me that, this is humanly impossible. We can't possibly mine that information. But I'm happy today that basis the deduction of tax at source, the tax net is spreading far and wide. I think this is a good, important information and tool that the government can use to expand the tax base. And I think this must be increasingly used. But I'll come to the second part of it, of the increasing burden on the tax deductor towards the end. Now, ma'am, as complexities in business grow by virtue of these technological advances and the digitization, for the deductor, the complexities have also increased. The deductor today faces a challenge to determine whether or not this is a transaction which is subject to deduction of tax at source. If yes, under what provision? What is the applicable rate of tax? And I'll multiply by various examples. We have new section 194O, now which requires an e-commerce operator to withhold tax out of payment made to an e-commerce participant. There are numerous challenges that arise. An e-commerce operator is deemed to or is required to withhold tax even out of payment not collected by the e-commerce operator. Now we have that information available with us, but to saddle the e-commerce operator with the question of withholding tax out of payment that he has not received, invariably he would be, asked to shell out money out of his own pocket in order to withhold tax from the payment made to an e-commerce participant, where the payment is directly between the e-commerce participant and the customer. Now these are issues that arise. Consideration not received. Now whether a payment gateway or an aggregator should also be saddled with these obligations, there is no clarity. So this is one instance of challenges that may be faced by an e-commerce operator in order to comply scrupulously with the provisions of section 194O. So to my mind, the provision is certainly welcome, but there are difficulties in implementation. There are challenges that are faced by the deductor when this obligation is fastened on the deductor. And the consequence is the deductor suffers all the penal consequences, which I'll allude to in a little while. Now, section 194S proposed in this finance bill of 2022, which requires withholding of tax out of profits on trading of virtual digital asset, the crypto. Basically, we all know most of these exchanges happen on crypto exchanges. Now, I, as a seller, may not know the buyer, but there is a requirement on the buyer to withhold tax out of the payment that is made to me. The buyer does not know the identified seller of the crypto asset. The exchange is acting in a fiduciary capacity. The exchange is only a custodian. You can't possibly fasten that obligation to the exchange. So I think the government would do well to think through this process of how this should be actually implemented. In actual practice, we may have difficulty and we may have a challenge. My suggestion is, like STT, you could have a similar transaction fee with respect to trading in crypto, which is collected at the source itself at the time when the transaction happens. Now, Ashutosh mentioned about section 195. I am reminded of the latest Supreme Court judgment in engineering analysis. That's a different matter, that the government, not satisfied with that decision, has filed a review which is to come up for hearing. But nevertheless, the question that I am wanting to lay before this House is the determination of the question whether the payment constitutes royalty or does not constitute royalty. And that was a batch of matters with respect to assessees who, according to the department, had defaulted in not deducting tax at source on payments which, according to the department, were legitimately to be classified as royalty. And as you are aware, we changed the definition of royalty in our Income Tax Act with retrospective effect, with no corresponding amendment in the double tax treaties. Now that also led to a challenge, and the deductor was saddled with all consequences of being treated as an assessee in default under section 201. The Supreme Court, as of now, has put the controversy at rest, but at the same time the review is pending, so the suspense continues. That's one aspect of the matter. The second is this new equalization levy. Now clearly the two enactments are mutually exclusive, in the sense that if the income is taxable under the Income Tax Act, then the charge of equalization levy under Chapter 8 of the Finance Act 2016 does not trigger. But who decides that whether this is royalty or it is not royalty? If it is royalty, it will suffer tax under the Income Tax Act. EL is not payable. But if it, and the deductor will have to withhold tax. If EL is payable and it is not royalty under the Income Tax Act, it is the recipient or the e-commerce operator, the non-resident e-commerce operator, who has to pay the EL. So there is a complete confusion with regard to classification of these items. And while on section 195, I may also point out that the courts have upheld the extraterritorial operation of the provision relating to TDS. So many non-residents are at a loss on how to comply with this legislation, which seeks to saddle them with onerous and consequences if deduction of tax is not made in compliance with the provisions of the Act. Then on digitization, the challenges that arise, I'll just illustrate by a few examples. 194J, I was asked this question, that I book an Uber, I make a payment, am I required to withhold tax? Or Uber, for instance, Uber India makes a payment to Uber US. Now in that situation, whether tax withholding is required. I would tend to take the view that one needs to analyze the legal effect of the transaction before you can take a view one way or the other. And I had, on an analysis of the entire arrangement, come to the conclusion that the privity of contract is between the passenger who flags the car and the car driver. Actually, the owner of the car, whoever receives or pockets the fare. Now, in that view of the matter, there is really no payment for carriage of passengers triggering section 194C or 194J for that matter. There were decisions, and the stand of the revenue was known. The revenue said tax needs to be withheld with respect to these payments. There is one decision of the tribunal taking a view in favor of the taxpayer, saying tax is not required to be deducted. And we have a recent decision from the UK court which said that the driver is actually an employee of Uber for purposes of compensation, for purposes of receiving the minimum wages under the UK Labour Act. So these are complications that arise in order to determine the characterization of the particular payment. What is the nature of the payment? What is the head under which tax needs to be deducted, if it needs to be deducted? I was recently writing an opinion for a similar query, and that's to do with digitization, and we'll see how the world has progressed. This particular site has aggregated various hospitals. So if a patient approaches this site and the site has doctors available on their roll, if it is recommended that a surgery needs to be done, the site will fix with A hospital, that the surgery will be done with A hospital, but they have their own doctors who will conduct the surgery at that hospital. Now, this site does not own a hospital. It can't possibly raise an invoice. The invoice, The invoice is to be collected by the hospital. The hospital withholds its share of the pre-agreed share between the two parties and then makes it available to the balance to this site. Now the question was whether this can be treated as an arrangement between the hospital and the site such that the site is required to withhold tax under 194J. The flow of money is in the reverse direction. That's what technology does. Now whether it is possible to comply with the provisions of section 194J in this situation is difficult. Unfortunately, I'm running out of time, so I'll very quickly point out. Ma'am, the deductor, in my understanding, acts as an agent of government. And if the deductor fails to comply, in that situation, the deductor is treated as an assessed in default under 201. There is recovery of tax. There is levy of interest under 201(1)(a). There is penalty under 271 capital C if it is without reasonable cause. If he fails to pay or deposit the tax in time, there may be prosecution. There may be disallowance of expense in terms of 40AI or 40AIA if tax is not withheld. Now the question is that if the deductor is really fulfilling a role and acting or stepping into the shoes of government in complying with this tax withholding obligation, the deductor clearly needs to be incentivized. And I would think, I'll take the cue from what Ashutosh said, once you have the GST database, you have all the information with you to go after the recipient of income, because after all, deduction of tax at source is a means to an end. It's not the end itself. The liabilities of the recipient of income needs to be reduced for the deductor. Then proactively, that's my suggestion again, the CBDT should come out with circulars. There was, I remember, ma'am, for your benefit, in a similar conference where 300 odd people were there, circular 715 was brought out giving FAQs. Now, if you have proactively, brought out similar such circulars, it will help alleviate a lot of confusion and a lot of misunderstanding on these accounts. So, circular should be brought out. I don't think whether it is feasible to have an advance ruling. If possible, an advance ruling should be made available to a deductor if the deductor is in doubt. The ledger account that Ashutosh mentioned, I would also feel that if it is done, it will cut through a lot of litigation. Speaking for myself, I follow the cash system. The tax is withheld by clients on my bills on an accrual basis. There is always this mismatch. So one is at pains to deal with this question. So, and lastly, I will leave this thought with you, that if you want to penalize the deductor for not complying with the provisions of the Act, and like section 271C, if we have a provision saying if the default is without reasonable cause, then you are saddled with these consequences, 201, 2011 capital A, 271C which is already there, or the disallowance of expense under 40A, 40I. So it is time, I think, that the deductor who is doing a yeoman's service to government needs to be recognized and needs to be incentivized, and the compliance cost and the obligation, the onerous obligations need to be toned down slightly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vora. Now I request Ms. Isha Singh to share her thoughts with us online.
Hi, good afternoon. If you could confirm that my slides are visible.
Ms. Isha, you need to talk a little louder. Are you trying to show us some slides?
Yes, I just said if you could confirm that my slides are visible.
No, not yet.
Ms. Isha, you need...
Can you see them now?
No, we still can't see them, ma'am.
Okay, just give me a little time, please. On my window, it shows it's sharing. Maybe it's taking a bit of time.
Not a problem.
Can you?
The slide was visible a bit earlier, but again in a smaller format, if you can make it larger. Right
Yeah,
now
sure.
we can only see Zoom, on the screen.
Sure.
Yeah, we can see the
Is
slide,
it
but if you
visible
could,
now?
yeah, but could you please make it in the, in the slide display mode? Yeah,
Yes,
it's still a
sure.
bit small, but I think we'll have to live with it. If you may have to read out some of the stuff
Yes.
which you're saying.
I
Right?
would do
Yeah,
that.
now
Sure,
we can
sure.
see.
So to
Okay.
start with, a very good afternoon to all the honorable guests, the organizers, the delegates, the esteemed chair, and my co-panelists. Heartiest congratulations to all the winners of TIOL awards in various categories. Albeit virtually, it's a privilege to be amongst you and share my thought on the topic. I echo the thoughts of my co-panelists that they shared around the topic, and would like to add on some quick points on the same. My first slide is related to the data, which reveals that there is a growing trend in share of TDS collections over the past few years. Now, one of the major reasons behind the same is the sheer access to taxpayers' data by the tax authorities and the multiple ways and enhancement in the ability of tax authorities to process this data. Now, this has also been highlighted by the Honorable CBDT Chairman in the referred article on my slide. Clearly, we can see that digitalization has played a huge role in tax administration and data collection. Going a little deep on this aspect, we can see that today there are data available from various sources thanks to digitalization. A much wider range of information is available with the government already, which wasn't possible earlier. Now, CBDT has signed MOUs with various authorities such as CBIC, the SEBI, and it also has exchange of data from various banking and financial institutions and other sources such as MCA and the Enforcement Directorate included. Also, the mere scope of detail that needs to be furnished to various authorities is growing manifold over the years. For example, the statement of financial transactions requires a growing kind of a data that needs to be shared with the authorities. Also, there is Form 26AS, which is becoming more and more comprehensive. And there is this whole GST ecosystem wherein data is available in the form of e-invoices and invoice level data is available with the authorities. With this, in a way, we could say that the role of TDS as a primary source of mapping transactions is losing relevance in some way. However, what about TDS role in collection of tax itself? If we see this slide, the chart indicates that barring the top few sections which contribute the maximum to TDS collections, the other ones do not play such a significant role. What we see is that, however, there are a few sections which contribute, like salaries, payment to contractors, and dividends. These are the main sections which contribute heavily towards the TDS collections, and the other sections do not contribute as much. Considering this study, while this data is only related to FY 2021, there is a similar trend available even for the past years. Now, considering this similar study, Justice Ishwar Committee had recommended rationalization of the TDS provisions back in 2016. However, we are yet to witness the same. What we are rather witnessing is contrary. We are witnessing an ever increase in scope of the TDS provisions. We saw the section 194O, which was introduced on e-commerce operators with effect from 1st October 2020. We saw 194Q being introduced on sale of good transactions with effect from 1st July of 2021. And we also see in the recent budget that there are two more sections introduced, one related to the TDS, which are paid by companies to their various channel partners on the benefits and perquisites that they pay to them, and the much debated 194S on transactions related to virtual currencies. So, so the two things that I would like to conclude with these last few slides is that somewhere TDS is losing relevance as a tool to collect data, with digitalization being there. And secondly, apart from the majority of 3 or 4 sections, it's not even contributing significantly to the tax collection per se. With this, if we could look at the challenges and the compliance burden that the assessees face, there is clear need of simplification that the industry demands. On this slide, I have tried to bucket the issues around these 5 parameters which are globally accepted for a good tax policy. On the first parameter, that is of neutrality, we appreciate that it is neutral as credit is available to the deductee. Now, one of my co-panelists was just mentioning that albeit there could be some delays and difference in the financial years in which this is claimed, but overall, we could still say that this test gets passed as far as TDS provisions are concerned. On the second aspect of efficiency, we see that there are a host of issues. Now, there are clear issues related to year-end provisions, wherein TDS is required to be deducted at the time these provisions are made. However, many a times we do not know the details of the deductee at the time of making of these provisions. In such cases, there is a clear lapse and there is a clear delay till the time the details of such deductee is available to the companies. In FMCG specifically, there is a huge provision which gets made towards the end of the year for advertisement related costs. So this issue clearly hurts us in many ways. The second issue could be around the lower deduction certificates that becomes a yearly exercise for some of the loss-making companies. Now they have to interact with the tax authorities regularly and try to get a rate mutually decided. And this becomes again a burden on a year-on-year basis. So the suggestion around this could be, if this could be brought at par with something like an advance ruling, which is valid for a period of 3 years and not just 1 year, this could ease a lot of burden on the assessees. There's also another side to the tax collection story that I just mentioned. The data says that there is around 30 to 45% of TDS which gets refunded annually. And there is a clear interest cost also.
You have 2
that
more
is,
minutes.
Yes, ma'am, I'll quickly conclude. So there's clearly an interest cost also. So there is a lot of administration cost on the department as well. Apart from that, there are a host of other issues that we face in implementing of TDS provisions. So I would not want to go on to the rest considering the time. I would just go on to my next slide, wherein I have mentioned the top broad asks that the industry has to make. So what is it that we are really looking at? We are requesting for some sort of a streamlining and rationalizing of TDS rates and threshold. We are looking at retention of some top 3 to 4 categories where the collections are higher. Like my co-panelist mentioned about a tax ledger scheme, that could give me an intimation if there is any lapse on my side, and that would give me a real-time picture of my credits as well as my deductions that need to be made. For data collection, like I earlier mentioned, other sources like GST and other SEBI and MCA, all those data could actually be sourced. There could be some sort of a reduction in interest rates and removal of penal provisions also, which could be looked at, because many a times this happens without the intentions on part of the assessees. And if we could do away with the requirements of certain compliances like the TDS certificates, because already data is available in the form of 26AS and other forms. Apart from these thoughts, I had another thought: if we could have some sort of a specialized TDS rates on the basis of compliance rating of these sellers, rather than keeping it on the part of, on the type of transactions that take place. So in a nutshell, if I have to summarize, I would say that digitalization should be somewhere inversely proportional to the scope of TDS provisions. and incentivization to assessees lies in simplification. With that, I close my presentation. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you, Isha. Thank you for sharing your views with us. And now it is my turn to sum up what the three eminent speakers have spoken and share my views. So I think each one of them has made a pitch that there should be reduction in compliance.
We need you a little louder, ma'am.
And
ma'am, can you be a little louder?
Louder.
Yeah, your voice is not reaching at the back. I think you need to get the mic a little closer to your mouth. Yeah.
Okay. So I think all the three speakers have made 2-3 points which is common to all of them. One is that they all want for simplification, reduction in compliance burden, and they all want that the tax deductors should be incentivized. Now, so far as reduction of compliance burden is concerned, government is already working in that goal. In our endeavor has always been to improve voluntary compliance and reduce cost of compliance. That has been an endeavor, and we are working in that direction. And every effort is made to ensure that compliance burden is reduced. But yes, the new fields are coming up, new technologies are coming up. To deal with them, we have to come up with a law. And then once the things become clear, we also get to know through your experience and through the information which we have that how it has to be smoothened further. So that is always a goal of the government. Now, coming to the issue that we should align with GST, yes, we are now sharing data with GST. That data is being studied by us, and then if there is a requirement that the two departments can work together and that can reduce your burden, we will be looking into that aspect. And there is a request for ledger account. I think that is too early to make a request because so many deductors, like if I compare the situation which was in 2011 and 12 when the CPC TDS was set up, and now there has been a lot of improvement in compliance. There has been a lot of reduction in the grievances which the taxpayers have been raising, the deductors have been raising, and it is more or less stabilizing. And the statements which are being filed, there has been a lot of improvement, and the deductees, they are able to get the credit for that. It has been the trend over 3-4 years. There has been a significant improvement in that, and we are getting very few grievances on that account. And now coming to the next issue, what Ashutosh said, that we have now introduced one more section this year, that is 194R, for deduction of tax on freebies. Why has it been introduced? I think there is a need to ponder over that. There has been a provision under the Income Tax Act which says that amenities and these privileges are liable to tax, but nobody was offering it for tax. So there is a cause to bring a TDS provision so that it is taken care of, and we can track those freebies which are being given to them, or the perquisites which are being given to the people. And the TDS is not only for the tracking the transaction. If you read section 4, which is the charging section under the Income Tax Act, that clearly says that tax will be paid either in advance by way of advance tax, or it will be by way of tax deduction at source. So it is a mode of collection of tax. And coming to incentive part, I will say that we all are governed by the Constitution of India, and if we have been given some fundamental rights, at the same time we have been given some fundamental duties also, which we all have to follow. So far as the deductor is concerned, it is a statutory liability which has, I will not say liability, statutory provision has been created under the law which says that the deductor shall be deducting tax. So for doing that, I do not think so. It cannot be equated with a service, that for service you have to pay fee. When we are getting our taxes collected through banks, they are rendering a service. For that, payment is being made. So it is not at par with that. And secondly, the tax which is being deducted by the deductors in a month, that is being paid in the next month by the 7th. So there is already a float. The taxpayers, the deductors are keeping that money with them. I have information with me right here in front of me of at least 10 big deductors. They are using at least 40 crore to 110 crore every month for their purpose. So that is already afloat with them. That money is being used by them. Maybe they're also earning interest on that. So that is an enough incentive for them. And generally, the liability is on the people who have a system, and they can develop the software to do it. So just keeping that in mind, the two provisions which have been brought this year for deduction of tax, they have been brought from 1st July 2022. Why? First quarter we have not enacted, we have not proposed it to be enacted, because to allow the deductors to set up their system, and so that if we have to come out with some clarification, we can also give it, and then you can set up your system so that you can start deducting. So keeping that in mind, there should be less burden on them. They should, this was kept in mind while bringing it from 1st July. Now, Mr. Vora referred to various court decisions, and he also said that CBDT should come out with circulars. So in that context, I will only say that whenever CBDT has come out with circulars and your colleagues have not liked it, they have gone and challenged in the court. So I don't think so the situation is going to improve so long as your profession is flourishing. So we remain at the same place where we are today. Nonetheless, CBDT is mindful of the fact that wherever there is a requirement, there will be clarification issued. So far as the engineering analysis case is concerned, review is pending. So after the decision of that, the issue will be final. I think with that, my time is also up, and thank you all. Thank you very much for the patient hearing to this panel.
Thank you so much to the panelists. But before we go on to the next session, we would like to invite questions, if any, for the panel. If you have any questions for the panel, you could raise your hands, and then we could get the usher to you to ask the question. Sure, sir. We'll just have someone come to you.
There's a lot of talk on TDS, but would you like to hold forth on?
Sir, could you please hold the mic and ask the question so that we can hear you?
Thank you. I'm Arun Goel. There's a lot of talk on TDS, but would you like to comment on TCS, which has become a big burden on the industry,
sir.
And especially regarding compliances and the deduction and the interface of GST? Because when there is GST, where is TCS? I mean, the interface between the two needs to be worked out. So would the member CBDT care to comment on that?
So when we are talking about TDS and TCS, it is just a mode of, the difference is only in mode of collection. Like TDS, while you are making the payment, you are deducting and giving it to the government. While you are taking the payment, you are taking something else also and giving it to the government. So I think both will go together while we are examining the issue of compliance burden reduction. It will be taken together.
So let me, take a shot at that. And this is coming back to, not the rate, not the deduction, not the time of deposit. It is that today, at the cost of repetition, is that today we have a single source of truth, which is the tax invoice under the GST. So unless and until the technology people, the ERP people sit with persons in the income tax department to see how this can be best aligned, whether it's TCS or whether it's TDS, and not taking anything away from the rate and all of those other kinds of things, that in itself can throw up a lot of opportunities for simplification, especially because, as it was mentioned, this is being targeted at large taxpayers. So they will be able to do it. But if we are able to align our rules in a particular manner, I think we will get a win-win situation for everybody.
Any more questions from the audience? All right, I think that's all the questions we had. Thank you so much. I would like to thank Ms. Pragya for chairing this session so well, and for all the insights that are offered by Ms. Isha Singh, Mr. Ajay Vohra, and Mr. Ashutosh. Thank you so much for this session. Thank you. All right, I think that's all. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to move on to the next technical session, which is about future of international trade and customs, challenges ahead. We have a very, very esteemed panel to take this session forward. We have Mr. Kunio Mikuria, Secretary General, World Customs Organization, who couldn't be here, of course, physically, but he's been gracious enough to send us a video that we will play out for you very, very soon. To take this session forward, I would like to invite on stage MS Money partner Deloitte Touche Tomatsu India LLP. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Our next panelist for this session is Mr. Om Hisaria, Senior VP, Reliance Industries Limited. We welcome Mr. Om Hisaria and request him to join us on the dais, please. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And this session will be chaired by Mr. Najib Shah, former chairman, CBIC. Can we have a big round of applause for all the panelists here, please? Now that we have all the panelists on stage, as I just mentioned, that the topic for this session is Future of International Trade and Customs, Challenges Ahead, we will begin by an address by Mr. Kunio Mikuria, Secretary General, World Customs Organization. Can we have the video, please?
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure and honor to speak in front of the prominent personalities on this auspicious opportunity. The COVID pandemic has had a huge impact on the trade landscape, but at the same time, it has accelerated our reflection on the sustainability, adaptability, and reliability of the current international trading system, especially global trade supply chains. From the very beginning of the pandemic, the WCO has worked closely with custom administrations and the private sector, as well as international organizations, to maintain the sustainability of international supply chains and to support the recovery of world trade. The question in front of us are how to keep the momentum going and how to enhance it. Bearing this in mind, the WCO has developed numerous instruments, tools, and programs that contribute to the realization of resilient supply chains and trade facilitation. For example, to address the e-commerce, the WCO adopted a framework of standards that advises customs to receive electronic advance data from the relevant service providers in a standardized way to secure and facilitate the ever-thriving e-commerce, especially under the COVID-19. The world trade system is not a self-contained system. Rather, it rests on a global governance ecosystem that involves political, economic, social, environmental, and technological aspects. Customs is an important part of the ecosystem and has wide-ranging impact on those aspects. Of course, multilateralism remains the underlying principle for designing our policies in pursuit of economic growth. Together with other international organizations, the WCO is dedicated to the maintenance and enhancement of multilateralism, as shown in the case of e-commerce in support of trade facilitation. With the progress in so-called Industrial Revolution 4.0, a number of innovative technologies have emerged, such as blockchain, Internet of Things, and big data. Those technologies are transforming the working environment for customs and will bring significant change and benefit to trade and customs operations. The WCO monitors the waves of technological innovation and explores the opportunities new technologies provide. On the other hand, technology could pose challenges to customs in the fight against illicit trade. Organized crime would exploit the technologies to conceal their offenses well in advance of law enforcement agencies. Therefore, customs administrations need to improve their knowledge and improve their capacities in investigating technology-related customs offenses. Emerging technologies are also adding complexity to the legal frameworks through which customs operations are empowered. To what extent customs can utilize the technologies, whether the technology-based enforcement by customs can ensure accuracy and authenticity, as well as data security and privacy. These are some of the questions for us to deal with. The questions may trigger customs administration's efforts in policy experimentation and regulatory sandboxes for more up-to-date legal frameworks. In recent regional trade deals, customs plays an increasingly important role. Customs engagement in preferential trade agreement has gone beyond the traditional fiscal measures to include protection of society, such as environmental protection, intellectual property, and anti-corruption, as well as economic competitiveness. While customs is often regarded more as an implementation agency rather than a policymaker, customs should be able to provide policy advice through providing data as a basis for evidence-based decision-making. Another contribution of customs could come from its good partnership with other government agencies and business. Hence, the WCO calls on our member customs administrations to strive for a leading role in their National Committee on Trade Facilitation as exemplified by the CBIC. To discharge its function properly, customs needs to increase its visibility to the public and civil society to improve the compliance environment. Regular communication with the public and dissemination of customs information via websites, social media, and dialogues are essential. Customs administrations across the world share similar missions, but their implementation capacities differ vastly in terms of human, financial, and technological resources. This situation could result in a weak linkage in the global supply chain and might harm connectivity and thus hamper economic and social development in a harmonious way. To address this potential deficiency, the WCO provides best practices and forums for exchanging experiences. It also offers further cooperation in providing capacity building support to members in need, thanks to financial support by donor administrations. In this regard, I appreciate India's effort in joining other members in providing the WCO with a Customs Cooperation Fund in support of WCO capacity building programs. Moreover, the increasing number of customs administrations have implemented the WCO's Safe Framework of Standards, including the Authorized Economic Operators, or AEO program, to provide more facilitative measures to compliant traders, which is realization of customs business partnership. They gradually move forward towards mutual recognition agreement on AEO with a number of MRAs reaching more than 90. The MRAs between members have become part of the international framework for customs contribution to international trade growth. On the other hand, the Customs Mutual Assistance Agreement, CMAAs, signed between customs administration by different WCO members enable the exchange of information and the joint enforcement for compliance purposes. At a multilateral level, WCO has developed the instrument and the guidance to enhance customs cooperation. The mission of facilitating cross-border trade cannot go without multi-stakeholders' efforts, including customs, tax, trade, transport, or quarantine, and banking. In the context of trade facilitation, there are huge demands for reducing documentation requirements, simplifying formalities and procedures, and improving transparency and predictability in the trading system. Customs administrations therefore need to tighten cooperation with other authorities in the spirit of coordinated border management. For instance, when it comes to simplifying invoice processing, data sharing between customs and tax authorities via a common e-platform is critical. Ensuring stable revenue is a top priority of many governments. Given that customs and tax administrations share the same taxpayers and potential tax evaders, customs and tax authorities could mutually support their activities by the exchange of information as evidenced from the experience in India. Other areas of custom tax cooperation involves conducting joint investigations, controls, audit, and operations. WCO also welcomes tax authorities and other relevant government agencies to join efforts and establish a multi-agencies or even single government AEO programs to bring more coordinated border management benefits to AEOs. Well, thus far I talked about the WCO initiatives in improving efficiency and effectiveness of customs administrations. Also, I touch upon the usefulness of cooperation between customs, tax, and other government agencies. I hope that India could provide best practices in this area to improve business climate and inspire other countries to follow. Thank you very much.
So that was Mr. Kunio Mikuria, Secretary General, World Customs Organization. And now extending the session further, I would like to invite Mr. M.S. Mani, Partner, Deloitte Touche Tomatsu India LLP, to please share his thoughts on future of international trade and customs, challenges ahead.
Thank you very much. It was a real pleasure hearing the Secretary General of WCO speaking to all of us over here. And quite a few things that, now I was not aware of what he's going to speak today, but quite a few things on which I was planning to focus, he has already discussed. So I don't certainly want to repeat that. For instance, sustainability of global supply chains, which has really come under threat because of the pandemic over the last 2 years. And that's a major issue which is really going to bother all of businesses and every single business. So let me speak on something else because he has spoken at length on that subject and he's more of an authority on the subject than I ever will be. Keeping that in mind, there are a few observations that I wanted to make in respect of the time that I have been allotted, which is the next 8 minutes. The first is that the World Customs Organization has a private sector consultative group. I'm not aware of how many of us are aware of this. So there is a PSCG which is set up by the WCO, which essentially is all the private sector participants. It includes corporates, it includes manufacturers, it includes logistic service providers and everybody else. And the World Customs Organization over a period of time keeps doing what is referred to as an environment scan. Some of us may have heard the word environment scan, but here the environment is not the environment as in climate, but environment as in the business environment for global trade and customs. So when they do the environment scan, they have decided a methodology for the scan, which is called PESTLE. PESTLE stands for political, economic, social, technological, environmental, and geopolitical. So they have gone ahead and have had this methodology for quite some time, which is largely with private sector participation. Now, what has this led to? The first thing that they have done using PESTLE is to ensure that at any point of time, they build various business models and check the sustainability of those models in a global economic environment framework. So during the pandemic, for example, some of the recommendations which were made by the PSCG got tested. Some of the consequences were desirable on expected lines. Some of them were completely unexpected. So let me just give one or two random examples which come to my mind. Globally, once the pandemic started, there was a broad agreement in all countries that PPE suits should become part of the exempted list. They should not be through a canalized agency. There should be no restriction, and every country followed it within a span of, say, 1 week or so. WCO was very successful in getting this done. But what someone forgot in the subtext was what happens to the components which make a PPE suit. What happens to the basic textile fabric that goes into a PPE suit? What happens to the thread? There are certain specific kind of buttons that go into a PPE suit. What happens to those? So while PPE suits got exempted, the components of PPE suit did not get exempted. And if the components do not get exempted, how will they get manufactured when they flow across countries? This was one illustration of a recommendation which was focusing on the final product and did not focus on the components. The other aspect in terms of the pandemic which comes to my mind immediately was the issues that many countries, including what we had in India, in respect of getting empty containers. So there was a large volume of export business which exporters in our country and many other countries, for instance the African countries, were targeting. And after the first 3 months of the pandemic-induced lockdown, most businesses were up and running. Most manufacturing businesses started. They had export orders, the pricing was agreed, people wanted business revival, but they hit an air pocket. And what was that air pocket? Something as simple as not having empty containers to the destination where you want to send your goods. Now, it is incredible that despite the fact that many businesses have struggled with getting containers, this year, we are expecting our merchandise exports to touch $400 billion. I believe we have already reached 360 in the 11 months. And in the last month, if we do $40 billion, we are heading to $400 billion of merchandise exports. When we combine that with roughly $250 billion of service exports, it's a big number in a year where we have just come out of the pandemic. But what would have been the exports if we didn't have a container shortage? That is something which we should think of. There are also various issues which do not get addressed at various points of time. For instance, sometimes when all of us as citizens shop on Amazon, you find that some of the products that Amazon sells on their website come from global. They are not sold by an Indian manufacturer. So when you try to buy some very good management textbook, it comes from some other country. But in the global framework for e-commerce that has been set by WCO, there is no distinction between B2B and B2C supplies. Now, if I as a consumer am ordering a book, it is a B2C supply, which possibly does not need to go through the rigor of a B2B supply. I'm not going to buy one book and evade customs duty on that or GST on that. So there has to be a differentiation in global e-commerce in respect of B2B and B2C supplies. This is again an area which has not been focused enough. We also have to bear in mind whenever we talk of World Customs Organization that it is a body that largely focuses on communication, cooperation and goodwill. It is not a body which is able to enforce any mandate on any country. So we have a World Customs Organization which is prevalent. We still don't have a World Border Organization. So in the days to come as we go along, possibly there is a need also for a World Border Organization, which will have a mandate to regulate customs across the country. So keeping this global trade in background, if I move to customs, and I can see I have 3 minutes left, on the customs side, what has been seen in most of the countries is that customs has been functioning more as a tax collection agency and as a regulator of prohibited goods or goods where the import should be discouraged. That has been largely the mandate of customs. And the facilitation of international trade or the facilitation of bilateral trade actually has become a byproduct for customs. It's one of those things that is very nice to have, but it's not essential to have. If this framework again changes, Because if bilateral trade increases, the customs collection will go up. If international trade goes up, the customs collection will grow up. We have seen some examples of private sector and the customs authorities in various countries collaborating through the PSHG. One example that we have seen in India is in respect of authorized economic operator. So the AEO is a very good example where the customs authorities say that, look, we trust you. And the AEO operator also is bound to ensure that all their transactions are above board. That's an excellent example that we have seen in recent times. If we have more partnership-related arrangements where the customs authorities treat themselves as facilitators of international trade, not a regulator of prohibited goods, not merely a tax collector similar to income tax and GST, then possibly we'll see a very big boom in international trade. In order to do that, we have to bear in mind that we are now seeing two trends worldwide on global trade. We are seeing a focus on many countries becoming insular, many companies trying to become self-sufficient, which in some ways is designed to limit global trade. We are also seeing more and more globalization and more of interdependence. Now, while these two things may seem to be contradictory, they have to be balanced. We have seen that in many of the policies that our government has announced over the past few months and weeks, where we have seen that there is a focus on manufacturing in India. So the finished product import into India is being discouraged in some form, but the import of components is being encouraged in some form. Possibly over a period of time, in all the global flows that we will see more and more of this. So that is all that I could share in the 8 minutes or so. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. M.S. Mani, for sharing your views. We would like to now pass on next to Mr. Om Hisaria, Senior VP, Reliance Industries, to share his thoughts on the subject.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Tax India Online, for having this discussion and having me and this panel here to discuss this topic. I would concentrate more. This topic has two parts. One is challenges in international trade and challenges in trade and customs. About customs, most of the issues that are relevant we have discussed. I would like to focus on how we see the challenges in trade in the coming years. Mr. Mani just referred that we are seeing insularity, the trend of liberalization and globalization that we witnessed over the last 20 years. It's seeing brakes being put on it. So what are the reasons for these brakes? And if these brakes are being put, then how do we look at that $1 trillion goods and services export target that our government is trying to have for the economy in next 5 years? To me, the way I look at it 2001 as a watershed moment when China acceded to WTO. By joining WTO, China had access, a most favored nation access, to the whole of developed world, the West. They moved from that year-to-year system of American Congress giving them a pass to trade with China to a stable trade regime with the whole of the world. The next 15 years at least saw a relentless growth in what we call the distributed manufacturing model. Like, you are not manufacturing one particular commodity at one particular location or a nation. That distributed manufacturing model, and that led to establishment of very complex supply chains. All that was fine. It went on for 12 to 15 years without much obstacles or hindrances. Along with this came, the WTO multilateral system the trade benefit, that is based on certain assumptions, that you abide by the rules, so all participants in the trade benefit. But unfortunately, the China's opaque economic system, which is still, people do not consider market-driven economy, they did not play, I mean, I would like to put it on record that perhaps they did not play it by rules, the kind of IPR violations that the world saw, the kind of ASCM, Agreement on Subsidies and Countervailing Measures violation that China made, and that went undetected, unchallenged. Firstly, the world didn't know how to react. And secondly, perhaps the dispute settlement mechanism of WTO was not geared to handle that kind of, or that scale of infringement of rules. As a result of this, we see that, again, very differentiated benefits of globalization, trade globalization. On one hand, if I take US example, we had Silicon Valley, which prospered beyond dreams because of this globalization. But at the same time, we had the Rust Belt of Midwest, the industrial wasteland. And when the welfare was, I mean, when the gains were generated, there was no mechanism set to distribute these gains from the gainers to the losers. Combined with this, the relentless pursuit of mercantilist ideas by Chinese. I'm using very strong words, which perhaps I should not have been, but I feel very strongly about it, so I can't really prevent that. So these 2-3 things, and then came pandemic. The complex supply chains that we had. Let's take an example, like you have a supply chain depending on 5 countries. 4 of them are having lockdown, one wants to operate. When one is ready to operate, the other one has lockdown. So these kind of supply chains became kind of, I mean, at least it looks unsustainable. So the distributed production manufacturing model, that again needs to perhaps be made more simple. Supply chains, from the globalization of supply chains, perhaps a regionalization of supply chains has to happen. So, and then the discontent, like trade doesn't operate in a vacuum. Trade is a result of geopolitical stability and cordiality. We see these signs. Brexit, after 10 years of negotiation, US withdraw from Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. After engaging for 7 years, India withdrew from RCEP. The Doha round, which was started in 2001, remains inconclusive. So there are challenges, and perhaps we are seeing at least next 5 to 10 years where the trade growth is going to be muted. The countries are looking at a China plus model. The countries are looking at supply chains and manufacturing models which are more resilient to the shocks like COVID, say a Ukraine war. In last 20 years, this is the first time we are seeing 2 Western world countries and 2 relatively developed nations getting engaged into a armed conflict. This will of course have impact on the trade and trade relations. Having said that, where do we find the space or scope for India to reasonably achieve the target that we have of $1 trillion of goods and services export? There are 2 trends very clearly which I can see. One is China plus 1 model, which many of the countries, they are so much heavily invested in China, not just money-wise, their dependence-wise, that they simply can't shut it off. So most of them are thinking of China plus 1. So we definitely have enough headroom, given our small share in the world trade, we have enough headroom to operate on that and get onto that China plus one. So whatever shift, whatever diversions take place from there, we are there, our systems are there, our policies are there to take care of, to take advantage of that. And going from $650 billion to $1 trillion over a period of 5 years should not be a challenge. And the second one, there are international estimates available that our transaction cost and logistics cost has some very low-hanging fruits, and maybe it can be, one of the OECD studies say up to 13 to 15% of that can be cut over a period of less than 3 years by following a certain paradigm, a certain set of policies, a certain set of implementation follow-up. So these two provide India enough scope to perhaps add another $350 billion in next 5 years to its present level of exports of goods and services and meet that challenge of international. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Om Hisaria, for sharing your insights. And now we invite Mr. Najib Shah, former Chairman CBIC and Chair of this very session, to please share his insights and his observations and concluding remarks.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. We have heard three very erudite speakers. Kunio giving us an overview of World Customs Organization and all the initiatives which it has put in place, and the hope that the Indian Customs Administration will also ensure that all these recommendations of the WCO are put in place. To react to what he had suggested, I think the Indian Customs Organization has, over a period of time, put more than all these provisions in place. Mani did mention about PESEL. We don't have PESEL in the format which the WCO has been engaging. But having said that, every customs administration at the level of a custom house does have very regular, intense trade discussions with the importers and exporters in that particular custom house. And at a macro level, the board also does have interactions. But yes, that's a point well taken about the need for having a more focused discussion. The challenge which the customs administrations globally have faced have been unprecedented in the last 2 years. COVID was something which nobody anticipated. And the role of customs, as Mani did point out, from a mere collector of taxes to much, much more than that, has evolved dramatically. And I do not agree with the suggestion made that facilitation is a byproduct of our primary role of being collectors. Trade facilitation has been the focus of all customs administration simply because the volume of trade has been increasing. It has to be technology driven, it has to be risk based, and he had no choice but to ensure that the less risky consignments are given speedy clearance. And all this came to play dramatically during the COVID period, when the customs played a crucial role in ensuring speedy clearances of consignments. In fact, unprecedented was the Finance Minister's observations in the budget speech about the role played by the Indian customs, where she acknowledged that they had shown agility, they had shown the impact of technology, they were faceless in their assessments, and ensured speedy clearance. Unfortunately, like Mr. Hisaria has been mentioning, protectionism has taken the garb of nationalism, unfortunately. Now, while protectionism and Atmanirbharata are necessary, ultimately exports are the result of an environment domestically available for good manufacturing. Unless you have a good manufacturing infrastructure and ecosystem, you're not going to export. I'm not going to be in a position to export if I do not have the necessary facilities for manufacturing within the domestic setup. So I firmly believe the two go hand in hand. You can't have exports without having a good domestic environment, and you can't have mere manufacturing for your domestic requirements, you necessarily have to necessarily export. What globalization has taught us is the huge interdependence amongst all countries. The free trade agreements which India has been pushing for, and the last one being with UAE, are a recognition of the fact that you need to be part of the global value chain, are the recognition of the fact that each country has a certain strength, and we need to capitalize on that strength and ensure that you add to the global value chain seamlessly. Again, the role of the customs is crucial in this entire process, and FTAs brings with that huge challenges again for the customs administration, because remember, each FTA has a different rule of origin, and that is a crucial element for ensuring that my benefits are extended only to those products and those countries which fulfill the requirements of that rule of origin. So this is another challenge which all customs administrations have to face with increasing number of FTAs, and FTAs with countries like UAE, about which, quite frankly, I have my great skepticism about. It's not a manufacturing hub, it's a trading hub, are going to pose challenges for all customs administrations, especially the Indian customs administration. Trade, I'm very optimistic, has to increase. It is a cyclical process which happens. The developments which have happened in the last 2 years are unprecedented. COVID was something which nobody anticipated. The Ukraine-Russia conflict, again, is going to have an impact. Prices are going to shoot up. Supply chains are going to get disrupted, which means, again, we have to ensure that we show agility, as in the Indian Customs Administration shows agility and speed to ensure there's no blockage of clearances. The Indian Customs Administration, I speak as a former chairman, has been reacting positively to ensure that concerns of the trade and industry are met. I'm sure all of you are aware of the fact that time release studies are constantly being done by the customs. Each custom house puts in the public domain exactly the time taken for the clearance of goods. And it has dramatically improved over the last few years. We do realize that time is money, and we cannot afford to not ensure speedy clearances. The Indian Customs Administration has put in a single window, which is a unique achievement in ensuring that all clearances required from multiple departments of the Government of India are addressed in a single technological tool, and that has expedited exports phenomenally. IceGate has been a huge success. It has had challenges, like all technology does have challenges, but over a period of time has been a huge success and has become very stable. The risk management system that the Government of India has put in place has again played a crucial role in ensuring that this balance between facilitation and enforcement takes place. Remember, the customs administrations globally, and especially in the Indian context, because of their location, have a crucial role to play in the safety of the country. Now, people overlook the fact that they are crucial custodians, not only of the economic frontiers of the country, but also of various other aspects of the economy, flora, fauna, the environment, the security-related aspects. The customs have a huge role to play, and going forward, all these roles are only going to magnify, they're going to increase, and the challenges of the customs administration will be to ensure that they keep abreast of these changes. Skill development is an area which is something which we need to constantly keep addressing. Mr. Cunio had mentioned about the need for that, and that can't be overemphasized, because that is so very important if we are to be partners of trade and industry, because both need each other and both needs to learn with each other. I take the point made by Mr. Mani that there's greater coordination required, and I think the trust which has been reposed now on the industry in the form of AEOs is something we should carry forward in various other aspects and learn to trust the trade a little more. And I'm sure the trade and industry will repay back the trust in spades. Thank you so very much, and we are now open for questions, if any.
Do we have any questions from the audience? In case you have any question, please raise your hand and we'll make the mic reach you. All right, can we have the mic, please?
I must compliment Mr. Hisaria and Najib Shah and Mr. Mani for the excellent presentations. And they are all practitioners, so they have really come out with the issues at hand. But at the same time, I would like to present to you the consumer point of view. Today, you see the construction industry, or you see the small-scale businessman, or the workshops. They go to the market in Delhi, and they get very cheap machine tools with which they can do their business. And these are all of China origin. So in a sense, in the good old days when I started my career, the thinking in the Commerce Ministry used to be that if somebody wants to dump, it is his loss and your gain. So in that sense, you see the prices at which goods are available in the world market because of competition, because of overproduction, because of technology which is producing more and more at lower and lower costs. Now these gains have to come to the Indian economy and especially to the small and medium sector. So you go on increasing duties, in the name of simplification. Now recently, for example, I edit a book on customs every year. Now recently, in the name of simplification, you have said that you are taking the exemption rates to the schedule, but in the process, the duties have gone up. And what was correctly pointed out by N.K. Singh is that the net result is that your revenues are going up in customs because perforce people have to import because import prices are less. Most of the GST collections that you are making, these are not from the domestic trade. These are all from IGST collected on imports. And that is also forcibly so because Indian goods are that much more expensive. So somewhere, if you are talking about a 5 trillion economy, or you are talking about doubling exports and all that, you have to lower costs. And for that, duties have to be reasonable so that invoicing is proper. Any amount of your risk management systems and valuations, these will not work unless you have a realistic system of duties which is benefiting manufacturing. For example, in electronics, where I advise, electronics, there is no way you can make chips in the country. There is no way. And that being so, why do you put an IGST on chips import? Let it come in without IGST. Tremendous manufacturing will take place, tremendous R&D will take place. So, while, I've been in this meetings from morning till evening, most of the talk has been from the regulator's side or from the consultant side, but nobody has really spoken out for the consumer. So I am taking this burden on myself to present the other point of view, that is the consumer himself. I would ask this august panel to comment on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Goel Saab. You see, when tax policy is made and we arrive at a particular rate of tax for a particular item, inputs are taken from each of the line ministries who wish to protect their domestic manufacturing sector. Now, it's a huge policy call to take as to where the customs duty should be. Customs revenue has been steadily decreasing, while undoubtedly Overall, you're talking the IGST undoubtedly has increased. That is a reflection of the balance of trade itself, where our imports have been constantly increasing. And that's a reflection of the fact that we have had need for importing. So your point is well taken. I'm sure Tax India Online will convey it to the policymakers. None of us here is in the business of making policy right now, but I'm sure your concerns and sentiments will be conveyed. But it's a point well taken, and organizers will do well to ensure it is communicated.
Thank you so much,
sir. Sir, on your point, we have all seen a lot of talk that custom duty has been going up. But if we look at some of the published numbers, and the average ad valorem tariff of Indian imports, which stood at around 13% in 14-15, has gone up, I would say marginally, to around 15.3 in 2021. So perhaps this is more of a perception issue also. I'm not denying that duties have gone up. On certain items, definitely it has gone up beyond those. But the overall, the duty rates have not really, I do not see at least we are going back to the old protectionist era. And the secondly, sir, on this cheap goods or whether you call it cheap goods or whether you call it competitively priced goods, but the concerns relating to competition policy that we have, that in short run you make, you enter into predatory pricing. So that also is a concern that perhaps in short term, the consumer interest and the consumer interest over a long-term period, both need to be balanced to take a call on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I hope that that gives a response to your question. Thank you so much, Mr. Goyal, for asking the question. And with that, we close this session. We would like to once again thank the chair of the session, Mr. Najib Shah, former chairman CBIC. Sir, could I please request all of you to come in the front of the stage for a picture before we let you go? A heartfelt thanks to Mr. Om Hisaria, Senior VP, Reliance Industries Limited, Mr. M.S. Mani, Partner, Deloitte Touche Tomatsu India Limited, LLP, and of course, Mr. Kunio Mikoria, Secretary General, World Customs Organization, for participating in this technical session. Thank you very much, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to move on to our next session. The next session is about global minimum tax and digital service tax. Moving on to the next session, I would like to invite on to the stage the panelists for the session. The first panelist for the session is joining us virtually. That's Mr. Michael Keane, professor from Tokyo College, University of Tokyo. Do we have Mr. Keane with us? Can we have his video? A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Michael Keane. Thank you so much for joining us, despite the time difference. Thank you so much, sir. We also have with us Ms. Shefali Goradia, Partner, Deloitte Touche Tomatsu India LLP, who's present with us here. I would like to request Ms. Shefali to please join us on the dais. While we get Ms. Shefali in, our next panelist for the session is Mr. Alok Kanti, President and CEO, Bayer Inc. Canada. He's been kind enough to send us a video, and we'll be playing that out in the course of the session. And the session will be chaired by Mr. Pramod Kumar, Vice President IT80, who's also present with us virtually. Big thank you to you, Mr. Pramod Kumar, for making time out for the session. Thank you so much, sir. Round of applause, please.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you very much for inviting me to this event. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I'm listening to the sessions with great interest. Yes, so let me start by saying I'm an economist, so I'll be giving an economist perspective on the topics for this session. And really focusing on some notable features of the Inclusive Framework Agreement, touching on digital and on the minimum tax, and some of the kind of unresolved issues that I see in the area. To start, we have to say that the agreement is really quite an astounding achievement, and it includes many elements that I think economists have been arguing for a long time. The element of formula apportionment, that is using formulaic methods to allocate taxable profits, basing some element of taxation in the market or destination country, stepping back from the arm's length principle, recognizing that that has some limitations and not using it in all circumstances. These are all things, along with the minimum tax, that various economists have argued for many years. And it's really been pretty amazing that many of these things were completely off the agenda 3 years ago or so. You could barely talk about them in polite tax society. And now here we are with this agreement. So you might think that economists would be very happy, but I'll come back to that question at the end of my remarks. So I did just want to say perhaps three things about the minimum tax. First issue has been a long-standing question has been the issue of who's going to get the money, who's going to get the revenue from the movement towards a minimum tax. And as you know, of course, there's been a lot of agonizing over the rule order and the idea that really it would essentially be what we might think was the residence countries that would get revenue rather than source countries. In a way, for economists, that was always a rather perplexing debate because there was always the opportunity for the source country to essentially adopt domestic legislation that would preempt the application of the minimum by the residence country. So essentially grab the revenue for itself. So it's always sort of slightly perplexing to people like me why this was such an issue when the domestic source country can simply do it, move up to the minimum themselves. Well, of course, now we have the rather last moment, we have the qualified domestic minimum top-up tax, which kind of achieves precisely that. And it's sort of interesting for people like me because that's really a sort of a recognition that whatever people try to draft, at the end of the day, the economics comes through and drives the outcome. So I think we can see that's really a clear incentive that was there, finally belatedly being recognized. I think many of us would be happy that that is so. So that's a relatively straightforward issue. The second one, I think, has not been much talked about, but is, I think, important. And that's the question of, well, how do we think the high tax countries, by which I mean countries that are not directly constrained by the minimum tax, how do we think high tax countries will respond to the minimum? Do we think, for example, they will raise their rates, or do we think they'll lower their rates? Will the minimum become, that is, a ceiling, or will it be a floor? And well, why does that matter? Well, one reason that matters quite a lot is because the answer to that question decides to a large extent whether the adoption of a minimum can actually be in the benefit of the low tax countries or not. That is, whether the countries forced to raise their rates might at the end of the day actually end up better off. Well, how could that possibly be? Well, suppose you're currently, prior to the agreement, you were setting a rate of, let's say, 12.5%. And now you're forced to raise your rate to 15%. Well, okay, you might not want to do that ideally because your best rate you thought was 12.5%, but nonetheless, it's not kind of a huge deal, perhaps going to 15. Nonetheless, you're probably going to be, slightly worse off perhaps. Except that, well, what happens in the high tax countries? Maybe what's going to happen is the high tax countries, because you're raising your rate, the lower rates have all gone up, maybe they're going to raise their rates, say, by 2 percentage points. Well, that's clearly good for you as a lower tax country. And so you have these two offsetting effects, the kind of the own effect and the kind of spill back effect from the other countries that may raise their rates. And there are good reasons to suspect that actually, if the minimum is not very high, it's that second effect that's going to dominate, leaving the low tax countries better off. So spelling out the argument, how the high tax countries react is pretty much critical for the interest of the low tax countries, and indeed looking beyond that to what the appropriate level of the minimum tax should be. The question becomes, well, how high could the minimum actually be and still leave low tax countries better off as well as the high tax countries? Well, I don't actually have an answer to you for that question, I'm afraid, at the moment, but that's certainly something we're doing. I've been involved with some work on. But the key question comes back to the one I began with on this little remark, which is, well, how do we think the high tax countries will react? And, I have to say the empirical evidence on this isn't terribly clear. My own guess is it's not as clear as you might think. You might think it's obvious that the high tax countries will, if anything, raise their rates, just as in the past, they've lowered their rates as lowest rates have gone down. The more formal empirical evidence isn't so clear on that. Nonetheless, my guess, for what it's worth, would be that the high tax countries will indeed, if anything, tend to raise their rates. as a footnote, I should say, what does that actually mean? Well, it doesn't mean they actually, in terms of numbers, have to raise their rates. It means they set a rate higher than they otherwise would, which is a tougher question to verify in practice. So I'd be curious to know if participants in the conference have views on the high-tax countries' reactions. But I really wanted to flag that as a critical issue that I don't think has received very much careful attention in the debate. People pretty much tend to ignore the reaction of the high-tax countries, but that's, I think, pretty critical to how this whole thing plays out. A second issue, or third issue rather, to mention on the minimum tax is the impact. What is the impact going to be on real investment decisions? Now, in a sense, this is a question that's been there since the beginning of BEPS in 2013. That is, when you go about trying to close anti-avoidance routes, you're probably making it more costly to invest, and then you might expect investment to go down. And that's, I think, again, another issue that's sort of been in the background, I think, throughout the BEPS debate. But it's really, I think, only now, with the arguably more substantive measures of the October Inclusive Framework Agreement, it's only really now, I think, that that's beginning to attract really serious attention. There has, of course, been some work on that by OECD, with the implication that really the investment effects may not be that big, at least at a minimum of 15. At higher levels of the minimum, probably going to be rather more marked. But I think just 2 points I'd make on the real investment element. One is, of course, that we shouldn't pretend that we fully understand how taxes affect firms' investment decisions, at least in the sense of being able to quantify with great precision what the impact would be. Those are complicated decisions, and the literature is still really, I think, figuring out how taxes affect multinationals' investment decisions, both the amount and in which countries they invest. The second point I'd mention, nonetheless, is that we tend to think this is going to be bad for investment, and that probably is going to be the case, I suspect, in the countries that are constrained by the minimum. But we should also bear in mind that for some countries, of course, investment may go up. And why is that? Well, imagine you're currently deciding, prior to the agreement, you're deciding whether you're going to invest in a 12.5% country or in a 20% country. And you may think, well, okay, I'll invest in the 12.5% country because even though I think productivity, pre-tax profits are going to be lower in the low tax country, nonetheless, because taxes are lower, that makes it a more attractive investment for me after tax. So clearly what might happen is that as the 12.5% goes to 15 or whatever, then it's no longer more attractive to accept a less productive investment, a less profitable investment in a low tax jurisdiction, and you'll invest instead in, say, the 20% jurisdiction. The 20% jurisdiction may become, after tax, more attractive. So what is that saying? That's saying that, well, investment in some countries may go up as a consequence of the minimum. An implication of that, when you pursue it even further than I'm able to do now, is that, in fact, aggregate investment across the world may go up. Again, I'm not claiming that's necessarily the case, but I think I want to make the point that the investment effects are quite complicated, and for some countries, they may actually be beneficial in terms of the actual amount of inward investment. So with that, I think I'll wrap up just by returning to perhaps the first point I made. As I said that, well, many economists see elements in this package that they've been arguing for many years. The formula apportionment, moving back from arm's length pricing, destination, minimum. However, and as I say, it's a quite amazing achievement, and the rapidity with which the world has moved on these really fundamental issues has been quite, I think, breathtaking. But the potential criticism is that, well, clearly we know this is not a simplification. We know this is a complex set of arrangements. It's making things even more complex than they were before. And arguably part of that is because it lacks a kind of coherent vision of the overall approach to the tax system. You can see that, for example, we have elements of formula apportionment. We have elements of destination basing. If you look at the literature, those have not been things typically that go together. They've been seen as alternatives, particularly in the form of the destination-based cash flow tax. So now we have both these elements along with the minimum. And, I think again, I just have to say what an amazing achievement it is. If economists are going to be a little bit critical, they might say, well, okay, where's the overall coherence in this package? What do we really think the international tax regime should be doing? And of course, the question then becomes, well, how sustainable is this? And that's really saying that the complexity isn't there because we're doing a coherent thing in a complicated way. The issue may be more, well, is this really a coherent approach? And how sustainable will it eventually prove to be? So I think with that, I'll close my remarks and thank you again for inviting me. And I look forward to hearing the rest of the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Keen, for joining us today for this very, very special TIL Congress technical session. Moving ahead with the session, I would now like to invite Ms. Shefali Goradia, partner Deloitte Touche Tomatsu India LLP, to please share her views regarding the subject.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We've just heard Professor Keen talk about the BEPS changes that have happened, Pillar 1, Pillar 2. And as many of you already know, this has been the whole tectonic shift in how countries are going to tax incomes of foreign companies that do business in their countries. We are also moving away from the whole classic notion of permanent establishment, which was if you had a physical presence in a country, then you would pay tax in that local country. But now we have a new nexus in the form of the market. So if you have a market in a country, then that automatically becomes your nexus. And as a result, you will end up paying some taxes, regardless of whether you have physical presence or not. So all in all, I think this is a huge shift from where we were, just till like few years back. The BEPS, which is the base erosion and profit shifting, which got exacerbated by the digital businesses, has now actually become all pervasive. So for example, in Pillar 1, where there is a reallocation of profits, surplus profits to the market jurisdiction, that is not only limited to the digital businesses, but it applies to all businesses. So for example, the top 100 companies today in the world, which are the top largest multinational, crossing the threshold of 20 billion euros, are all within this Pillar 1. And with the possibility that this threshold will be lowered as we go further, so that it will become more pervasive, and it will start impacting many countries. I think we've often heard that, countries like India, does it really matter? How many companies are we talking about? Today we see a lot of foreign multinationals with Indian subsidiaries that are impacted. But besides that, it is soon going to be covering many other companies as well. Likewise, while we are at the policy level, it is also good to know that under Pillar 1, whatever is the excess profit that gets allocated to the market, it gets collected and paid up in the headquarter country, and then it gets redistributed to the market jurisdictions. And now we have the draft rules, which are the detailed revenue sourcing rules, as to how would you go about allocating the profits. And for different types of business models, there are different rules on revenue sourcing. And I think as in this session, I think we are following the lead of indirect taxes. So for most of these business models, the revenue is sourced where your customer or the user is based. So for example, if you have an online, say, advertisement business, then the revenue is sourced where the advertisement or the viewer of that advertisement is based. And there is a certain rule order in terms of how will you go about finding where is the viewer actually located. Likewise, if you have marketplaces, which are the intermediaries, whether it is a sale of tangible goods or intangible goods, then there is a preset rule that 50% revenues get allocated to the purchaser jurisdiction and 50% revenues get allocated to the seller jurisdiction. For cloud services, it gets even more complex, where there is a different rule, whether it is a B2C transaction or a B2B transaction. For a B2C transaction, again, the revenue is sourced where the consumer or the client is located, whereas for a B2B transaction, you have to look at where are the services actually being utilized. So all in all, I think this revenue sourcing rules are fairly complex, but we are getting down to that detailed implementation level framework for it. And once the rules are finalized, that will lay out the broad formula as to how the profits need to be reallocated. I think especially in Pillar 1, it is important that the data which is collected is reliable, and which is where one of the big asks from the industry has been that try and use the data which is already collected. Like, we talked in the previous session as well, right? The GST is already giving you certain data. Likewise, in many other European countries, the VAT laws already collect the data. And if that data can be reused for this purpose, it would lessen the burdens on the companies to shell out extra data or to go and approach the customers or the users to get this extra data. It's also, the ask of the industry to keep it simple and administrable. A noble ask. Nobody would deny that. But the more in detail we are going, I think we are moving farther away from it. But at least the collection and the distribution mechanism should be simpler, since it is going to be administered at a country-to-country level. It is also interesting that equalization levies or the digital service tax, which will be withdrawn once Pillar 1 is implemented, the equalization levy has to be adjusted against the Pillar 1 profits that are to be paid in the market jurisdiction. So for the first time, we are seeing some kind of a mathematical trade-off where they are agreeing to collect the taxes in the interim period, but they would also set it off against the Pillar 1 profits. So that is about Pillar 1. Now coming to Pillar 2, which is the global minimum tax of 15%. There the threshold is lower, which is 750 million euros. But again, we are seeing that most of the data which is being collected is based on the CBCR. So just to take it forward in terms of what are we seeing, what are the companies really doing in order to prepare themselves for this Pillar 2 readiness or a Pillar 1 assessment. And most of the times, as we see, the first step is to go and look at what your data is. Is it robust enough? Does it give you all the parameters that are being sought, both under Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 proposals? Or if not, can you really amend your systems to collect that data so that when it is implemented, you have this data readily available and consistently available across all the jurisdictions where the multinational has its operations? The second level of preparedness is about the impact assessment. And, like Deloitte, many other firms do have this kind of tools which help you in doing this impact assessment, where you can run the whole, your data through this tool and see how much is the additional tax impact in which jurisdiction, both under Pillar 1 as well as Pillar 2. We are yet to see the final set of rules for Pillar 2, so we'll still have to keep amending and preparing for it, but at least it gives you the first level of idea. Then based on your impact assessment, the next thing that the companies are doing is re-evaluating the business models. So for example, if you have your R&D center, say somewhere in Europe, whether without the incentives, are you going to survive? Or is your data center or is your R&D center still doing the value addition from that jurisdiction? Or would you rather move it where you have your rest of the DEMPI functions located? Likewise, the regional headquarters or the regional IT hubs are also being re-evaluated with this lens of matching them with the talent functions and matching them with the commensurate profits that can be justified in those jurisdictions. In order to calculate this jurisdictional effective tax rate, again, you do need help of some kind of a tool, because that is what will show up whether are you falling short in some jurisdiction. And many countries around the world have already started adjusting the tax rates. So for example, we are seeing that Cyprus has announced that it will raise its rates up to 15%. UAE has announced for the first time that they will be imposing a rate of 9%. And now we are seeing very targeted and focused changes. So the rate of change or the new rates will now apply to a targeted set of companies that are going to be impacted by Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. And then as that bracket keeps expanding, maybe these rates will then apply to the larger set of companies. So these are targeted reforms that are happening. Likewise, we are already seeing countries like Netherlands that have announced the intention to include an income inclusion rule in the domestic tax law. And same is likely to be the case for India as well. Since we don't have a controlled foreign corporation rule, we may also see income inclusion rule under the Indian domestic law. And many other countries around the world, especially in Asia Pacific, that used to give a lot of tax holidays and incentives are re-evaluating what substitutes can be given, which will balance out things between, keeping your effective tax rate at 15% at the same rate, remaining an attractive tax regime for the foreign companies to be attracted. So overall, we are going to see a lot of changes in the upcoming years, starting 22 itself, where throughout the year, a lot of new rules and frameworks will be announced. The model commentaries will be announced. The model changes in the domestic law will be announced. And then 23 is the announced year for implementation of both Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. And that is going to pose interesting questions in terms of how does all this get juxtaposed against your traditional permanent establishment. Whether the physical permanent establishments will still be relevant in the upcoming tax world, or is it going to lose its relevance? Maybe we will hear more about it from our chairman, but with that, I would like to end my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sefali Goradia, for sharing your thoughts. Moving ahead with this technical session, we would now have a very special video play out sent by Mr. Alok Kanti, President and CEO, Bearing Canada. Can we have the video, please?
Good afternoon, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here and speak at this important conference. I guess I'll be one of the few non-experts who will speak today, and in reality, I will be reaching out to most of you in the audience to understand and get help on tax issues. But firstly, a bit about myself. I grew up in India, in Darjeeling, and subsequently studied at the Delhi College of Engineering, and have since worked with Bayer for the last 28 years. I have lived in 7 countries, including the US and China, and worked in over 28 jurisdictions. Currently, I'm the CEO of Bayer in Canada, but today I'm expressing my own independent views. The topic I was asked to talk about is global minimum tax and digital service tax, demystifying PEEP. It's a wonderful opportunity to present a business generalist view on tax reform. Before I go there, let me firstly share my perspective of taxation of companies per se. I go back to a story my finance professor at the University of Southern California opened his class with. The story goes, the CEO of a company asked a team what 2 plus 2 was. The marketing colleague said he could make it 5. The engineer said it was perhaps 4, depending on the level of certainty the CEO wanted. And the finance colleague asked, before tax or after tax? The story has always struck me as highlighting that taxes are instrumental in corporate strategic decisions. Mathematically and in project finance, they are a significant contributor to the weighted average cost of capital, which in turn affects the net present value of projects. Policymakers should remember the impact of taxes and that it affects all decisions of the company, be it the ability of a company to take on risk in marketing expansion, in capital allocation, or in innovation. It also affects operational decisions by impacting decisions on pricing and wages when viewed over the longer term. In short, it plays an integral role in key strategic and operational decisions of a company. Moreover, it plays an important role in defining a company's relative competitiveness when compared to competitors in other jurisdictions. So coming to the point of the tax reform. Firstly, who decided what? On October 31st, after about 6 to 8 or even more years of work, the heads of the world's major economies, the G20 nations, approved a new global minimum corporate tax. This deal, announced at the G20 summit in Rome, is a historic since this is the first time nearly all nations have agreed to such a system. Earlier, on October 8th, some 136 countries had endorsed the new regime. To quote Mr. Matthias Cormann, Secretary General OECD, this is a massive and historical significant reform, which will make our international tax arrangements fairer and work better in a digitalized and global world economy. This agreement addresses two issues which have been a source of ongoing debate for a long time. Firstly, a differential approach by jurisdiction in response to the digital economy. And secondly, a base erosion and profit share shifting as some companies have moved to lower or extremely low tax jurisdictions. The system thus aims to give more stability to international tax rules. Secondly, what is it? So let's delve a bit more into this. The agreement has two pillars. The first pillar reallocates tax between countries to where they earn their revenue. Under this, companies' excess profits, defined as in excess of 10% of total revenue, will be taxed at 25%. This reallocates taxes to countries where revenue is earned. To quote an expert, it is important that tax is paid, but it also matters where the tax is paid. The second pillar ensures that large multinationals pay a minimum level of tax and lets governments target profits that are taxed under a minimum corporate rate of at least 15%. Governments could set whatever local corporate tax rate they want, but if a company pays lower tax rates in a particular country, their home governments can top up their taxes to the 15% minimum, reducing the advantage of shifting profits. So it creates a floor, if you like, and that reduces a race to the bottom tax competition. These rules are applicable to large companies, with Pillar 1 to companies with euro 20 billion in sales, and Pillar 2 to companies with greater than 750 million euros in sales per annum. That said, I would like to leave you with three thoughts. Firstly, companies should pay fair taxes. Tax is an important contribution to society. A well-functioning tax system builds the very infrastructure that strengthens a company's competitive advantage and provides resilience to the economy, be it investments in security, infrastructure, education, or basic research, to name a few. For example, the Canadian government paid subsidies of over 100 billion Canadian to ameliorate the economic impacts of the COVID pandemic. As another example, the mRNA technology, which is the basis for some of the vaccines that have helped us out of this pandemic, was initiated through the basic research funded by the NHS in the US in the 80s. Companies should carry their fair burden of taxes and in a global enterprise pay them appropriately in jurisdictions where value is added either through innovation, management presence, manufacturing, or commercial sales. However, all competitive advantage is relative, and thus everything else being equal, the difference in tax rates between countries can create the competitive edge that companies are constantly seeking. This fundamental principle will be better obeyed with the global minimum tax. However, I do hope that this move is not misused or results in a noticeable increase in tax burdens for companies that comply, as I've already talked about the close relationship between taxation and strategic investment decisions. Secondly, taking a long-term view, we can quite well see taxes being paid as a component of ESG of companies. As mentioned earlier, taxes are an important contribution to society, and ESG reporting and ratings are becoming increasingly important, and over time one can anticipate that they may be also seen as a differentiator. Tax transparency is now backed by global institutions including the UN, OECD, and EU, and being discussed by others. Over time, companies could share tax payments as part of their ESG. Thirdly, tax complexity can create a significant incremental burden and risk on companies, as most multinational companies would try their best to follow the law while optimizing tax. However, if new tax ideas are put on the table while old complexity is not removed, all you get is a higher cost of compliance. This burden should be fairly evaluated by governments as they implement these new tax approaches. We can anticipate further complexity to be added through government regulatory or tax-based mechanisms to manage climate change. So we can anticipate further complexity as we come in, and we hope, or at least I hope, that governments and bureaucrats are cognizant of the complexity this creates. Putting it all together at the end is that these two pillars are significant achievements of global tax regulation and reform. They address the growth of digital economies and potentially arrest the race to the bottom on relative taxation. Complexity in implementation remains. However, I'm optimistic it will achieve its objectives. Thank you, and trust you'll have.
Big thank you out there going to Mr. Alok Kanti, President and CEO Bayer in Canada, for sharing this video with us. And now it's time for me to invite the chair of this session, Mr. Pramod Kumar, Vice President IT80, to please share his observations and concluding remarks. Mr. Pramod Kumar.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shalin, for inviting me and for making me part of this very, very interesting discussion on Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 proposals. And insights from three panelists who come from different backgrounds. The economic perspective given by Michael Keene, I think that's very fascinating when he talked about shifting from arm's length price to the formulary apportionment. And that is something which was on the cards for a long, long time. I think I've been reading for at least last 15 years as to how irrelevant the arm's length price considerations could be in times to come. So that's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it, I would have thought was in the shifting basis of taxation. Because if you see how taxes have evolved over last few centuries, I would say, it has been a journey from kind of a protection money to the traders who had to go to different places. So for the protection of business, to compensation for the services rendered, where the capital resided, to now the economic opportunities. And when you bear this in mind and you think of how Indian source rules were subjected to, I would say, ridicule, sarcasm, and even criticism by the global community, I would think that Indian source rules were quite, ahead of their times. And today, in a limited way, though, it's a recognition of the source rule, because when you look at the market economies where the products are eventually marketed, that is, I would think it's kind of a source rule. And when Professor Keene talked about the impact of the anti-avoidance rules and the complex dynamics of the, impact of these things on the investment decision making, that was really fascinating. And all of us must see this from this perspective also. It's not a cause and effect relationship that you have this solution and this is taken care of. I would go a step further and say, and I would agree with Professor Keene when he shared his skepticism or his doubts about what the road ahead is going to be. But today, the solution that we have, particularly in Pillar 1 with respect to the taxation of digital profits, is not a solution which is sound on the first principles. It's a compromise solution, but there is so much of money involved in it that no tax jurisdiction can give it up. So it must have been quite tempting for the market economies not to say no to this offer. But then there's a rider. When you reach a settlement which is not based on the sound principles, history tells us it's only a stepping stone for some other solution. And there I would share the vision of Professor Keene that maybe in times to come, we'll have to see how it evolves. Shefali made a very interesting point, and I think I'm entirely with her when she says that today, when you look at the Pillar 1 proposal, as a matter of fact, it's kind of an, she didn't put in an as harsh word, but I would use those words, that it's an abandonment of the PE principle by not updating it to be in tune with the times. Now, you have to understand this PE, the very concept of permanent establishment, which has been basis of the full-fledged taxation, what you call residence type taxation, is something which is on the foundation of the international tax principles. Now, instead of updating the permanent establishment definition and making it more in tune with the ground realities in today's business model, we have kept that proposal aside, and now we are going for a new concept, that is the concept of digital, taxation of digital economy. How long will we keep the PE as something confined to brick and mortar models? How long will we ignore the fact that even a virtual presence is a presence? I mean, it is as good a presence for all practical purposes as a physical presence is. I would think that, and remember, if you decide taxation on the basis of virtual presence versus physical presence, then it violates the fundamental principles of neutrality. So you infringe the neutrality when you differentiate this on this. So I would think that the road ahead seems to be very interesting and quite interesting. Do I have a couple of minutes to complete my remarks?
Sure, sir. You have time.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you have
Thank you
time.
very much. Thank you. Now, that was the second point I wanted to make. Now, third thing which I must talk about is the complexity of the nexus rules, which is what Shefali talked about. I think this is fairly complex, and what it really mentioned about is what are the and when you see the nexus rules, as a matter of fact, these are these rules which I would think, I mean, for people of my generation, which are modified versions of the source rules. So there's still complexity, a lot of work to be done. And then when you talk about adjustment of the equalization levy in the transitory period, particularly, for example, the Indo-US agreement, which has been arrived at. Now, at this stage, it would not be proper to talk more about it because we do not know as to how the law about taxation of the digital economy is going to be. What we have seen now is just a template. And there's a lot of work for our policymakers on how to implement. But then it will be fairly interesting. Now, Mr. Kanti's perspective, which was perspective of a corporate person, was indeed very interesting. On one hand, he talked about competitiveness. On the other hand, he has his apprehensions about the cautions. And once again, the point that he made was very interesting about the importance of these rules in the strategic investment decision making. It is not as simple as a relationship as sometimes it's made out to be. Of course, there are minor things which I must correct Mr. Kant when he talks about taxation at 25%. It is not taxation at 25%. It is 25% of the profits in excess of 10%, which are to be allocated to the market jurisdictions. Now, just two more thoughts which crossed my mind, and that is, about the global minimum tax. Now, as far as we talk about 15% tax, this is something new because now we need an income inclusion rule, and as Shefali very rightly pointed out, in the absence of group taxation that we have in India, it's absolutely necessary that unless you have the income inclusion rule where your subsidiaries have not been taxed on country-to-country basis at 15%, how that income is to be included in your. So once again, we have some interesting times, for the lawyers and for the academicians to watch as to how these things evolve. But these two things, when you have the income inclusion rules and the undertaxed domestic rules, which are going to be part of the domestic law, and of course, subjective tax rules, which are relatively simple and which can be brought about by the treaty provisions. So, these things this is what will define what the practical dynamics of this is. But on a very personal note, before I conclude, I must say that it has been a very interesting journey for me personally to witness these paradigm shifts. We have seen the changes, when I think of the days when Azadi Bachao Andolan judgment was delivered, where double non-taxation was accepted as a part of life. to the days of BEPS 1, where we saw how the segregation of economic activity and taxation was sought to be nullified, to the times when we are talking about a minimum level of taxation in each country where the economic activity is carried out. So it's quite a task for anyone from my generation to reconcile to these changing value systems. And in the same way, I would think that even with respect to the taxation of digital economy, when I wrote my first decision on this in Right Florist, that was about a decade back, and when I was writing the judgment, I can tell you today that my concern and my frustration used to be as to how irrelevant is the PE definition. I mean, that was 10 years ago. So how irrelevant it is today is a degree certainly far more. To the times when PE definition itself has been discarded and we have gone for a different goalpost. But what we don't remember is that, if you have the PE concept which takes into account the virtual presence, then taxation is not of the super profits. The taxation is of the entire profits. And then taxation is on altogether different basis. I mean, it's a mystery to me as to how do all of us, when we talk about ethics and neutrality, when we talk about the fairness, and as Mr. Bajaj was saying this forenoon, that you have the voices which are only go in this direction. How, despite all this, nobody realizes that what is the loss which has happened? How that a tax rule which was developed 100 years ago. I heard somebody say the other day that everything which was invented 100 years ago is in museum, except the international tax rules. And I would think PE definition is also one of them. How, instead of reforming those tax laws, we keep on shifting the goalpost, we keep on going to new things. But then, as everybody, as I get to know from the people I talk to, there is so much money in this that it is difficult to resist this kind of temptation. I think, with this, I would conclude, and I would thank you so much for making me part of this very, very fascinating discussion. Shefali has, the practitioner's perspective that she has given is absolutely amazing. And Professor Keen, that was very, very thought-provoking, as economists always are. And to balance them all, we had Mr. Kanti to talk from an economist perspective as to how things should be. I'm absolutely delighted to be here. And I must thank you once again and wish you all the very best in the remaining sessions. Thank you, Mr. Chelliah, and thank you, Shefali. Thank you, Professor Singh. Thank you, Mr. Kanti. Thanks a lot.
Thank you to you, Mr. Pramod Kumar, Vice President IT80, for taking time out of your busy schedule and being here with us to chair this very special technical session on global minimum tax and digital service tax. Big thank you to Ms. Shefali Goradia for being here to share all her insights, to Mr. Michael Keen for joining us all the way from the Tokyo College, and of course, Alok Kanti for sending us a very, very special video playout and sharing his deep insights and understanding on the issue. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time we move on to the final technical session of the day. The technical session, the subject is International VAT Experiences, Relevance for Indian GST. To take the session forward, I would like to welcome a very esteemed panel of speakers onto the stage, starting with Mr. Mahesh Singh, partner, Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu India LLP. Can I please request Mr. Mahesh to please join us on stage? Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us. For the session, we are also being joined by Mr. D.P. Nagendra Kumar, member GST CBIC. A very warm welcome to you, sir. There's just a small green welcome from the team of TIOL for the panelists of this technical session. Moving on to the third panelist of this technical session, we are very privileged to have amongst us Mr. S.C. Ahmed, Professor from London School of Economics, who I'm told is joining us all the way from Washington despite the big time difference. Thank you so much, Professor S.C. Ahmed. Thank you so much, sir. Moving on further, ladies and gentlemen, this very special session to be chaired by a very special personality, none other than Justice Goda Raghuram, who's also joining us virtually. Of course, he needs no introduction, but just a few words. A recognized expert in constitutional law who was notable for representing the state of Andhra Pradesh in the Krishna River border sharing dispute. During his stint as senior advocate, Justice Raghuram appeared for various bodies and institutions, including the Government of India, State of Andhra Pradesh, Central University in Hyderabad, and many more. He was appointed Additional Judge of High Court of Andhra Pradesh in May 1999 and was confirmed the Judge of High Court of Andhra Pradesh in April 2000. A huge honor to have you with us, sir. A very warm welcome to this Tax Congress. And now that we have the panel set, we would like to begin the technical session. I would like to request Mr. Mahesh Singh, partner Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu, India LLP, to please deliver his address.
Thank you everyone, and thank you for having me over. It's an honor and privilege to be with the esteemed co-panelists. I'm not sure whether my inputs would anyway close to match up with any of them, but let me make my best effort. I was, in a way, thinking what should the focus be, because when we want to talk about international practices, the journey of GST, and today has been a hugely insightful day for me and all of us with Mr. Shah and Mr. Modi, and also, of course, Mr. Bajaj, each one talking so much about the journey on GST. But that itself was one of the most important starting point of moving to an international-based VAT system. I've had the honor and privilege to work and interact with Mr. Nagendra Kumar even before GST, when the conceptualization was happening after the constitutional amendment in 2009, and then, 2017, we all know we're going to turn 5 years soon as GST. The reason I'm emphasizing that, not to jog our memory too much there, but when we are at this cusp of 5 years, when a child is effectively getting out completely of infancy, and I've got a daughter at that age, so you can relate that they start getting more mature on many different things. So when we are at that cusp, what can we focus on, and what is industry hoping? I can give an industry perspective, and we'll have the benefit of our other esteemed panelists, especially Mr. Nagendra Kumar sir, to share a government perspective, and we'll have justices' inputs from a legal, and my colleague Syed as well from an international standpoint. So I thought of 5 areas for GST at 5, because we're 4 months away. We've settled on different aspects of teething troubles. The technology platform of the government is far superior than what even industry has been able to get. So in that backdrop, let me focus on 5 areas. One, what we've seen, I'm not going to get into rate of tax, specific tax issues. That's not what I thought from an international tax standpoint. I think what's happening is area 1 is working capital seems to be building up and getting built for companies. The government, particularly of late and very recently in the budget, has re-emphasized the impetus on capital expenditure. The amount of spend on the PLI incentives is hugely commendable, and the investment is happening. So on one end, when we are expanding our Make in India platform and also focusing on capital expenditure, there's one area that I think unlocking of GST credits for non-exporters, because the GST law is well designed to cover for an exporter to claim refunds. I'm hoping in the next few years, as we turn into 5, we are seeing some changes around that. 3 specific areas that I thought could be considered, and keeping in light of my theme for today of international practices, is clubbing of credits. CGST is a central GST. Technically, it's one statute, and even I may have operations in 10 states. The government has already taken a commendable step of clubbing CGST cash in my balance. Can we look at CGST credit balance is being consolidated with appropriate guardrails? Each suggestion can have enough and more guardrails. I'm sure industry will welcome that. Second, international concept, particularly in Europe, has grouping of credits and, a group system, which is there in income tax as well as indirect tax. That's something that we could look at. We have robust definitions of related party under GST law as well as customs. We could borrow from that and perhaps even build up to ensure there's no misuse, and start off with bigger thresholds so that it's controlled, like the LTU concept was also beautifully tried, tested. For those of you who don't know, the first LTU commissioner in India on indirect tax was Mr. Nagendra Kumar. So I think that's going to be an important and easy precedent to replicate. We can look at transfer of credits on script basis, but I'll reserve that for another day. In interest of time, I can see I've got about 5.5 minutes. Other suggestions, again, aligning to global principle, is ease of doing business. So when I say ease of doing business is a non-revenue impact, I don't think any recommendations can be made. Mr. Bajaj very painstakingly explained the economics from a taxation law standpoint, how the government is quite constrained while they have intentions to reduce some slabs. So therefore, only focusing on without a revenue impact, one option is to look at, can reverse charge be paid using my input tax credit pool? So this is again something that's there in Europe, Singapore and Australia and others. Especially in Europe, if you are running a business that is a fully taxable business and not like oil and gas, healthcare, education, or perhaps banking in those countries, but India, our financial services, I'll park that aside. Those exceptions can be made, but for other businesses, say somebody's a service exporter sitting on a lot of credit, why constantly pay and then burden the administration for further refunds? So that's an area that we could consider. We've of late seen the deemed supply concept for import of services. I think there can be an ease of business clarification of what is the deemed supply. Deemed supply was a concept that existed more in customs law, and we're bringing it into GST. It's also been brought in more for import of goods, and I think services has come in. I'm sure the genesis of it can be explained. But I do think if a clarification can be issued, because that will avoid painstaking litigation and dispute where the government actually is not getting total revenue. The revenue is not there because it's revenue neutral. Of course, one more step forward is to see why have this provision where a company can claim full credit. So that's something that I will request if that can be kindly considered by the GST Council and the GST Policy Wing. Theme C is really removing credit restrictions. So we are at the cusp, and Mr. Bajaj was explaining about how the RNR rate, and Mr. Modi as well, that it's around 11.2 to 11.3. It was earlier expected at 15.3. I'm not going there. I'm sure the GOM and the honorable ministers and the GST Council will get to the right rate. But when we are at that 5th year cusp and that rate is all up for review, should we be reconsidering the restrictions that has been placed, particularly for certain capital good related credit, particularly in the backdrop, like I said, where the government is pushing hard and supporting capital build for businesses like logistics, supply chain related, telecom, e-commerce and others, where so much of spend is there. Maybe we start by few sectors so there's no misuse, because I do understand the interplay with immovable property, but I'll keep that aside. I think that's a recommendation that I'm hoping works, because again, worldwide, there are very limited to no restrictions, and that can be factored in the larger scheme of the new rate so that the government is not out of cash on that. People are clearly the assets of business. The pandemic has taught us some hard lessons, and I think the law, however, does have restriction on credit for personal consumption. I would just log the point that there are a lot of, with people being the assets, expenses on the people, whether it is COVID vaccine reimbursements or different related COVID precautions and others, as we all go back to the hybrid model, can be kindly considered. The last two recommendations is assisting the growth of MSME sector. I think clearly the government has been pushing hard with the MSME ministry, very obsessed to help the sector. There are few GST parity issues that you can't go online and make a sale unless you take a full registration if you're a below threshold or composition dealer. So I think time is ripe to address that with full guardrails where only local sales can be made by those sellers on the platform. And the platform who's a very powerful ally to the government, the e-commerce sector. I did start off saying the government on technology is really up there. I think a lot of sectors are very powerful allies, and e-commerce is one of them where the data is given. That data can be further refined and submitted to protect any concerns, whether on the local and interstate supplies. I do think MSME, as well as it sort of goes to my last theme, theme 5, on implementation on GST, that some of the suspension and cancellation, I think should be done. I keep reading about fake invoices. As just an Indian and as a citizen, I'm proud of my administration catching all these fraudulent cases, because that increases the tax buoyancy. It reduces the strain on the government to go after tax positions. But there can be a balanced, a slightly nuanced approach to the current one, where suspensions happen after a hearing is given. And also we embrace a new age setup where I can be sitting out of a co-working space and running a business. I don't need to have, if I have operations in 20 states, 20 offices and rent and 20 employees. So that's really what I wanted to say. Last point on implementation, I know I've busted my 10 minutes, is that the policy wing has been issuing clarifications and the council is proactively issuing. There are contentious advanced rulings that are issued. I'm hoping that there is continued and enhanced either public rulings as well as clarifications on these matters. Also, we've seen awesome circulars. A recent path-breaking one is on the export one on intermediary. If we're able to see a better implementation mechanism, and the public ruling one, I was talking to Mr. Garg as well, there are other countries that have done that. So this international experience can be comfortably implemented. So that's what I had, and I'm going to pause here.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insights on the issue. That was Mr. Mahesh Singh, partner Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu India LLP. Moving on, I would now like to invite Mr. N.P. Nagendra Kumar, member GST CBIC, to please share his thoughts on the subject.
Good evening, everyone. At the outset, I must express my sincere gratitude to TIOL, particularly to Mr. Shailendra, for inviting me to be a part of the panel member in this discussion, drawing international experience on GST in the Indian context. Looking back into the GST journey in our country for over 4.5 years, I think particularly looking into the point at which we started when we drafted the GST law, I think we took a lot of inputs into the provisions of the GST law prevailing world over. Particularly, we looked at the UK VAT model, also the Singaporean VAT, and also looked into the Australian GST when we drafted our GST law. The challenge for us was with regard to how do we move from an origin-based taxation to a destination-based taxation, and that too at a sub-national level. I think that is where the international experience gave us a lot of input. The dual GST model, what we have envisaged, and the IGST model, which we adopted in terms of ensuring that the subnational tax happens without much of credit accumulation and credit blocking. That is where we started with in our journey as far as GST is concerned. Now, one of the important things in the GST in the last 4.5 years is the learning. I think Mahesh has rightly put it, that it has become a completely electronically administered tax. In that sense, it took some time for both the tax administration as well as the tax payers to absorb those changes which came in a very quick succession, be it in obtaining the registration or filing the tax returns or making payments. I think the entire process is completely guided by the GST network. We are not denying the fact that the network had its initial challenges in terms of the glitches, etc. But since the timeline available to them for set in motion these processes were very short, as expected. But over a period of time, with the able guidance of the GST Council, so far as making the policy tweaks and the changes happening, both in terms of improving the compliance and also improving the facilitation in terms of easing the compliance burden, I think the GST has traveled a long way. Insofar as drawing the international experience is concerned, I think we are very conscious of the fact that we need to take it further in terms of how do we ensure the seamless flow of the input as credit. I think Mahesh mentioned about the restrictions which we have built in some of the provisions which are working in terms of not achieving those objectives. Another aspect what we have experienced in our GST implementation is with regard to ensure how we prevent fraudulent input tax credit. I think this is where some of the initiatives which India experimented with in terms of completely adopting an e-way bill, in terms of monitoring the movement of the goods interstate and intrastate. So also with regard to how do we adopt technology, the tax technology in terms of invoicing. These are the two measures of today contributed immensely in ensuring that the oversight and the monitoring happens with regard to GST compliance with less intrusiveness, less pain point for the business. At the same time, provides the tax administration with the required critical data on a near real-time basis to ensure that the tax compliance is on guard. This also has its own challenges in terms of absorption time for the taxpayers. I think one typical refrain which we have heard and of course we have taken note of is the frequent changes which we have brought in terms of the circulars and the notifications. Mind you, when we started the GST on 1st July 2017, over 1,200 items on which the tax rates were to be fixed, taking into account the prevalent rate which was applicable from the VAT legislations and also from the Central Excise and Service Tax was an uphill task. The Revenue Secretary in the morning, in the forenoon session, as well as Shil Modi, the then Deputy Chairman, and also the convener of the Empowered Committee of State Finance Ministers, did make a mention about how the rate in real incidence of indirect tax in the GST regime has come down from the 15.6% to 15.3% to 11.6%. Those giveaway of 92,000 crores had its own pressure on the revenues. But even today, I think we are living with that type of a rate and we are seeing the positive growth in the GST revenue. I think that is partly because of the compliance improvement which we see all around, because of the adoption of technology and better administrative tools in terms of the risk-based interventions that the tax authorities have been employing in ensuring that the tax revenues are adequately safeguarded. I was talking about the experiment with regard to e-invoice. We started introduction of the invoice somewhere in the 1st of October 2020. We have also seen the e-invoice in various countries, including particularly we have been quite observant about the success which has had in South Korea. The B2B transactions which are now currently up to the threshold of 50 crore turnover, which is in the e-invoice, has been a very satisfying experience. We are into less than about, I would say that from 2020 to now, we have hardly about had about 15, 16 months of experience. But the amount of information which is available to the tax administration on real-time basis, also the backward linkage to the businesses in ensuring this invoice could be integrated into their business processes for payment and also their vendor settlement has been paving the way in sense that this is not only helping the tax compliance but also helping them integrating their business processes to tax compliance as well. Now, going forward, I think we need to look at how do we address the concerns, certain segments, and take the draw from the international experience. Mahesh did mention about the pain points which the MSME sector has been experiencing. What we have observed in the first 3 years of introduction of the GST is the formalization which happened, and that formalization by and large benefited the large enterprises which had the wherewithal to invest and also adopt the tax technology in a quick time frame. Now, some of the initiatives which have been taken post 37th GST Council meeting, insofar as the MSMEs are concerned, by relaxing the filing norm from the monthly return to the quarterly return, and also providing very liberalized threshold limits in terms of both composition threshold as well as for the tax exemption threshold, and also providing relaxations in certain key compliance requirements in terms of filing of annual returns, etc. I think our effort is towards easing the compliance burden of the MSMEs. But the challenge will be for us, the MSME sectors cannot be looked upon in isolation. They do interact with large businesses for whom the credit flow will have to happen in a seamless manner. At the same time, they're also into the issue with regard to how do their turnovers get monitored. Now, this is an area in which I think our effort will continue to be there. The quarterly return payment, the quarterly return with a monthly payment is one what we thought of in the interregnum. Now, we are looking at how do we proceed further in easing the burden of compliance for the MSMEs. Mahesh also mentioned about how do we deal with the digital supplies, and also particularly with regard to the e-commerce, which is contributing largely in terms of providing services and products across the electronic network. Some of the design issues which I think Mahesh touched upon with regard to the threshold exemption not being there, the mandatory registration requirements, the co-working spaces where probably your principal place of business may not be existing in the physical term like what it could be in terms of the physical infrastructure, etc. I think our conscious endeavor will be towards addressing those concerns in the time to come. With adoption of technology and with an experience what we have gained in the last 4.5 years in implementing the GST, I think what we look forward in future is to look at the B2B transaction. As rightly said, it should be completely business neutral. We do appreciate that in terms of providing that comfort to our registrants who are intermediaries in collecting the taxes and remitting to the government. We need to acknowledge the fact that they do not end up with any attached cost in terms of the blocking of the credits or, for that matter, good compliance burden. But going forward, we need to look at further with regard to the tax compliance at a B2C level. This is something which I think we need to think through. The international experience will come quite handy to us. So for us seeing how does the B2C transactions are addressed. There are sectors internationally have been found to be risky for the tax administration, particularly in the restaurant and other sectors. We would like to look at those experiences as well. But more importantly, what we could look upon is in drawing the international experience, sustaining the GST reform further, is how do we look at ensuring this, the collection of taxes happens with least burden, and at the same time, I think the government gets the revenue in a timely manner. Conclusively, I would say that, concluding my remark, I think at a subnational level, taxing both goods and services, moving the central tax administration from the manufacturing VAT to the retail level, providing a single interface in terms of an administrative structure, and ensuring timely refunds, I think we are there in towards that momentous occasion for ensuring that the GST reform here provides much simpler ways to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. D.P. Nagendra Kumar, member GST CBIC, sharing his thoughts on the panel, International VAT Experiences, Relevance for Indian GST. And now it's time we move across to Washington, where we are being joined by Mr. S.E. Ahmed, Professor from London School of Economics. Mr. S.E. Ahmed.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good evening. It's a pleasure to talk to you today. It's almost 40 years since I began to work on the Indian tax system in 1980 with Lord Stern, and I was a fellow at the NIPFP with Raja Chelliah, and we began to basically make a case for the VAT GST at that time. And some of the analytic work and also the empirical work done in India in the 1980s with Stern, and the book that I published with him in 1991 on theory and practice of tax reform, actually was very helpful in looking at the actual experiences in a couple of countries I'd like to talk about. One is Mexico and the other one is China. And I was involved in the introduction of the VAT/GST in China and reform of the VAT in Mexico. Now, the focus by my colleagues in the international agencies on revenue is exactly right, but it's not sufficient. What one also has to be looking at is the effects on producers, on income distribution, and the environment of all taxes. So really, any tax reform is also necessary to look at the institutional arrangements in a country. And the problem in South Asia is that most of the countries are constrained by constitutional arrangements which go back to the Government of India Act of 1935. So the assignments basically are a major constraint. And India has made substantive efforts to break out of the constraints, Pakistan has gone in the wrong direction, accentuating the differences between goods and services, giving services to the subnational level of administration. And that has led to no increase in revenues, no increase in efficiency. And clearly there are problems with income distribution as well. The problem is that you can't address all of these objectives with one tax instrument. And really what one should be looking at for an overall design issue is the interaction between taxes and transfer design, i.e. broaden the perspective. And of course, it's very difficult to do given the constitutional constraints in India, but let me talk about how the Chinese managed to do it precisely, address this reform. They started off with all administration at the subnational level and no VAT. This was 1993. And when it's basically decided to go for a new tax system because the tax GDP ratio had collapsed to 10% from around 30 in the early 1980s, they were in serious trouble. So they decided to create a national tax administration from scratch to administer the VAT, which would be shared on an origin basis with the subnational governments. In China, they're called provinces. But the way that was done was to make sure that no province lost revenues. So there was a stop loss provision. 1993 revenues were guaranteed in perpetuity, and they also brought in revenue sharing and an equalization framework. So the tax transfer design issues, opening up the agenda, were critical in getting acceptance even in a centralized unitary state like China. They had to get the agreement of the provinces. The only way they could do that was to make sure that no province lost and every province had an incentive to participate. Now that process initially started off with an investment type VAT, which was converted over time into a consumption type VAT. The tax GDP ratio went up from around 10% to now 20% in a very short period of time. But what they were doing was creating a level playing field for the entire country. And the conclusion of this reform, the VAT reform, came in 2015, when they integrated the business tax, which was managed by the provinces, equivalent to the states, on services with the national VAT, to be administered by the national VAT, National Tax Administration. So basically creating a unified tax administration with a unified base. Now, what was the effect of that? They were able to remove the borders around the special economic zones. It didn't really matter where you produced, as long as you could get your full refunds on export. So basically, they were creating the incentives to move production away from the special economic zones that had become along the coast, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Shanghai, had become too big, with huge environmental damage, with huge income inequality. Now that was the integration of the VAT, creating a level playing field. And the critical element is that you are able to move beyond a special economic zone. And that is the core for the development of now the new high-tech zones, which also will entail changes in institutional arrangements, which is very hard to do because changing boundaries, as you know, in India is almost impossible. Likewise in Europe. It may be somewhat easier, but it's not easy in China either. But looking at the investment that's necessary for the high-tech zones, the integration across jurisdictions and creation of new high-tech, the Greater Bay Area, for example. The issue really turns on what then happens to the tax powers of the states. And you need an own source of revenues for the provinces or a state and local governments. And if you have a harmonized base and harmonized rates to ease the cost of doing business, reduce the cost of doing business, and create a common framework for investment, then it's not so easy to ask subnational jurisdictions to raise the rates or change the basis. And nor does it make much sense to have then multiple administrations. But you do need an own source revenue. And one of the options that one is looking at in the Chinese case is integrating the income taxes and giving a piggyback on the income tax to provinces, and reforming the property tax for cities and metropolitan areas. I'm not going to talk about this second set of issues, but what is essential to keep in mind is that own source revenue, which means that you have control over the rate at the margin, is essential for accountability and for access to private finance for states and for cities. And really multiple tax rates and differential bases for the GST don't do that, especially if you have constraints in the way you set up your tax policy framework. Now, a lesson in Mexico. In Mexico, tried to fix the VAT after, what they had done after NAFTA was to give tax exemptions and create special rates for border regions and create the huge Maquiladora zone in the north to facilitate trade with the United States. So the Maquiladora zone and then extensions of exemptions, special rates for distributional purposes and for investment essentially meant that their VAT did not raise revenues and became basically a mechanism for cheating. And who was cheating? All the large firms were cheating, and they were able to cheat with a high registration threshold by hiding their transactions and by basically being able to shift profits into the Maquiladora zone. Successive ministers tried to fix the VAT, but could not do so, because you have gainers and losers with any reform. There are gainers in terms of states, the gainers in terms and losers in terms of industries and households. Of course, you have distributional considerations as well. But they learned from the Chinese, and they learned that the VAT reform can't be done if you're only looking at the VAT in isolation. So they put together a package of reforms in 2013, which effectively dropped the registration threshold to zero, integrating the small taxpayer regime, which was managed by the states, into the national VAT, creating a national VAT. SAT, which was the tax administration, could audit any firm, regardless of size, and requiring e-invoicing and giving electronic packages to small taxpayers so that they could issue electronic invoices, completely changed the structure of incentives and the ability of large firms to hide transactions. Large firms were able to hide transactions by hiding labor, hiding output, and profits. So they're able to save on the payroll tax, on the VAT, on the income taxes. So that was how the cheating took place. You block the ability to transact with firms that are off the radar of the tax administration, and the large taxpayer unit really becomes effective. It doesn't otherwise. So the tax GDP ratio in Mexico following this reform, which was a package of reforms, wasn't just the VAT or the GST. They don't call it the GST, they call it the VAT. I'm using the term interchangeably. Was that they were able then to block the cheating by the large taxpayers. And that led to tax GDP ratio going up from 10 to 15% in about 3 years' time. This was during the Peña Nieto administration. But it was done again by offsetting gainers and losers, making sure that no firms well, clearly some firms would lose because they were no longer able to cheat, but they were creating a level playing field. And what was the impact of that? Well, there was a huge increase in foreign direct investment throughout the country. Wherever they had infrastructure, it was no longer necessary to invest only in the northern Maquiladora zone. So you had huge investment in automobiles, aerospace, all sorts of medium tech and high tech industry in cities around the country where they had infrastructure. So the issue really then turned on infrastructure, local provision of services for firms to want to move and for qualified labor to want to move. So basically, with the VAT, you create a level playing field, and actually it works. And that reform in 2013 is what the Chinese looked at when they integrated their small taxpayer regime and also the taxes on services with the tax on goods. So really doing the opposite of what the Pakistanis had gone and done, which is further segregate goods and services and give services, stupidly, to the states or the provinces. Can't be done. So really, I think the lesson is that if you're integrating for efficiency, you're integrating the VAT for ease of doing business and for reducing cheating, fake invoicing. You have to create a common framework. And if it's a common framework with minimal variation across states for ease of doing business, then it makes no sense to have multiple administrations. But then you still need something for the states. And I think that's something which, the finance commissions could usefully in future. I mean, this is something that we had recommended to the Finance Commission in 2009-10, that don't just look at VAT in isolation, but look at the VAT together with assignments on revenue sharing from the income taxes and clean up the property tax for cities. So really think of a composite set of reforms together with reforms in the transfer design issues for sustainable growth, for looking at environmental, this comments earlier on that the environment may create regulations and costs for doing business. It doesn't have to be that way. And by simplifying the VAT, you create the basis for investment and employment generation to be guided by public investment decisions, to be guided by the design of intergovernmental transfers, creation of an equalization framework. Here you now have a compensation for VAT reforms almost on a discretional basis. It should be automatic. So basically, if you're looking at subnational revenue sharing, there should be no discretionality in that. And this is a lesson that the Chinese have learned. But revenue sharing is not sufficient because national governments reduce taxes. If you reduce taxes for macro reasons or for economic shock, then that imposes a huge burden on subnational governments. Therefore, own source revenues, particularly of a tax base that they can use efficiently, like the income tax, as in the United States or in many parts of the world, is perhaps a better instrument than splitting the GST base. So I'll stop there. I think really what one has is lessons from India, or the research on India, used in actual reforms in China and in Mexico, with coming back again, some of their experiences perhaps can provide some options for the future finance commissions or the government going forward with a sustainable growth agenda to address both the pandemic and climate change without adding to the cost of doing business. The VAT plays a major role. And a clean, compact, transparent tax that reduces the cost of doing business is absolutely critical. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Mr. S.C. Ahmed. That was Mr. S.C. Ahmed, professor from London School of Economics, joining us from Washington at this time. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us despite such a huge time difference. Really, really a privilege to have you with us today. And now that we have all the panelists have given their speeches and their addresses on this, I now request the chair of this session, Justice Goda Raghuram, to please sum it up and give his concluding remarks for the session.
Thank you. Am I connected? Yeah.
Yes, sir, you are.
Thank you. It's such a pleasure to be in connecting with Nagendra Kumar and Jai Singh, who I had met earlier when I was in Bhopal. And it was such a pleasure and a privilege to hear Professor Ahmed, who had an academic fecundity on the topic. I'm not much into the technical aspects of law. Since nearly a year now, I have moved away from law in its technical sense, but connecting again. I'll just share a few thoughts that for about 4 or 5 years while I was on the High Court bench, I had occasional opportunities to deal with the VAT in the context of sales tax of the state, and occasionally service tax, which was by then about half a decade old. Then for 3 years, I had intensely to work on service tax after a decade of its introduction. And I found that tax administrators were genetically programmed to list 1 and list 2. Each trying to increase their harvest of the revenue, regardless of the constitutional boundaries of list 1 and list 2. And these included not only the tax administrators, but also the revenue representatives in the tribunal where I was working at that time. So much so that I was being almost accused of an unconstitutional mindset towards the adjudication of service tax. Be that as it may. Now that the 101st Amendment has come nearly 5 years ago, it requires another genetic mutation, both for the practitioners as well as for the tax administration. And it also requires that we should be globally tuned and more integrated with the global substantive and procedural practices, because the world requires to be united now on occasions other than conflict and COVID-19. These have a pandemic effect, global conflicts and pandemics. But otherwise, even for harvesting of tax revenues equitably, gainfully, and sustainably, we require to have an integration of global models. OECD is doing a wonderful work in this area. And we are also learning, because one thing I noticed at a very abstract level is that economic interests make people saner. There was a time in the 18th and pre-18th and 19th centuries when imperialistic tendencies were there, whether the hunger for land and expansionism, which is there to a very small measure in a few countries, but by and large, we have, mankind has gone beyond that stage. Now, the economic interests make us saner. And that is why I notice in near 50 years association with law, that instead of being an imperial imposition by tax administrators, now there is a consultative process between the consumer, the taxpayer, the generator of the revenue, the harvester of the revenue, the policymaker, and that's a good thing. And what we gather from the international perspectives for the Indian GST relevance has been very ably brought out by Professor Ahmed. and Mr. Mahesh and Professor Nagendra Kumar, there's not much that I wish to or could add to that. I'd only say that we need to have, see, I noticed in a general perspective in my engagement with law, that the problem of policy making translating into statute law or substatute law is the limitations of the human foresight, the limitations of the inevitable limitations of the language in which the policy is formulated, which has ambiguities which require interpretive dynamics, and the gap in the understanding of the administrator of law, and the increasing disrespect of the citizen or the individual towards the policy because of its asymmetric and disproportionate administrative outcomes. And while general society goes from a state of equilibrium to disequilibrium very fast because of these maladies, in tax administration could have very severe consequences on the economy. And economy is very important now and is growing in importance because while governments are accused of increasing and exponentially increasing hunger in harvesting revenues, the outlays are also very complex. Not only do we have to develop and bring many of our people out of their poverty line and economic deprivation, but we also have to invest a lot in building our international image. That costs a lot of money. This is political PR at a global level. Also, we need to militarize because the world is increasingly getting unpeaceful, though we are living, as Steven Pinker points out, in the most peaceful times in recorded human history, barring the second global conflict in the 1930s. The world has been fairly peaceful. But nevertheless, the tensions are there. Post-nuclear races are there, which require huge investments for the military regime. And this requires a huge outlay from the from the exchequer. And therefore, revenue harvesting becomes very critical. How do we harvest competently, fairly, equitably, and not pinch only those who are compliant? And the other day I was having a conversation with some people who are buying some flats and apartments, and they told me that today, nobody is taking, everybody is taking in checks and drafts, big builders. I said, how does it, today politics is, effective politics is increasingly expensive. How is that being funded if nobody is, if everybody is doing it only in the official currency? They told me that they have devised a method, the construction industry. They have devised a method where they take it only in, in the legal tender from the buyer, but in the construction costs from subcontracts, they make it up. That poses a challenge. If you have to reach that sector and segment, it poses a challenge. But again, there'll be resistance from the policymakers because their lubrication will dry up. So these are all competing challenges in a complex polity. The world is growing more and more complex, and both the substantive, procedural and administrative facets of tax administration and harvesting will have to tune itself to these things. And GST is 5 years is too less a time for mankind to understand a mutant. And GST is a mutant species in our constitutional scheme, from list 1 and list 2 to some sort of, not a concurrent, but some sort of a hybrid mechanism. So the tax administrators sitting together, particularly in GST Council, the state and the central federal administrators, they have to maintain some sort of an equilibrium of conflict, at least on a physical level, though it will take a long training and modulation for them to understand that they are part of a process. GST Council has brought about a great change in the federal understanding and federal cooperation. It's really heartening that despite the differences that we have in political color and rhetoric, GST Council has been not only a physically peaceful arena, but also productive of substantial results. That is a great achievement. I'm very grateful to the very, very distinguished panelists, particularly my dear friend Nagendra Kumar, Mahesh, and the very, very learned Professor Ahmed for making this a very, very fruitful session. And I think it's more beneficent to have Q&As, particularly when Mahesh and Nagendra are there. They are not easy to come by. I think the participants, the audience must take full advantage of these two very profound intellects in the practice of GST and VAT. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Justice Godaraguram, for such a cohesive summing up of this entire session and sharing it so well. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, we would like to thank all the panelists of this session, Mr. Mahesh Singh, Mr. D.P. Nagendra Kumar, Mr. S.A. Ahmed for joining us all the way from Washington, and of course, Mr. Justice Godaraguram for sharing this so well. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for joining. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this was the last technical session of the day, but before we let you go, thank you so much for joining us for all the technical sessions of TIOL Congress. This year, we made this bigger than last year, but hopefully we'll be able to come back next year even with a grander version of the awards, hopefully with the pandemic completely behind us, so that we don't have to have a hybrid virtual come physical event, but we have a proper physical event and can celebrate together. Moving ahead, I would like to please request you to stay on for 2-3 minutes, because I would like to request Mr. R. Sridhar from TIOL to please come on stage and deliver the formal vote of thanks. And after that, all of you can join us for high tea outside. Thank you.
It has been a very long day. I wouldn't like to take too much of your time, but must thank all the people who have really graced this event. We'll start with the Honorable Justice Gadkari ji, Honorable C. Sushil Modi ji, Honorable Justice M.R. Shah, Honorable Justice Shivkirti Singh ji, and the Revenue Secretary, Honorable Mr. Arun Bajaj ji, Justice Lahoti, members of the jury panel, dignitaries of the CBIC and CBDT who attended the inaugural function this morning. Special thanks to both direct tax and indirect tax teams of the Deloitte, and special thanks to Mr. Vipul Jhaveri for having been throughout the day for their knowledge partnering and support. The entire panelists of all the technical sessions, special thanks. I must say these people are the backbone of this entire function. TIL reporting, administration and support team of TIOL. I think we must thank all of them with a very big, I must say, with a very big clap, I must say. Then special thanks to the Additional Chief Secretary, Haryana, the Department of VAT, and their officials who have been a great support to this event, though the Deputy Chief Minister could not attend the event this morning. All field formations of the Indirect Tax Department and the Direct Tax Department of Delhi who attended the formations and their formations who attended the event this morning, and all those people who participated in the award event with their grand support. Finally, I must thank specially Mr. Krishna from GST, and who has been a great source of administrative support to us for this organization of this entire event. So I am quite sure with the 2022 event, we'll come back with a full-fledged version, not the hybrid version as Ritika was just saying, and looking forward to spending some time with you in peace during the high tea session. Thank you one and all. Bye. Good evening.